Stick with me here, you and I are about to watch the ultimate flex. He died as the strongest mage ever, casting a rank 15 spell. That never-before-seen magic completely wiped out the strongest demon, but he still crossed over into the afterlife because he literally ran out of chakra. Just like my boy Kakashi. Fast forward 50 years, he reincarnates into Kusanagi Minato's body, and guess what? He quickly realizes humans have become completely useless and hopelessly weak. So the literal creator of magic must attend magic school now. Well, at least there are cute girls around. The original guy got trucked and summoned, letting our main character take his place. Even the doctor could not explain his incredibly fast recovery. Almost like he used holy magic. And yeah, that is obviously because he totally does have holy magic. Dead in 1970, awake in 2022. The world is peaceful now. Thin TVs, K-pop fans, and people blindly following trends. Total brain rot has taken over. After getting discharged, he heads back to Kusanagi Minato's house. Oh, and his parents. Yeah, Truck-kun already took them out, so he basically grew up totally alone, just living off his inheritance. Since reincarnation magic does not exist, he thinks God did it or it was sheer luck. Honestly, it was definitely Truck-kun, believe me. Now he is a Magic Academy student and actually interested. Suddenly, Tadano calls his phone, but he straight up decides to ignore it. And of course, the classic bully harasses the weak. Next morning, Kamui Magic Academy. You will want to see this. They cast fire looking like a cheap lighter. The legendary mage is deeply disappointed. The more he watches these students, the more he realizes just how completely trash the world has become. And that is before seeing the dance trends. Back then, a total beginner would do 10 times better than this. Entering the classroom, he chills out, wondering about friends. Suddenly, the angry bully storms in, screaming about being totally ignored yesterday. Minato literally just asks who he is, making the red-haired guy completely lose his mind. He tries kicking Minato but misses completely, so he switches tactics, pointing, insulting, and calling him trash. Since physical damage failed, maybe psychological warfare works. Only then does Minato realize this is the dude who called yesterday, so he naturally assumes they must be good friends. Tadano says he finally remembered and demands money because, yeah, that is what friends do. But Minato just smiles, saying they will get along great. Somehow this makes the redhead even more furious. Tadano knows about the inheritance money and wants it. Minato finally pieces it together. This body used to be bullet hard. Redhead is about to throw hands when a girl suddenly enters. Oh yeah, she is definitely the school goddess. Blue hair, blue eyes, a very eye-catching tie, if you catch my drift, and a thick white skirt. Tadano instantly turns bright red, acting super shy like a lovesick puppy. Still mad, he tells Minato not to forget, storming out while aggressively kicking things. Meanwhile, the chalkboard shows info on the great global catastrophe. The teacher then asked all the students to discuss this topic. You and I know where this is going. The guy explained that back then, the world was completely swarming with monsters. But the founder of magic, Ikikami Minato, built different, totally stepped up and faced those monsters completely solo. After destroying a high-ranking demon, he ended up dying, and honestly, no major catastrophe has happened since that day. Right then, the teacher asked who saved the world. The blue-haired girl excitedly raised her hand with a massive smile. Monsieur answered that he was the only survivor and history's first mage. That is why the Divine Magic Academy was literally created. Her eyes were practically sparkling while talking. Confirming it, the teacher explained he awakened magic first. The whole academy only exists to train future mages exactly like him. Shaking inside, our main character could only think about how insanely cringe this all was. Super embarrassed, Ikikami thought he never would have come if he knew he had to endure this torture. Squinting, he remembered the doctor's exact words, concluding that modern mages just got pathetic and weak after peace spread worldwide. In pure silence, the guy just watched the birds outside the window. Smiling slightly, he actually felt pretty satisfied that things ended up this way. Then the teacher announced class was over, and tomorrow, a massive magic power evaluation test was happening. Full of sarcasm, Tadano said it would be a total joy watching his classmates' pathetic magical powers. Ikikami figured the bully was just bored out of his mind, and definitely not worth wasting any time on. Completely ignoring him, our hero walked toward the exit, but the bully and his crew kept mocking him, calling him a total bastard. "You and I love this." He suddenly stops, looks back, and calls the redhead a loser. "Stick with me here, because this annoyed bully is about to make a huge mistake by casting a high-level spell." The other students panicked, eyes wide with absolute fear, as the blonde kid screamed out loud. He yelled, asking if this guy was seriously using magic inside, but Tadnu didn't care, launching a massive wave of fire straight at our MC, Chikami, who just stood there. Right at that exact second, Miss Yu sprinted over to protect him, but our guy remained totally frozen as the blazing fire rushed in. Then boom, a massive explosion shook the entire room while students squeezed their eyes shut against the blinding flash. Absolutely stunned, the girl literally could not believe all this chaos started over some petty little argument. Looking at the wrecked desks and chairs, she said this was too much, but Tadnu just snapped back, claiming he only attacked because the guy totally provoked him. Once the heavy smoke cleared up, our MC was standing there completely spotless. Leaving the entire class completely mind-blown, Minato just casually scratched his head, acting like he was trying to figure out what just happened. Now watch closely, because Tadnu's face absolutely drops when he realizes his ultimate magic did 0 damage to our guy. The MC just thought a basic tear attack like that was super easy to block without even using magic. Tadnu totally panicked hearing our hero say he was only holding back because the bully was just a kid. With a freezing cold stare, Ikikami stated that trashy people like him needed a strict lesson, shocking the redhead and his goons. Suddenly, an insanely heavy aura exploded from our MC. A bright flash completely filled the room. With blue energy floating around, the students realized their bodies were totally frozen. Totally confused, Neji tried to figure out what kind of insane magic this was. Meanwhile, the redhead was shaking like a leaf as our MC walked toward him with that terrifying, boss-level aura. Realizing a beatdown was coming, the bully completely froze up, but then someone saved the red-haired kid. The teacher busted in, demanding to know what that loud noise was and who cast magic indoors. Our MC just looked at him and let out a heavy sigh. He smiled, claiming nothing happened here and acting like someone probably used magic outside instead. Hearing the teacher say nobody was outside, the MC casually joked that maybe some random outsiders were playing around trying to act like wizards. Super suspicious, the teacher asked about the smoke. So Ikikami just pointed at the window, claiming the wind blew the smoke in from the street. Convinced his student wouldn't lie to his face, the guy bought it and promised to investigate, immediately dismissing the class right after. Hearing that, our guy just casually waved goodbye to the teacher, fully determined to keep a low profile. Thinking it over, he realized he needed to be way more careful. Misuja was still totally shook, staring in pure disbelief, while Tadnu angrily cursed him out. You and I are probably wondering the same thing as Minato here. If modern wizards are this incredibly weak, how can they fight monsters? Walking down the hallway, he decided to scope out the city and track those creatures. Once night fell, Shibuya looked like a total wasteland. Under the full moon, our guy climbed up a tall building to investigate things further. Looking down, he realized just how drastically the old, familiar city had actually changed. Using a magic circle for a massive speed boost, he dashed through the darkness. Still, our guy felt 0 supernatural vibes and seriously wondered why cops were patrolling the area when the whole city was basically in ruins. Suddenly, his radar went off, sensing a monster getting closer. Crouching on the roof edge, he also felt a human energy signature nearby. Right down below, without hesitating, he used magic to launch himself off the roof toward danger, finding gross creatures surrounding a totally terrified, shaking woman. Growling loud, the ugly monsters flashed their fangs, ready to attack. But completely shocking the ugly beasts, our overpowered MC dropped right into the scene. Without holding back, the beast lunged straight at him, but instantly sharp spikes shot up from the ground, skewering the creatures and wiping them all out. Minato turned his head and saw the woman crying her eyes out. Relieved after spotting the shiny badge pinned to her shirt, our MC realized she was an actual police officer, so he told the girl to be way more careful from now on. Super embarrassed, she apologized with gratitude. Totally confused, the officer watched the stranger vanish into thin air, wondering who this insanely unusual wizard really was. She was super intrigued he didn't even use visible spells. Meanwhile, he was glad to keep his reincarnated identity hidden. Cops couldn't even beat basic monsters. Let's see what crazy stuff happens next. Alright, stick with me here. Minato realizes modern mages are totally weak now, but he is pumped they still matter. Scanning the whole city with magic circles, he decides his first big move is wiping out every single local monster. Later on, pointing at this weird gadget, the teacher announces a magic power evaluation is going down today. He explains students gotta measure their energy right and find their element. Anyone wanting a real magic career better take this super seriously. Shocked, our main guy can barely believe they actually need a whole machine for something this crazy basic. Minato thinks feeling your own raw power is literally the basic foundation of magic. Walking right up to our guy, Mizuha tells him to step aside to chat. The other students are totally losing their minds watching this. Soon after, the blue-haired girl introduces herself as the second daughter of some super elite, aristocratic mage family. Confused, the kid asks what that even means. Mizuha is absolutely stunned. He has no clue her family runs the top 4 mage houses. Imagining someone really elegant, the young dude figures that vibe totally did not exist in his timeline. Checking out Mizuha's blue aura, he concludes her power is way too low for someone from a famous family. Super confused, the girl wonders why the protagonist does not seem impressed at all. Gritting his teeth, Tadano is mad seeing a total loser talking to Mizuha. Then Ikikami asks what business a noble lady actually wants here. Closing her eyes and putting a hand over her heart, Mizuha tries keeping that snobby composure. She knows she must find out how he tanked a magic hit without a single scratch. Completely losing her patience, she says she wants to talk about yesterday's crazy incident. But the teacher interrupts them for the test, and you and I can definitely feel our guy's relief. Glad he's off the hook, Mizuha just smirks, thinking she'll see his power soon. Charging up his hand, Tadano loudly claims it is his turn. Then, without even hesitating, the redhead touches the huge crystal. A bright flame sparks inside it. The system's robot voice announces his power level hits 1000, and his element is pure fire. And the bully celebrates, hyped that he leveled up. Meanwhile, our guy realizes the number scale is exactly the same as 50 years ago. When called, Mizuha steps up, completely wrapped in a bright blue aura. She places her hand on the crystal. Little drops of water start forming deep inside it. Soon after, the system shouts 2000 power and water element, shocking everyone. Tadano says those are the highest scores all year. The blue-haired girl stands looking super proud, while her classmates heavily praise her. Stunned, our MC can barely believe a totally basic tier from his era is considered the absolute peak right now. Smiling, Mizuha feels this is the true power of her fancy bloodline. Looking away, Ikikami hates seeing her arrogant face. Hearing his name called, the protagonist gets pretty worried. While the MC walks up to the device, students trade looks, and someone whispers he is always ranked among the absolute worst. The redhead adds that the kid aces written exams, but completely faceplants when it comes to actual practice. Now pay attention here, because this bully is fully expecting our guy to just brutally embarrass himself. Super curious, the girl wants to quickly find out the protagonist's actual magic level. Assuming there is 0 chance he beats hers, Minato stops at the machine. Tense, he debates faking it while feeling their heavy stares. Taking a deep breath, he places his hand flat on the crystal. At that exact second, crazy multicolored energy explodes absolutely everywhere. Flashing a tiny smirk, the MC decides to unleash his power, just testing if this junk can handle the ultimate magic progenitor. A ridiculously insane amount of energy starts gathering right there. Suddenly, a blinding light shoots up, lighting up the entire castle. Students feel this insane pressure. Totally baffled, Mizuha gasps out loud, seeing the numbers just glitching upwards. A massive crack appears, and a huge pillar of pure light erupts straight into the sky. Emitting way too much energy, boom, an explosion echoes. Stunned students watch the crystal completely shatter into pieces. Standing in the dust, our guy is shocked the machine broke without even using his full strength. Staring at his floored classmates, Ikikami seriously wonders if any of them even felt that insane god-tier power. Running to the grounded students, the teacher asks if everyone is safe. Reaching the MC, he asks if he got hurt. But our protagonist just smiles, saying he got super lucky despite standing dead center in that giant explosion. So what do you and I take from this? The clueless teacher thinks it's a defect, but we know he's just ridiculously overpowered. Alright, stick with me, we are jumping right into the action. They still had zero clue about the new kid's actual power level. Totally clueless, our main character asks what the big deal is. The teacher explains they have a live combat training class coming up, and they need to know everyone's strength to make proper teams. Over on the side, Tadano was wiping his sweat when the teacher asked if his squad would take an extra guy. But the bully and his goons just glared at our boy. Still, a totally fake smile crept onto the redhead's face. Standing up, Tadano said they would be absolutely thrilled to have him. The clueless teacher smiled, saying he knew he could always count on him. Getting right in Minato's face, the redhead sneered that he had been waiting for this. Meanwhile, the old city of Shibuya remained totally wrecked. Monsters were still roaming the zones destroyed by the great catastrophe. Now totally abandoned, cops and mages patrolled the area clearing out beasts, and the students had to go help out. The teacher claimed most of the targets were wiped out already, so it should be a total walk in the park. Standing with the class, our guy was shocked the academy actually did live battles. Now pay attention here. He doubted these rookies could handle real monsters, then suddenly realized this was the exact same spot from last night. Even though he wiped out the beasts back then, leftover magic was everywhere. No new disaster warnings, yet the freaks kept showing up anyway. Looking way too confident, a girl challenged her classmate to a contest. Minato was just stunned by how reckless these kids were about real deadly combat. Letting out a heavy sigh, Misuja turned and gave him a suspicious glare. Then the teacher waved his hand, kicking off the practical lesson and telling everyone to stick to their assigned teams out there. Right at that moment, somebody called out to him. Meanwhile, our guy leaned back against a ruined wall, sporting a cocky, somewhat malicious smirk. Tadano sneered that nobody was around to interrupt, promising zero mercy this time, but Ikikami just took a deep breath and completely kept his cool. Minato casually said to just ignore him if he was bothered. Furious, the redhead screamed that nobody gave him permission to speak. Boiling with rage, Tadano demanded to know why Misuja even looked at a weakling. Totally confused, our guy asked if the bully actually had a crush on her. That made the redhead completely lose his mind with pure rage, but Minato just brushed him off as he yelled and called him a bastard. Powering up his magic, the redhead claimed our boy just signed his own death warrant, but Ikikami just calmly told him to knock it off. Refusing to listen, Tadano snarled that it was way too late for apologies. We both saw this coming. The main character said turn around. The bully laughed until a sudden noise hit. Glancing back, they were absolutely stunned to see a massive monster made of dark energy. Feeling its crushing aura, they completely freaked out in sheer panic. One goon screamed, asking how a demon guardian suddenly spawned right in Shibuya. Terrified, they doubted Tadano could even scratch it, but he arrogantly swore he would crush it easy. Firing up, the redhead blasted flames at the beast while his boys cheered. But when the smoke cleared, it was super obvious the monster took absolutely zero damage. Seeing that, the redhead forced a super stiff smile, shaking in his boots. Our boy knew nobody there stood a chance against a first-class demon guardian. The beast took one step forward and the students started shaking. Tadano hit the dirt in disbelief as its massive shadow swallowed them, terrified he was totally dead meat. The guardian swiped its giant claws, but something suddenly stopped the attack cold. It was Minato standing right there, rocking a completely chill expression. The monster remembered that crazy wave of energy piercing its body and blood spraying everywhere. A second later, the beast was sent flying backward. Our guy smirked, saying it was pretty obvious the beast already knew who was boss. The creature literally shivered at his aura. Magic circles popped up as it tried to cast, but then our boy activated his own spell. Shocked, Tadano yelled that Minato could never win, and it was game over. Using dual ranks, the monster unleashed a rock shatter move, hurling a giant boulder right at them. But our guy just smiled. A basic first-rank fire arrow shot into the rock, triggering a massive explosion that instantly vaped the creature. The terrified kids took cover while Minato watched. Opening their eyes, they saw something absolutely insane. Tadano could not believe he soloed the Guardian. Seeing the crystal drop, Minato realized these beasts absolutely shouldn't be here. They went extinct 50 years ago. Makes you and me wonder what wild disaster is coming next. All right, stick with me. You will see how he decides to save everyone from this complete disaster. Meanwhile, this jealous bully just could not accept that his classmate killed a demon guard. Right then, we see Misuja hiding, watching everything go down without hesitating. She was the very first to use magic, summoning these sick water discs that sliced the magic beast's legs clean off. Seeing that, her classmates were completely speechless, mostly because they expected exactly that from her. Annoyed. She honestly wondered how anyone could be surprised by such basic-level magic. Still, she arrogantly crossed her arms, only worried about the civilians while secretly, deep down, totally believing she was crazy talented. Next, we spot the bullies next to our main character. Tadano threw his arms wide to get attention. Super curious, Misuja waved at her friends and said she needed to step away momentarily. Peeking at the bullies in the corner, she saw them totally harassing her classmate. She absolutely could not allow that. Leaning out again, her eyes went wide at the demon guard. She ducked back fast. Her heart was totally pounding. Unable to fight alone, she shook with fear but stepped up with rich girl pride. Reaching out, she screamed for them to run. Now watch this closely. A massive wave of fire just blew right past her, forcing her to cover up instantly. But seriously, fire was all she could see. That is when it hit her. The one who cast that crazy magic was our main character. Super confused, Misuja tried processing what just happened. Looking at his old shy self versus this new confidence, he seemed like a completely different guy. Seeing how serious he looked, she realized he literally beat an elite demon guard without spells. Their power level and rank completely depend on their crystals. The hierarchy is obvious. At the bottom are 1 crystal magic beasts. Right above those guys are the magic guards, easily identified by an extra crystal right on their chest. Then come the actual demons, rocking 1 chest crystal and 2 more sitting on their shoulders. Right after that are the supreme demons, packing 4 crystals spread all over their bodies. The next tier up has 5 stones, and sitting at the absolute top of the food chain is the demon god, completely decked out with 6 crystals. Every single creature has a fixed number of active levels, which is literally basic knowledge for any modern mage. Watching from the corner, Misuja figured you would need at least 3rd-tier magic to take down a demon guard. But then she watches Minato walk right up to the beast, telling it he has a super weird hobby. Peeking out with one hand against the wall, Misuja asked him exactly how he knew. The main character basically replied that any mage would notice. For a hot second, the two of them just stared at each other in silence. Let that sink in for a second. Closing his eyes, Minato casually asked if she could not feel his magic. Chasing after him, Misuja told him to stop right there and demanded an explanation. Next, we see Minato on a rooftop. Relieved that he finally shook the girl off, he looked around and decided to check for any nearby monsters. Instantly, his senses picked up 5 dark energy sources nearby. No demon guards, but a ton of magic beasts were still roaming the area. Seeing this, Minato seriously doubted the students, even with Tadano's level. To wipe out the Shibuya threat, he used his magic, launching 2nd-tier projectiles all across the city. Feeling that insane energy, the students were totally stunned. Surrounded by beasts, they realized they could not beat so many. In all the chaos, a rapid blast instantly wiped out a monster, attacking a random girl. As the projectiles rained down everywhere, Minato figured everything was under control. The creatures started dropping one by one, totally taking the pressure off the exhausted students. Seeing the results, he realized he overdid it. He almost wiped out everyone. He admitted he should have held back since it was just a lesson. Then he flew over, confirming nobody was near. He then landed in a random alleyway right next to a dead magic beast. Thinking he did not need to hide his huge power, but getting attention brings trouble. Shortly after, the teacher and students examined the dead monster. The guy stood up, totally shocked to see that a massive pack of them was still there. Looking way closer at the body, he realized the creature had been completely destroyed in a single, devastating hit. Something only a ridiculously skilled fighter could actually pull off. Plus, looking deeper into the alley, he realized he had never seen a spell spawn so many projectiles without elements. So he concluded that without that crazy intervention, they would be cooked, since the students could never fight that many enemies. Totally shocked, the students asked why so many beasts were still there if they could be killed earlier. "You and I get it," the embarrassed teacher quickly bowed and apologized. "All right guys, you and I are jumping right in." The teacher said the cops should have handled it, apologizing that the kids were endangered. Hearing that, the students just looked at each other, totally annoyed. Super hyped, the girl asked who saved them. Thinking about it, the teacher admitted he had zero clue. She really wanted to thank him. The guy figured since he was not a cop or an official mage, he was totally a rogue. He deserved massive props, making our protagonist smile. While the kids freaked out over the epic magic in the rubble, Minato noticed nobody was actually hurt. Tadano was raging hard, but mostly relieved that neither the bully nor his goons got wrecked. Meanwhile, Misuja suddenly remembered that he absolutely flattened an elite demon guard. Recalling her own mind-blown expression, she wondered if that insane amount of magic power also came straight from him. Then, remembering how she stared at the sky in pure disbelief, she realized nobody could use both fire magic and non-elemental magic at once. Since no student had dual types, Misuja brushed it off. In her head, that non-elemental magic definitely belonged to somebody else. Still staring right at her classmate, the girl kept questioning who he really was to casually destroy a literal demon guard. Right then, the blonde kid chimed in, guessing those crazy laser beams were totally the main character doing his thing. Tadano snapped back saying that was literally impossible, but the kid argued, reminding him the class outcast just defeated a freaking demon guard. Furious. "Now pay attention because things get wild." The bully told his buddy to shut up or get wrecked. Something was not adding up here. The redhead insisted no quiet kid could be that overpowered, straight up accusing our boy of hiding some massive secret. Meanwhile, his goons were totally weirded out by the bully acting so explosive. Consumed by pure rage, Tadano declared Minato was cheating and promised to expose him. Right after class, Ikikami was just walking through town when academy students completely surrounded him. Then the redhead stepped up, blocking every single exit, and started talking trash. Keeping completely chill, our hero suggested they should be practicing their magic instead of wasting time out here. That comeback only made the bully rage even harder, yelling that he was a total liar again. Realizing arguing was a total waste of breath, our boy tried leaving, but Tadano stopped him, smugly saying at least he did not try running away. Then our hero fired back that he had zero reason to run. The redhead barked that he could not just act invincible, immediately launching himself right at our main guy, who literally just stood there staring without casting a single spell. The whole squad attacked too, super confident he would not even react in time. But their strikes did absolutely nothing because an auto magic barrier popped up to protect him, while these clowns thought he was already totally finished. Before the brawl could get worse. Let us be real, we all absolutely hate this guy. Misuja stepped up, firmly calling out their toxic Magic Academy behavior and told them to back off after roasting his unhinged attitude. She grabbed our hero by the hand and dragged him away, leaving Tadano completely stunned watching them leave. Even so, the toxic bully still blamed the quiet kid for everything. Driven entirely by desperation, the redhead decided to use magic outside of school. Determined to delete Minato, sending the girl into an absolute panic. Instantly, Tadano and his goons recklessly unleashed a massive attack on our boy, who just watched without reacting, while his friend desperately ran over to shield him. But it was too late and flames quickly swallowed them whole, yet to everyone's massive shock, the girl was not even scratched. Totally convinced he finally took out the protagonist, the redhead bragged that nobody could ever survive that kind of crazy firepower. But with everyone stunned in the smoke, our boy casually said he ignored it all because it was just childish. However, he declared that things had definitely gone way too far, and only strict discipline could fix this kind of trash behavior. Finally, he announced it was punishment time. Hearing that, Tadano literally could not believe his eyes when he realized he was alive. Right after that, Minato said the redhead endangered not just him, but the girl too. Furious, the unhinged bully screamed it was their fault for always looking down on him. With another reckless blast, Tadano fired up his magic and screamed he would keep attacking until the hero was dead. In response, our guy simply raised his index finger. In that exact moment, a tiny magic circle appeared before him. Then the delinquent started cracking up, mocking how pathetic the spell looked and asking if he was seriously trying. "Trust me, you are not ready for this payback," they yelled. Minato would die and launched flames. "Alright, stick with me here." Our MC just casually triggers a magic drain from his fingertip, and bam, fast-moving vines shoot out everywhere. Within seconds, the bullies are caught, completely losing all feeling in their legs. The circle and plants light up, knocking every single one of them out cold. By draining just a tiny bit of magic, he totally immobilizes Tadano, hoping this little beatdown teaches these guys a serious lesson. Misuja stands there, eyes wide open, totally clueless about what kind of magic this is and why everyone suddenly blacked out. Just as Minato gets ready to dip out, she jumps up and tells him to wait. She's super curious about his magic. She interrogates him, what does that spell do? Had he mastered magic way before today? And the big question, who exactly is he really? He just looks away, knowing explaining all this would be a massive headache. But Minato coldly replies she should have asked something else entirely, making her feel super awkward. She thanks him for the save, but keeps demanding answers. Then she realizes he straight up vanished. Annoyed, she wonders where he went as night falls, a full moon lighting up old Shibuya. Minato suddenly appears floating inside a glowing magic circle, but once he stabilizes himself, he instantly realizes something is seriously wrong here. Now watch closely, those defeated magic beasts and that demon guardian, they are fully back from the dead. Minato figures out that while he can handle Shibuya, this massive threat is spreading way past anything the local cops can control. Remembering how the cops literally trembled at Tadano's summon just proves to him this generation of mages is totally pathetic. That's when reality hits hard. He cannot solo every single demon across Japan by himself. Impossible. He needs a smart strategy fast, so he decides to clear areas slowly, staying completely off the radar. Nearby, Minato overhears some drunk guy mumbling, completely clueless about the terrifying monster sneaking up right behind him. Right before the creature attacks him, our boy steps in, drops it, and vanishes. Spooked and totally confused, the drunk dude just convinces himself the whole crazy thing was his imagination. Watching from afar, Minato confirms the civilian saw absolutely nothing. Satisfied, he uses magic to move on. But wait, some blonde kid caught everything on his phone, smiling because he just bagged pure viral internet gold. His screen flashes the video preview, along with a seriously hyped-up comment. The next day, students stand at the principal's desk. The teacher looks super worried and annoyed. "I know what you're thinking, busted." The teacher brings up reports of illegal magic use outside school, which means massive trouble for everyone involved. While others panic, the MC and Misuja stay completely chill. They're asked to explain what actually went down. Interestingly, that redhead bully immediately points fingers at Minato. He lies, claiming he never used magic and that our guy started the whole fight. Minato is honestly stunned, wondering how this dude can lie so smoothly under pressure. Seeing the principal and teacher waiting for answers, our boy realizes he can't just stay quiet about this anymore. But before he even opens his mouth, someone yells that it's all a fat lie. Everyone is shocked and angry. It's Misuja. She screams that the bully jumped Minato first with magic. Talk about a plot twist. The teacher asks if Minato used magic too. She claims self-defense, swearing her friend is innocent, which leaves Tadano absolutely mind-blown. He tries protesting, but she straight up shuts him down. Furious, Misuja rips into the bully for framing an innocent guy. The redhead snaps back, saying Minato doesn't belong and should be permanently expelled. Without missing a beat, she claps back firmly. He is the one who doesn't belong here. The dude starts flexing his top-tier grades, bragging that no one else is on her level but him. As he keeps pushing it, Misuja steps back, asking what they're even talking about. Tadano desperately tries convincing her that a weakling like Minato could never protect her. Then he gets desperate and literally asks her out. She brutally rejects him without hesitation, telling him to keep dreaming. The bully is speechless. She clearly explains she'd never ever date a gross school bully. You and I both know it, enjoying cruelty and picking awful timing. A totally epic fail. Stick with me, you are about to watch the redhead completely collapse, while our girl just watches with pure pity. The principal totally drops the hammer, blaming the bully and his entire squad. He makes it crystal clear, magic was strictly for self-defense here. He basically says the academy doesn't need selfish jerks and expels the whole crew. The expelled kids totally freak out, crying that they were just following orders. Then the teacher dismisses everyone else, quickly apologizing for the whole crazy mess. Out in the hallway, Misuha says she hasn't been this furious in forever. She literally calls their behavior straight up disgusting. Our guy casually asks what happens to them now. She explains they can never become real mages. Still hyped up, she asks Minato how he stayed so quiet. He says he was about to speak, but she totally interrupted him, leaving her super confused. Thinking back to all the other times Misuha helped him out, he realizes she has literally always had his back. Without even overthinking it. He just praises her out loud. She gets super flushed and tells him to never say that again. Now totally alone. Our MC thinks about his crazy reincarnation into this dead kid's body. Was it the bullying or just some totally random accident? Ultimately, he accepts he might never know the real truth, but he figures the guilty guy's already paid the price. Later, the academy staff discusses that wild off-campus magic incident, confirming absolutely nobody got seriously hurt. Turns out Misuha was totally involved, but they sweep it under the rug since her rich dad is still investing. Meanwhile, the student rumor mill goes absolutely crazy. Everyone is talking about Ikikami's insane, off-the-chart strength. Some even wonder if he is actually stronger than the elite veteran mages. Now watch closely, this is exactly where they decide to expose our hero's true power level. Meanwhile, Ikikami wonders how long this fake peace will actually last. The students watch some weird video of a hooded mage, but he totally ignores it. The teacher calls Minato up, making everyone in the room super curious. Right after, the teacher announces a brand new magic test for anyone who failed before. Misuha is super hyped, thinking she will finally see his real skills. Suddenly, the whole class gets totally shocked. Ruka just pulled up out of nowhere to watch closely. She makes it obvious she wants to judge Ikikami herself, which makes Misuha even more suspicious about why she is here. Terrified of another disaster, Minato carefully holds back his mana, touching the crystal. But the numbers skyrocket fast and he stops it perfectly. After getting the data, the teacher asks if he is all right. He announces the results, calling the test a total success. But he reveals Ikikami has 0 magic elements, leaving Misuha and everyone else in pure disbelief. You and I know he's faking, right? But the school buys his pathetic score of 100, calling him incredibly weak. At that exact moment, Ryujin wonders if this is actually the same guy rumored to have soloed a bunch of dangerous thugs. Totally disappointed, Ruka tells her friend they should bounce, saying she didn't find anything special. Meanwhile, 2 students keep roasting our MC for being the absolute weakest guy around. The teacher tries cheering Minato up, basically telling him not to stress because raw magic power is not everything in life. Still, Misuha finds the whole result super weird. She knows his actual power is way beyond that pathetic number. Ikikami acts tired but secretly celebrates faking his power perfectly. Fixing his uniform, Minato admits holding back that much strength is completely exhausting. Walking a bit with Misuha, our boy casually asks why she was hanging around the testing area. Before she could answer, somebody blocked their path and firmly told them to stop. It was Ruka and Ryujin. With zero patience, Minato asks who they are. Ruka steps forward, introducing herself alongside Ryujin. With zero interest, Minato asks what they want. The girl steps up and coldly dismisses him. Misuha flinched. Ruka asked her sister if she couldn't beat the criminals alone. Getting no answer, she mentions a pathetic 100-point guy saved her. Looking super shy, Misuha confirms it is totally true. Ruka asks if Misuha is honestly still inferior to her in academics, sports, and raw magic. The question makes our girl incredibly nervous. Then she feels this heavy, silent pressure when Ruka literally tells her to drop out. So what do you and I make of this toxic sister? She always crushed her sibling at school, never losing a single training match. Let's dive in. Ruka clearly had way more mana and superior magic. After every single win, she'd just ditch Misuga. Ruka coldly claimed her little sister had zero talent, saying one strong family rep was totally enough. Misuga tried to protest, but Ruka brutally cut her off, demanding she pay attention. The poor girl was literally shaking, holding back tears. Even then, Ruka heartlessly asked if she understood the harsh reality. Defeated, Misuga gripped her skirt hem and hung her head. Right then, Minato stepped up, calling out her insane arrogance. Ruka snapped back, demanding what he just said. Minato straight up accused Ruka of silencing everyone. She fired back that it was strict family business, meaning his outsider opinion didn't matter at all. Our main guy fired back this wasn't a real conversation, just a toxic order in disguise. Hearing that, Ruka completely lost it, calling him a bastard. Losing patience, Minato told her to stop forcing her lifestyle. Our MC claimed she had zero proof, but Ruka argued Misuha was talentless and had literally never beaten her once. Suffering in total silence, the little sister sadly agreed. She remembered those old days, confidently bragging about her talent. Back then, she thought she had everything. But now, Misuja could only hang her head and cry, never managing to surpass her sister. But watch closely here, Minato suddenly declares his friend will actually win. She was completely shook, totally confused. Super confused, Ruka asked our MC if he was seriously claiming her weak sister would win. Oozing confidence, Minato told the girl that maybe not right this second, but it would definitely happen later. So Ruka challenged them to a duel in 2 weeks. Smiling, Minato asked for a 2-on-2 magical brawl. Acting all smug, Ruka asked our protagonist if he was gonna run after talking so much trash. Playing along, our main guy promised he would be there. Minato stood his ground completely, stating he was fully ready to fight. Right after that, he asked Misa what her move was, leaving the girl visibly nervous. She hesitated for a second, then suddenly screamed that she would join the battle. Looking hyped, Minato declared the whole thing was decided. Then our MC laid down the stakes. If they win, Ruka stops messing with everyone's lives. Ruka totally scoffed, betting her sister leaves the academy if she loses. Later on the roof, Misuja desperately begged him to be her mentor. Hearing that wild request, Minato let out a heavy sigh. He expected literally anything else. Trying to dodge, he claimed he was the weakest mage, with a mana level barely over 100. We all saw this coming, right? Misuja calmly called him out for hiding his true power, shocking him. Looking pretty awkward, Misuha explained she only took the bet because she believed he knew a secret way to get stronger. Minato looked away, realizing extreme people like her always go all out, which perfectly explained why she had pushed for a duel. Suddenly, Misuha dropped into a full bow, literally begging him to be her teacher. So Ikikami just sighed and agreed. Hearing that yes, the girl was stunned, thinking he'd definitely reject her. Our protagonist strictly told Misuha she had to follow his training exactly as he taught it. He cracked a smile, realizing there was no way to reject someone with that much raw determination. Turning back around, Minato told her they were starting today, already having the absolute perfect training spot in his head. Super embarrassed, Misuja offered up her place. The scene cuts to her house and wow, the crib was absolutely massive. While warming up, Misuja panicked, remembering it was her first time having a guy over. She quickly looked away, playing it cool. Then Minato stopped checking out the place and said it was time to start, calling her Yuika. Misuja quickly asked why he used her first name. Looking a bit baffled, he explained that since her whole family shared a last name, this was easier. Hearing that, Masuja looked down. The MC offered to change it, but she immediately refused, flashed a cute smile, and started training. Our MC asked Masuja to explain magic power. She said it was internal energy used for magic. After hearing the girl's textbook breakdown, he asked if pure intention could actually increase magical power. Still smiling, Masuja confidently stated that was impossible, since birth limits were hard-locked and totally stopped growing with age. Finishing up, she proudly asked if her explanation wasn't completely perfect. Unfazed, our guy denied everything. Tearing up, she asked how that was even possible. He was honestly mind-blown by modern mage's ignorance. So what do we learn? Magic exists in nature, and pure intention absolutely boosts mana. Alright, you and I are diving into something wild. Shocked, she screamed it was impossible, claiming magic science was way more advanced. Calmly, Minato just closed his eyes, promising to explain absolutely everything. Then he told Masuja to let her mana flow naturally, since feeling that core power means true strength. He guided her by wrapping them both in pure mana. A second later, our guy released a massive energy burst. That mana flooded the whole area. Masuja suddenly shrieked out loud, totally freaked out as some weird sensation completely took over her body. Glancing at our boy, she heard him calmly state that this was magic perception. Shaking, Masuja asked if this was his true hidden power. Minato nodded, explaining that this technique lets you actually sense raw mana in nature. She smirked confidently, swearing she could handle it. Intrigued, Minato realized it only worked because he guided the mana flow. Honestly, Masuja had zero natural talent for this stuff. Fast forward a whole week. Pretty soon, Masuja is yelling in pure frustration, whining that literally nothing was working out. And Minato, he looked totally wiped out. Because even after a full week of intense training, this girl still could not grasp the basic fundamentals of magic. Now watch closely, this is where it gets good. Masuja looked totally nervous when he offered to guide her magic flow again, gently placing his hand right back on her spine. After a short while, the girl finally opened her eyes. They went super wide in pure, absolute shock. Masuja screamed out that she could see absolutely everything, smiling at the mana particles floating everywhere. Staring down at her own hands, she could barely believe she was actually witnessing real magic. Then she quickly looked at Minato to check his mana. Staring hard, she did not see a massive amount and got confused by how subtle it looked. Then our guy actually made her blush by dropping a random compliment. Thinking about how to practically use magic, he explained that right after sensing the mana. She had to learn control, always watching her output limit. Minato stated her main goal was simply using that energy in the most efficient way possible. He mentioned that if she drained her mana pool, it would naturally recover and even expand over time. So our guy figured that since she could finally feel the mana, controlling it should be a breeze now. Following that, he asked how this changed her view on what people usually thought about magic and if she could truly accept it. Suddenly, Masuja cut him right off, swearing she trusted him completely. Minato just smiled, deciding to move on, and told her to get ready to fight. Then our guy took off his coat and dared the girl to attack him. She instantly jumped back, totally hyped to show off her skills. Right after that, she formed these rapid water discs and blasted them at Minato, but he just casually threw up a shield and blocked everything. Masuja was absolutely stunned by how fast her magic failed. Dropping the shield, he explained it was a non-elemental magic barrier. Basically, if she could not smash it, she would never defeat Ruka. Masuja fired up her magic again immediately, complaining that this was just completely ridiculous. While her relentless attacks kept getting blocked, Minato yelled at her to never stop moving. You and I know anime logic, stop attacking a mage and it is game over. He explained exactly that right as she formed another magic circle. Soon enough, she just collapsed straight onto the floor, totally out of gas. Minato tossed a blanket over her and declared it was his turn. Next, the protagonist explained that by mastering mana control, she would not even need spoken chants. Then he whipped up some fire magic, demonstrating exactly how Masuja cast her spells. Right after, he did the exact same spell but in his own style. Masuja watched closely, guessing his mana was actually scattering around. Our protagonist confirmed it. He explained that mastering control means you can cast completely without words, leaving the girl absolutely mind-blown by the crazy revelation. So he suggested she start shortening her chants first, noting that once her mana control hit peak levels, she could drop those words entirely. Monsieur looked deep in thought, asking if that would actually make her any stronger. He instantly turned around and said yes, that is exactly how this works, jokingly adding they should start by scaring her first. Then Minato reached his hand out, telling her to act like she was literally standing at death's door. It left the girl in pure panic seeing the intense state he was in. With Monsieur sprawled on the ground, Minato reminded her this brutal training was a daily requirement. The scene suddenly shifts over to Haruko. Wrapped in a cloak, our guy realized monsters were everywhere here, and no matter how many they wiped out, the horde never actually shrank. Sensing something totally off, he spun around and saw this massive creature lunging straight at a girl. So without a second thought, he dashed over and ripped the monster's head off in one clean hit. Standing over the beast, he asked if she was okay, but got silence. "Trust me, you will want to see what happens next." "Let's dive right into this." Instead, she whipped out her phone to record but totally missed Minato on camera. And right after that, boom, he launched straight up into the air. Pulling his hood up, our guy looked super annoyed. He totally didn't expect her to just start filming him without thinking. Mid-air, he made a mental note, definitely wearing a mask next time. Cut to the next morning. During training, Misuja wiped out again, totally gasping for air after a brutal, crazy, exhausting session. Standing right over her, Minato felt the pressure. The big magic competition was literally days away, and despite all her wild progress, it just wasn't enough. Watching her, he knew she was totally pushing way past her absolute limits. When he flat out told her she could quit, Monsieur bit her lip hard. Stood up and confessed she was always compared to her sister. Since she could never win, she used to just give up on everything. But screaming at the top of her lungs, she swore she would never quit magic because of her. Minato stayed super chill, warning her she would still lose like this. But even totally drained, Misuja begged him to push her way harder. Hearing that fire, he smirked and agreed zero holdbacks. The girl smiled right back, dropping into a fierce combat stance. He gave her a super quick breakdown of the spell process, and immediately after that, Misuja launched another attack. By nighttime, he literally had to carry her exhausted self all the way home. The very next day, Minato smiled as his student actually nailed it. Misuja flopped onto the ground, hyping up her own massive progress. He threw her some more praise, and she just beamed with a smile hearing those words. Now pay attention, because the big competition day finally arrived. Looking around, Minato was honestly shocked to find something totally crazy. A massive, hyped-up crowd was swarming the entrance. Reporters swarmed them, begging for some trash talk before the big duel. Walking alongside Misuja, he definitely felt all those eyes watching. She figured everyone just loved messy family drama, but Minato, he sensed the heavy vibe of magic nobility. We cut to the actual arena. He thought this hype was way over the top, but Misuja explained magic duels are huge, rare events. Hearing that, he just shot her this hilariously annoyed glare. When their names dropped over the speakers, Misuja jumped, practically vibrating with nerves. Minato just smiled, telling her to absolutely crush it out there. Caught totally off guard by his support, she stared blankly, then gave a confident smile. Then Monsieur strutted right up to the arena. As she walked, she secretly thought Minato was amazing. Bam face to face with her sister Ruka. Looking low-key annoyed, Ruka seemed shocked the kid didn't bail. Misuja just glared right at her rival. Super chill, Ruka asked if she actually thought she would win, crossing her arms waiting. Totally fired up, Misuja boldly declared she would take the win. Ruka just fired back a toxic, sarcastic smirk. Feeling her sister's insane aura, Misuja tensed up, terrified by the huge power gap. Yeah, but she smiled, refusing to back down. "You are going to want to see this," the announcer yelled. "Start." Misuja jumped back, instantly whipping up a glowing magic circle. Ruka moved too, chanting her spell fast. Minato realized Ruka had the basics down perfect, while Monsieur was rusty. They locked on. Monsieur fired a water disc, but Ruka literally mirrored the exact same spell. The attacks slammed together, kicking off an epic, explosive clash. Misu blocked the hit and was honestly shocked. She actually matched her sister's raw magic power, something she completely thought was impossible right then. Ruka looked super annoyed. She coldly told her sister that compared to her past garbage, this was actually a decent success. Crazy enough, that backhanded compliment made Misuja light up with joy. Catching that happy vibe, Ruka arrogantly demanded to know why she was smiling. She snapped that it was not praise, literally just a comparison. Shaping her aura again, she decided to crank her attack level way up. Misu reacted fast, spinning up the exact same spell type. A second later, Ruka unleashed a Tier 2 water blast. The massive wave smashed into Misuja, backing her into a corner and dropping her right near the judge. Watching closely, Minato realized Misu had way better technique, but Ruka's raw, unhinged power was just way too much to handle. Strolling up to the edge, Ruka coldly called Minato out, trashing him for not even helping his own student. But our guy just smirked, saying there was zero reason to step in. Ruka looked totally and completely confused. Shaking like crazy, Misuja slowly forced herself up. Acting fake worried, Ruka called her an idiot, bragging about hitting her with second-tier magic. But looking dead in her eyes, Misuja confidently swore she absolutely would not lose to her. Reaching out, she screamed she might fail at anything else, and that is exactly where we leave it today. Alright, stick with me here, because all she had left was magic, but she refused to quit, dropping an incredibly short spell to form a magic circle. Ruka totally did the exact same thing, bringing out second-level magic again. The two massive forces immediately started clashing dead center in the arena. Misuha's body actually stopped shaking, and she clearly had zero intention of backing down. But even with all that insane willpower, it just wasn't enough to stop her from collapsing straight to the dirt. A second later, Ruka was declared the winner with total arrogance. Meanwhile, Misuha just stayed on the floor shaking, fully aware she totally lost. Seeing her totally crushed like that, Minato figured this whole competition just came down to raw magic output. Whoever coordinated their power best completely decided the final outcome. Then the host got pretty annoyed hearing Ruka loudly declare that it was painfully obvious Misuha had zero talent. Our guy finally started standing up, basically agreeing with those harsh words. Misuha felt her chest totally tighten when he literally called her super clumsy. He said she didn't grasp the core mechanics and put on a bad performance, but then he smiled, adding she actually had serious perseverance. That totally caught her off guard while she sat on the floor. Standing right in front of Ruka, our main character announced to the whole crowd that despite her losing, he honestly liked people exactly like Misuha. Hearing those words, the poor girl started bawling and violently shaking all over again. Right then, Minato officially declared Misuha was his student, and he absolutely wouldn't let anyone trash talk her. After that epic flex, she cried even harder. Ruka got super irritated, saying it was a massive honor for someone whose magic level barely reached 100. Minato got totally serious and warned her that this exact mage would eventually defeat her. Glaring at him with pure disgust, Ruka replied it wasn't his first time acting cocky. She bluntly told him she wouldn't even be his opponent. Out of nowhere, Ryuju showed up with a massive smirk, super hyped realizing it was finally his turn. Walking off the battlefield, Ruka told him to wrap this up super fast. Meanwhile, our boy was literally carrying his student in his arms. After sitting her in the stands, he turned toward the arena. Now pay close attention here, because he asked her to watch closely. Misuha replied looking totally confused, but a second later she realized the nasty wound on her hand was completely gone, along with all her pain and bruises. Then Minato stepped straight into the arena, totally planning to hold back his own power so he wouldn't draw crazy attention. He skipped using elements or spells, but remembered one unshielded direct hit could actually be fatal. Thinking about that, he smirked, admitting these conditions were definitely a little concerning. Down in the arena, Ryuju taunted our hero, promising not to hold back, but the main character said he totally would. Up in the stands, mocking students screamed, begging Ryuju to show a little mercy. Ryuju geared up to fight while our guy clocked his power level at 8,000, totally manageable. So our hero figured since his own level was capped at 100, A single mistake could be completely fatal. Soon enough, they were both hyped for an insane clash. A huge shout echoed, kicking off the second duel. Ryuju started casting with zero plans to spare his opponent, rapidly charging up massive power while trash-talking, asking if our guy actually had real combat experience. Then, this punk decided to test him with one single hit. Now, I know what you're thinking, but wait till you see how he handles this arrogant flex. Boom, a magic attack instantly smacked the guy right in the head. Our boy said he was way too late, keeping his hand extended like a literal weapon. Up in the stands, all the students hyping up Ryuju were left totally speechless, having no clue if the fight was over, declaring Minato as the absolute winner. The ref called the match while our boy just stood there over his knocked-out opponent. Ruka instantly bolted over to her friend, looking absolutely stunned. She realized Ryuju got knocked out cold with a single hit and zero spell casting. She was literally wondering what kind of crazy cheat code that was. Right at that moment, Minato strolled past her, hands totally stuffed in his pockets, casually saying he finished it fast just like she asked. This made Ruka absolutely lose her mind. Out of nowhere, Misuha jumped up from the bleachers, totally covered in a cold sweat, yelling that it was downright incredible. Ruka proudly lifted her head, glaring with pure disgust. She said the main character actually seemed to have some value. He just coldly asked if she was really comparing herself to him. Annoyed, Ruka snapped back at him. Sharply, the main character instantly sensed her massive magic energy, noticing she already outclassed Ryuju with 10,000 power level. A few minutes later, these two were standing face to face, totally ready for the ultimate decisive battle. The judge announced some rule changes, hyping up our boy. Trust me, you and I are definitely gonna want to see who takes this final round. Alright, stick with me, Minato smirks, Ruka locks in, and the second duel kicks off immediately. Our boy fires off a heavy magic blast, but Ruka instantly reacts and starts casting her own spell, keeping the pressure up. Minato realizes his magic output is capped at 100, so basically, if he doesn't go straight for a headshot, the damage is literally zero. But Ruka throws her hands up, guarding her head, and tanks the hit. Seeing a split-second opening, she fires back with a massive water blast that hits Minato straight on. A few seconds later, Ruka is absolutely shook. The impossible just happened. Our MC casually swiped his hand and completely deleted her entire attack. Completely baffled, she sees Minato standing there without a single scratch. Bro didn't even use magic. She's desperately trying to figure out his insane trick. Up in the stands, all the students are losing their minds, seeing Ikikami totally unfazed after taking a direct hit. Muha is just sitting there, jaw dropped, wondering what kind of crazy broken skill her teacher used. Determined to crack his secret, Ruka spams another spell right at him, but our guy could literally not care less. Without any magic, he silently dodges every attack, keeping a super chill and steady rhythm. Now watch closely, guys. Ruka is totally clueless, wondering if Minato is actually using zero magic to dodge, meanwhile watching from way back. Misya anxiously realizes that magic normally beats magic, so despite the massive power gap, the MC is actually nerfing himself to avoid putting her in any real danger. Super stressed out, Ruka knows dodging at this tier should be impossible. She actually starts wondering if this dude even knows what fear is. Locking eyes with him, she sees he's just calmly analyzing everything. A total pro move only someone with insane magic perception and crazy guts could pull off. Right after that, she suddenly starts chanting another heavy spell. She pulls out a tier 3 technique, a Sras Splash. The magic seal activates right in front of her, and a massive water explosion erupts. The whole crowd is left completely speechless by the raw power, with people screaming that Minato is totally done for if that hits him. Then boom, a huge crash. Ruka soon drops to her knees, completely exhausted. Wiping her sweat, she claims dodging that was impossible, but out of nowhere, an attack from our MC bonks her right on the head. She looks up to see an unharmed Minato pointing. She screams, asking how he survived, and he says he absorbed her magic to push through. Then, she spots her technique left massive trenches everywhere. She completely freezes up. Then, she suddenly starts laughing like a total maniac. I know what you're thinking, how did that happen? Well, she finally admits total defeat. Right after, the judge officially announces Kusanagi Minato as the winner. Our guy turns around and catches his student running up with a super genuine smile. He tells her they pulled off the win, and Misuja just flashes a sweet, soft smile. Feeling emotional, Ruka stands back up, promising to stop interfering. She makes it clear the MC is free to do whatever he wants, totally surprising Misuja with this chill new vibe. Minato doesn't reply right away, just sighing. He points out Misa's wounds are super light because Ruka totally held back, which she instantly denies, looking annoyed. Minato mentions his student leveled up crazy fast in just 2 weeks, telling Ruka to drop the overprotective sister act. Hearing this, Misuja promises to grind and get stronger so her sister stops worrying. Seeing this, Ruka finally admits she actually trusts her little sister. Vibing with the results, the MC just watches the two sisters finally make up. But suddenly he senses an absolutely massive and terrifying aura out of nowhere. Some freaky dark magic manifests, and everyone instantly realizes that something is super wrong. A single drop of cold sweat rolls down Minato's face from the heavy pressure, making everyone look straight up at the insane sky phenomenon. Our MC knows this is an absolute disaster. Meanwhile, in some empty classroom, Tadano yells at his crew to clean up their mess fast. A blonde dude holding a book replies that they only found basic school supplies in the MC's backpack. Hearing that, Tadano aggressively grits his teeth and yells, totally convinced there's some secret item hidden away. Otherwise, there's no way Minato could casually flex magic at that insane level. Suddenly, the blonde guy steps back in pure shock, asking what's happening, leaving Tadano super confused. Pure horror hits his face. The three bullies look outside. We're all seeing this crazy red sky, right? The blue-haired kid stumbles back, yelling it's fake. Meanwhile, Minato senses some crazy, sinister magic. Stick with me here. He recognized that insane power up above, expecting total disaster. The students were absolutely terrified, totally clueless about what was happening, fearing a massive catastrophe. Our main guy just stared at the sky, full of dread. He wondered why this madness started, questioning if this exact location actually triggered the whole mess. He remembered the first disaster started right here, and seriously doubted it was just a coincidence. Suddenly, portals popped up, dropping monsters that terrified fleeing students while a teacher tried keeping order. Out of nowhere, our hero's glowing power flared up, shielding a bunch of students. A bright green magic seal flashed right in front of his mouth, and he shouted for everyone to chill out. The students were completely shell-shocked. Looking super calm, Minato explained that only tiny monsters spawn at first, and everything would be totally fine as long as they all just acted carefully. He ordered a gym evacuation, warning that splitting up or staying solo was crazy dangerous. He pointed at the sisters, telling them they needed to take cover too. Misuwa then asked what her mentor would do. Minato said he was gonna rescue anyone still trapped inside the building. The teacher looked stunned, asking if he was seriously going alone, calling the move totally reckless. Ryujin jumped right into the chat, saying he would totally help out too. He mentioned that if things were exactly like Minato explained, they would be fine despite the teacher panicking. After hesitating, the guy let Ryujin go. The kid teased Minato, asking if he was literally planning to die. But our boy just shrugged like it was nothing. Then he walked up to his student, smiled, and promised he would be back super soon. While Misuwa watched him, she told him to be careful. Now pay close attention to this. Ryujin sprinted off super confident, thinking 100 meters was light work, totally doubting our hero. But looking sideways, Minato was right there using magic seals. Minato just looked at him and said he was heading out first. Ryujin could not believe it, blown away by his classmates' insane speed. At that moment, he sped up and yelled that nothing was decided yet, wanting to see the protagonist's real strength while they saved everyone. Minato eyed the school building and easily sensed dozens of magical power signatures inside. He figured there might be people without magic trapped there. Right after that, he leaped up to the roof level. Spotting an open window, he saw magical beasts grabbing students in the hallway and inside the classroom. Without holding back, Minato flew through the opening. Once inside, Minato unleashed his magic, fighting the monsters non-stop. Meanwhile, the trapped students were absolutely panicking. The main character decided to push deeper inside. Soon, a monster tried backstabbing him, but Minato coldly just raised his hand up. He triggered a magic seal right on his back, deleting the creature without hesitation. A few minutes later, Ryujin came running onto the scene shouting, asking for updates. When he burst into the room, he saw our guy standing dead center with his hands resting on his hips. He was totally surrounded by defeated monster bodies. Minato walked right past Ryujin, completely expressionless, and told him to handle evacuating the rescued people. The kid spun around hurriedly. "I know exactly what you're thinking right now." Drenched in cold sweat, he tried warning him going solo was dangerous. But turning around, Ryujin realized our hero was already gone, complaining he was just way too fast. Totally confused. The guy admitted he felt like he just became a massive burden, confessing he literally had no way to even argue against that fact. Looking at the absolute wreckage, Ryujin saw he wiped out dozens of monsters in seconds, totally questioning his real identity. Minato analyzed everything, deciding he needed to stick to low-level magic indoors to keep the students totally safe. Then our hero spotted another creature and attacked. After that, he sprinted to another classroom to save more students under heavy attack. After crushing another monster and seeing the students' relief, he realized escorting them was way too slow and planned a new move. Elsewhere, Ryujin took down a beast, demanding calm while guiding the escape. Suddenly, someone pointed upward in absolute terror, asking what that was. Looking straight up, Ryujin spotted 3 students literally floating in glowing green magic. He knew immediately it was our hero's work and questioned Minato's true identity again. Meanwhile, our boy smiled from the window, trusting Ryujin to handle things, but right after that, he felt something was seriously off. A pink-haired girl was backing up, totally frozen by fear, while massive magical beasts cornered her. Soon the girl fell into pure, absolute shock. With a shaking voice, she dropped her head and screamed for help. The very next second, a blinding light flooded the entire area. It was the protagonist, wiping out the monsters with zero effort. We both watched her stand up, completely stunned. "All right, let's jump in." She recognized that same crazy energy from the destroyed creature. After completely wrecking those beasts, Minato pulled up and asked if she was hurt. Totally blushing, the girl recognized our main guy. She excitedly asked if he actually saved her. Minato just said yep, helped her up, and confirmed she was literally mid-training. She quickly stood up, gave a deep bow, and thanked him for saving her life. With a super chill smile, Minato told her to relax since it was no big deal. Hearing that made her blush even harder. Seconds later, Ryujin sprinted up the stairs, totally out of breath, asking who needed saving next. Spotting him, our guy just hit the stairs. Leaving the girl with him, he explained she'd be perfectly safe while he kept moving. Before he dipped, the girl quickly called his name, leaving Ryujin looking super confused. Minato just blitzed ahead through the next floor. Knowing he absolutely couldn't wait for the cops, though he wondered if going solo was actually the fastest play here. Meanwhile, over at the White House, the president announced a massive disaster hit the Divine Magic Academy. Panicking leaders argued in the room, flashing back to 50 years ago and demanding answers. Trying to keep cool, the president claimed the magic elites, cops, and military were already rolling out. One guy clapped back, saying those forces were way too weak to fight these monsters. The president admitted decades of peace made their offensive power pretty pathetic. Leaving only cops and rich magic families to defend the country, frustrated, he slammed down his fist. Staring at his shaking hand, he realized if history repeated itself, Ichikami was basically going to get wiped out. Cut to a boy and girl speeding down the highway in an official car. He calmly confirmed the disaster had started, and there was absolutely zero room for mistakes. She nervously mentioned that this hadn't happened in 50 whole years. He just shrugged, saying peace never lasts forever, and he honestly saw it coming anyway. Right after, Inspector Shido explained that was exactly why they showed up. Especially since the elite Central Police Unit focused heavily on monster hunting. Then Karim promised they'd do their absolute best while keeping his eyes locked on the road. The vehicle floored it straight toward the academy, leading a whole squad of patrol cars behind. Now pay attention, guys. A news chopper broadcasted the absolute nightmare unfolding at the Divine Magic Academy. Reports said monsters had completely taken over the place and kept spawning without stopping. On the ground, news crews filmed terrified students in the gym. Outside, teachers and upperclassmen blasted magic at the invaders, perfectly coordinating their defense. Meanwhile, the whole internet watched the crazy pushback live on their phones. But escaping the academy was literally impossible with those massive numbers. One dude watching the stream told his buddy the school was super close. With no answer, pure panic hit the streets seeing creatures outside. From the sky, the streets looked totally empty, while flying creatures swarmed in every direction. Crazy enough, some edgy kids inside the school just laughed at the chaos, totally looking down on it. You feeling that anxiety? Yeah, older folks at home were watching TV, totally terrified. Right then, our boy Minato was speeding through the school floors like absolute lightning. Fully aware the entire campus was already overrun, and the disaster had officially entered its second phase. He literally crashed into classrooms to rescue all the students under attack, quickly noticing that the monsters were getting insanely buffed with every single wave. And their numbers weren't dropping. Minato figured out they'd infinitely respawn until the boss dropped. Dodging through hallways stacked with monster bodies, he realized the boss only spawns in the final wave, so their only option was surviving until then. Minato kept a dead straight face. Staying completely ice cold, he knew a disaster on this level always meant heavy casualties. Super focused, he used magic to send all the rescued kids straight to Rao. Explaining he already saved 20 people, but rescuing everyone was a huge pain since they were scattered everywhere. Then he hit the hallways running again, trying to figure out his next move. Meanwhile, Tadano was stuck in an office, aggressively spamming fire magic to push those ugly monsters back. Running on empty and totally exhausted, he admitted it was basically game over because his body couldn't even react anymore. Right in front of them, a massive demonic guardian slowly approached. "Shaiken." The blue-haired bully asked why it returned, while the blonde screamed to run. "Trust me, you'll want to see what's next." Absolutely crushed by total frustration, Tadano slammed the ground, raging about how our guy one-shots monsters. He screamed, wondering why he couldn't do the exact same thing. But stick with me here, our main character straight up dropped a truth bomb. "You are just weak." Hearing that super familiar voice, Tadano was completely stunned. When he looked up, he saw the Guardian getting totally blasted by a crazy fire attack. Only the monster's legs were left standing. The one who wrecked it, Minato, looking completely bored. After casually saving these 3 bullies, he just turned around and started walking away. Tadano was literally shaking with rage, screaming internally that the main character had saved them again. Acting purely on impulse, he chased after his savior, yelling at him to stop. Catching up to him, he desperately asked our hero why he even bothered helping them. Minato should absolutely hate their guts. Looking back over his shoulder, Minato coldly replied that he helped because he could, period. Hearing that flex, Tadano started trembling. He dropped his head, barely holding back, and asked if that was really the only reason. Suddenly, the bully completely snapped, screaming at our hero to stop acting cool. Full of pure hate, the redhead accused Minato of being pathetic and barely even able to use basic magic. Then, after a quick pause, he demanded to know when the main character got so incredibly overpowered. After another brief silence, our hero looked away. He flat out stated that Kusanagi Minato died in a car crash, getting totally reborn with some other dude's soul. Hearing that wild claim, Tadano yelled that if dying actually made someone stronger, then he should be the superior one, not some useless trash like Minato. Right then, our hero cut the bully off. Stepping way closer, he casually asked if the guy actually believed he was strong. "Now pay attention here," he explains how a fake superiority complex easily tricks you into feeling tough. Staring dead into the bully's eyes, it was super obvious Tadano was absolutely terrified to even try throwing a punch. Minato completely shut him down, repeating that an ego trip just makes you delusional about your own power. and staring right at the shaking bully, everyone knew Tadano wasn't even dreaming of starting a real fight. After dropping that reality check, he walked past the redhead, completely ignoring him. In absolute shock, the bully collapsed to the floor. Totally spiraling, he finally admitted to himself what he'd been running from. He realized his own power hadn't really grown at all since middle school. Then Tadano thought back to how he and his crew bullied other kids. He confessed he only did it to vent his own pathetic insecurities. Getting saved by Minato, the guy who used to be a total pushover, he just couldn't handle that harsh reality. Soon, his two delinquent buddies stumbled over, confused and shaken. They knew they were only breathing because of the guy they loved to humiliate. They stayed behind Tadano, totally frozen. The redhead kept crying while our main character was out there casually saving everyone from monsters. Meanwhile, a demonic guardian bossed its way into Minato's classroom. The monster crashed right in. Instantly, our boy reacted. He threw his hand forward, readying a magic attack like a literal hand cannon. He blasted at the beast, but the crazy guardian actually dodged it. Then the magic seal on our hero's hand started expanding, supercharging his raw power. You and I both knew this was coming. An absolutely massive fire blast completely deleted the monster. Seconds later, Minato casually shoved his hands in his pockets, just staring at the insane damage he caused with his own strike. Checking the streets, our guy figured there were only guardian mobs around, which meant the main boss had to be nearby. He turned to the grounded students, trying to chill them out and promise they were safe. While Ryuen clenched her teeth in pure rage, cursing Minato. She fought off multiple monsters, complaining that he totally dumped the hard work on her. Right then, the creepy creatures started moving toward the rescued girls. Noticing the danger, Ryujin dashed over and wiped out the enemies with one clean strike. After that epic save, Ryujin loudly promised to protect everyone there, asking them to follow along calmly. The students thanked them, completely relieved, but pushing forward, Ryuen got overwhelmed by monsters. Suddenly our hero popped up offering backup, making her jump out of her skin and demand he never do that again. Without even answering, Minato scoped out the battlefield. He straight up announced they weren't leaving until every single invader was dead. Hearing that insane plan, Ryan ran over, yelling that nobody could solo that many enemies. She desperately suggested finding a different way out. But at that exact second, every single monster got nuked by one absolutely devastating magic attack. When the dust settled, only Minato was left standing. The rescued students, including Ryujin, were completely mind-blown by what they just watched. After that epic flex, Minato told them to hurry. Ryujin snapped out of it, rallying everyone to run. So, you and I are definitely sticking around for the next part. Let's jump right into the madness. The students are totally scrambling for cover. A few monsters try their luck, but Minato, he drops them like it's absolutely nothing. Ryuen watches the whole thing, completely stunned by his bro's next-level, insane strength. A few minutes later, our boy is flying solo, thinking about heading back inside to snoop around. Meanwhile, the teacher and the rest of the squad are holding the line. But Misuja is totally running on fumes right now, almost collapsing right on the spot. Ruka catches her just in time. No sugarcoating here. Big Sis straight up tells her to fall back if she is just a total liability. Hearing that, Misuja instantly locks in, looking right at Ruka and saying she's not done. Just watch me, gotta respect the confidence. Right after that, she steps back up and sparks her magic. Right on cue, Ryujin pops up, shouting that he's got the rescued kids, and honestly, the teacher is totally thrilled to hear it. Ryujin hustles everyone inside and jumps right into the squad. Meanwhile, Ruka takes a quick look around and realizes everyone is completely wiped out. Then, Misuja asks where Minato is. Ryuen chills her out, saying Minato is perfectly fine and basically has totally infinite stamina. That gives her a huge wave of relief. Ryuen gets super hyped, saying our guy is a beast and they might actually survive this. Misuja agrees, getting ready for round 2. But here is where it gets crazy. Guys, the ground suddenly shakes, leaving everyone totally stunned. Panicking, the teacher yells to evacuate. Then, a massive wave of new enemies spawns. Seeing this absolute nightmare, Ryujin screams at them to run. The students immediately book it from the monster. Ruka, her sister, and Ryujin sprint like their lives depend on it. Suddenly, Misuja senses danger. At the absolute last second, the beast lunging at her gets completely blasted out of nowhere. Backup is finally here. The Central Police Department rolls up, and Inspector Shido loudly declares that the epic monster extermination is officially a go. Right after that epic entrance, the officers get in formation and start blasting with perfect teamwork. Seeing the cavalry arrive, the kids feel this massive wave of relief after surviving so long. Shido turns to the survivors, boldly hyping them up, saying they are safe now with the cops around, and orders a strict, orderly evacuation immediately. But Misuja steps right up to the front, saying they are staying to fight too. The inspector tries to argue that civilians need to leave. But she shuts him down cold. She says they aren't normal people, and Big Sis adds they are literal mages. Shido hesitates but finally accepts their help, ordering them to cover the rear. The students give a hyped yes, totally ready to throw down. Holding the defensive line, the inspector secretly admits they are super understaffed, making this backup absolutely clutch. He is super frustrated, feeling completely embarrassed for the entire police force right now. Meanwhile, Sergeant Karen is inside the school, patching up the wounded and doing her best to keep everyone chill. Our main character sees the squad cars pull up and feels relieved, realizing he can dump this mess on the cops without even breaking a sweat. He figures it makes total sense they arrived way before the self-defense forces. Since this is a massive national crisis, let that sink in for a second. He realizes with serious dread that wild stuff like this is the new normal in their unstable world. He quickly buffs himself with magic and starts zooming through the halls again, knowing there are still kids out there needing a hero. Meanwhile, back outside, the chopper reporter announces the cops are on the scene, but drops the bomb that the monster count is still multiplying fast. Right after, she says the whole public is literally begging for the magical aristocracy to arrive. The kids who thought this was just a game are now glued to the screens, praying for some heavy hitters. Older folks at home are doing the exact same, flexing that their tax dollars better buy a solution. The reporter repeats the desperate call, begging the magic elite to hurry up and save them. At the same time, the noble mage Fukin just stares out his window, strictly ordering his staff to leave him alone. The worried servant hesitates, but Fukin brushes it off, saying the cops got this. The guy leaves, and the butler asks where he will sleep. Jin completely ignores him and walks out. The butler bows anyway. Cutting back to the fight, Shalu is absolutely pushed to the limit. But he refuses to abandon his post, realizing in his head that things are going from bad to worse incredibly fast. He turns to a teammate, desperately asking if they can manage to clear all these monsters from the front entrance. And that's where we leave it. The immediate answer is a hard no, there are just too many. Stick with me here. Shalu did the math and realized these insane spawn rates were totally ruining their escape plan. The inspector knew the self-defense forces were basically just carrying the bags. That left the fancy magical nobles as their only ticket out, but they were straight up ghosting everyone. Completely stressed, Shalu screamed that nobody was coming to save them today. Even so, the academy kids went absolute goblin mode, dropping every single monster that dared to approach. Totally surrounded, he realized textbook theory was garbage right now, wondering if anyone could actually survive when the big boss finally showed up to the party. The hordes pushed forward, straight up ready to destroy absolutely everything. Then boom, a massive beam of magic blasted down from the sky, and right after, an insane, heavy aura flooded the zone. The demon boss had arrived. The impact was instant. Shalu started sweating bullets, totally paralyzed by sheer terror. The inspector stared, his mind racing. Was this absolute unit really the main boss? Ruka felt the insane pressure drop too. She knew this was an ultra-rare threat, the kind only those elite magic nobles were actually built to handle in real life. Miss Yuji, on the other hand, she was literally shaking. Beating this guy required high-level magic that absolutely nobody there possessed. Now pay attention, things get wild. The boss dashed in, spamming multiple spells straight at the entire group. Misugi caught on way too late and totally froze up. At the exact last second, Ruka jumped in front of her sister, throwing up water magic to tank the hit. That blocked some of the blast, but not nearly enough. Without even blinking, she literally used her body as a meat shield for her younger sister. The explosion wrecked Ruka, sending her screaming to the ground in total agony. When the smoke finally cleared, Misugi saw her big sister bleeding out and went into a full-blown, terrifying panic. Barely hanging on, Ruka coughed up blood and begged her sister to run. But she could not move. Misugi collapsed crying as monsters closed in, while the rest of the class completely panicked and basically dipped. Holding her shattered sister, the girl screamed her lungs out for help. Meanwhile, even brutally wounded, the cops kept trying to hold the line. Ryujin was bleeding heavily but kept swinging, completely refusing to quit the fight. Right then, the demon leader raised a hand, casually charging up a Tier 5 ultimate. Everyone instantly knew game over. Crying incredibly hard, Misugi hugged her dying sister and desperately called out for our main character. Every single second, that dark attack charged higher, making the air literally impossible to breathe. Totally out of options, the girl just started screaming her mentor's name into the void. I know exactly what you're thinking, where's our guy? Well, the boss was laughing at their pain until a familiar voice echoed through the zone, completely freezing the villain mid-attack. That massive enemy technique, completely shut down by an incredibly overpowered counter spell. He casually dropped in, apologized to her for being late, and coldly told the boss thanks for waiting. Misugi just broke down sobbing even harder, burying her face into her heavily injured sister. Minato crouched down, checked Ruka's pulse, and confirmed she was literally just knocked out. Still, the girl's condition was looking pretty rough right now. Half the class was wrecked from the blast. Seeing his students hurt like this, he snapped. He stood up sharply, glaring pure daggers at the boss. Misugi gasped, totally stunned by his incredibly dark aura. He looked back and promised her a guaranteed victory. Just hearing that alone brought the spark of hope right back to her eyes. Suddenly, a massive area heal washed over Misugi, completely fixing her and her sister. She was totally tripping, trying to process the magic. Slowly, all the banged-up students got back up. Karen watched from a distance, absolutely mind-blown by the scene. Seeing that insane tier of magic, she wondered who could even cast that. Spotting Shido collapsed nearby, she bolted over to him, completely exhausted. He gave a weak smile, saying his mana tank was totally empty, but by some absolute miracle, he was somehow still kicking. Before he could even finish the sentence, Karen screamed. The inspector forced himself up, wiping dirt off his face, admitting he was just as clueless about this crazy wild situation. Still looking right at her, he pushed past the pain, saying they had to stay focused and keep the civilians alive. Karen grabbed his arm, screaming that they were crazy, but Shido barked back that giving up literally meant a guaranteed death sentence. Right then, the sergeant started violently shaking, breaking down into tears, sobbing with a cracked voice that everything was just completely useless now. The cops were wiped out, and the literal pile of fallen officers behind them proved her right. A deep chill of fear took over Shido. While Karen dropped the brutal truth, no reinforcements were coming, and the demon leader's army had them entirely boxed in. That's where we pause. Meanwhile, the totally panicked reporter. The news broke that the entire police force got wiped out, calling this the absolute end. Let's dive in. Those three bullies from before, dead silent and terrified. The reporters screaming that magic nobles are useless and they're all gonna die. Soon enough, the old folks watching the broadcast got hit with pure panic. Because the news anchor said nobody was left to fight these demons, but honestly, the only guy still standing was Minato. Right then, the surviving cops spotted him. Karen screamed in shock, seeing a student walking straight toward the monsters, while a stressed-out Shido yelled at him to run away. Even so, Minato completely ignored the warnings, walking forward with zero hesitation toward his enemy. Completely out of patience, our main character told the demon boss he went way too far. The monster reacted by unleashing this heavy, suffocating energy, chanting faster and faster that it was gonna kill everyone. Hearing that creepy voice, the students completely froze up in fear. The leftover cops just looked down, totally unable to even move. Suddenly, a massive explosion just slammed right into the boss. That strike came from our guy telling the beast to shut up. When the smoke cleared, the monster roared, cranking its power up even higher. Magic seals popped up around the leftover beasts, and then these dark energy waves blasted out in literally every single direction. Now watch closely. Facing all that, our guy stayed totally chill, hiding his stress so nobody else would freak out. Out of nowhere, an energy wave rushed him. Shido thought he took a direct hit, but glowing magic barriers actually shielded the students. Our main character created them with his own raw power for absolute defense. At the exact same time, non-stop attacks hammered the demon boss, making the ugly beast scream in pure agony from getting hit repeatedly. Seeing this, Shido was absolutely mind-blown and stuck in place. He kept wondering who the heck this student actually was. The reporter streamed the fight, begging to get closer. Then, a sudden water attack completely smashed the camera. Miss Hai actually did that, knowing her mentor was hiding his real strength. Meanwhile, Minato did not hold back, spamming attacks at the enemy. Catching sight of this, those three students started cheering, totally confident they were getting saved. Suddenly, three magic beasts spawned right in front of them, sparking absolute panic. But before they could even flinch, Inspector Shido and Sergeant Karin wiped the creatures out with clean magic shots. Both of them yelled out they were ready to help. Who noticed their hustle and cracked a tiny smile, thinking modern cops were actually doing a pretty solid job today. Then he snapped his focus right back to raining constant hits down on the big demon boss. Out of nowhere, the beast threw its head back and roared furiously, making its energy levels spike in a seriously terrifying way. The very next second, magic seals popped up, signaling a way deadlier incoming attack. Spotting that, Shido screamed. He recognized it as level 6 magic, something strictly locked to the magic nobles. You and I both know you can't block that head on. Zero hesitation, the boss triggered the level 6 skill called Dragon Flame. The students were totally freaking out, while the reporter and cameraman literally clung to each other, completely overwhelmed by pure fear. Karin instinctively shielded a younger girl, and Shido spread his arms to cover whoever he could, even knowing it was probably completely useless. The raw power of that spell was just too much for normal shields, making the rest of the exhausted students stumble back in tears. Hugging a student tight, Karin silently prayed that everybody would actually survive this absolute mess. Taking in the whole crazy scene, Shido figured that no matter how super strong our main guy was, there was no clear way out. The only person believing in his crazy potential without zero doubt was Misoja. She looked at her mentor with zero fear, completely certain he'd get the big win. Minato lifted his head and shot the enemy this ice-cold glare, realizing that even though the guy was absolutely massive, the demon was actually super slow. He figured using level 6 magic here was just plain reckless. After reading the room, he reached out, realizing second-level magic just wouldn't cut it, but at the exact same time, he didn't want to draw away too much attention. Right after that, an insane energy wrapped around him, and 4 glowing magic seals popped up. Our guy triggered magic synthesis, casually busting out the level 4 technique known as Serpent Storm. Seeing that epic move, his student was totally blown away, validating her absolute faith in Minato. The energy quickly shape-shifted right into this massive water beast. Shido was absolutely floored, wondering if that crazy trick was seriously magic synthesis. At the exact same time, Dragon Flame morphed right into this huge fiery monster. This is where it gets wild. The two forces slammed head-on, sparking a brutal clash. The water serpent struck with perfect aim, grabbing its enemy straight by the neck. Right then, the boss just kept chanting the word kill on repeat, boosting his fiery attack's power even higher. Alright, stick with me here. Minato just let out a heavy sigh, and in one swift move, his water snake absolutely wrecked that fire snake. Right after, it lunged straight at the demon and swallowed it whole. Just like that, everything ended, super chill. Our MC figured the enemy had totally lost control right from the start, leaving behind nothing but the clear mark of his epic defeat. So Minato thought to himself, he honestly expected a much longer fight, but wow, this boss was way weaker than he actually looked. A bit later, the whole area returned to normal, and the huge threat completely vanished. With the boss defeated, our guy figured this crazy catastrophe was finally over. And right then, he decided he could finally chill out and relax. Meanwhile, the students are absolutely shook. They are looking around, wondering if they are actually safe and if Minato seriously just soloed the demon boss. But soon enough, everyone jumps up, hyping up the massive win. Even the reporter and her assistant hug it out, finally feeling completely safe. Karen steps in to comfort a student, promising her that everything is fine now and the disaster is officially over. Meanwhile, Shido stares down Kusanagi without even blinking, muttering that it is completely impossible. He wonders how a regular student could stop the whole disaster alone. Now pay attention here, even noble mages with level 6 magic got absolutely wrecked. The inspector straight up collapses, his legs giving out from pure shock. Minato walks over to his student, letting her know everything is handled. She flashes a huge smile, saying she always believed in him. A super hyped Mizuha happily thanks her awesome mentor. Then RMC warmly welcomes Yuka over, leaving both of the girls totally surprised. A crowd of students swarms him with wild praise and endless thanks. But our guy just gets totally annoyed and tells everyone to back off. Later, our MC totally regrets grabbing so much attention, just like back in his past life. He seriously hopes he will not have to deal with an annoying life now. Watching her mentor closely, the girl totally notices how irritated he got from all the crazy spotlight. The academy officially announces the disaster is over, confirming 0 deaths despite some injuries. Plus, they totally refuse to leak any details about the student who soloed the demon boss. His classmates show the crazy news to Kusanagi, who gets pretty annoyed by this savior fame, while they just tell him it is totally normal. RMC even gets promoted straight to S class. His old classmates feel super awkward, realizing they really cannot talk to him the exact same way anymore. Even so, some girls keep asking what the real secret behind his insane strength is, guessing he inherited some top-tier noble mage bloodline. Meanwhile, an S-class student spots Kusanagi looking super uncomfortable with the hype, highly doubting a student that insanely overpowered actually exists in their school. Minato's classmates quickly defend him, confirming he absolutely wrecked the demon boss alone. But the guy stays super suspicious, thinking the whole thing is way too weird. Kusanagi takes the chance to dip out, feeling massive relief escaping the crowd. You saw that coming too, right? Soon, his student finds him, flashing a cheeky smile about his struggles, and he just admits he hates being bothered. She then tells him that is totally normal. After all, he is the insanely powerful savior who literally protected the entire school. Minato remembers his student got bumped up to S-Class too. She confirms it, saying it is definitely a reward for her hard work during the massive disaster. So our guy asks if she is stoked about it. Misei says yes, but only because a very specific someone is also in that exact same class. Kusanagi remembers Ruka and asks if she is doing better. His student nods, adding that the two of them have been talking way more than before. Minato thinks that is awesome news, and Yuka is super happy too. Then she genuinely thanks our MC for everything, showing real gratitude. Out of nowhere, Kusanagi gives her a gentle head pat, making her blush hard and ask what that was for. And then our guy simply explains that he does not want her constantly thanking him forever. Mizuha just smiles warmly. Meanwhile, at a big conference, a guy finishes a global video call. They know getting back up for the next disaster is gonna be brutal, since everyone is completely overwhelmed with their own crazy plans. They chat about the wild rumors of a student beating the demon boss, pointing out how sketchy it sounds, especially since even the heavily armed police force got totally wiped out. They conclude it might be a misunderstanding, simply hoping that other nations doubt it too. They order their noble mages back immediately to start prepping for the next inevitable disaster. Up on the school rooftop, the friend group meets up. All 4 of them just look at each other in total silence for a moment. Breaking the ice, Ruka speaks up, saying she really wants to ask Kusanagi something. Looking totally determined, the girl begs him to take her on as his disciple. After a long, heavy silence, Ruka starts talking about the crazy disaster that just happened. Kusanagi actually managed to crush the demon captain and stop the entire threat. So what do we take from this? He used level 4 magic, outclassing most mages. Trust me, you will want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me here. As crazy as it sounds, Ruka actually believes Uchika, her sister, never ever lies. She says her sister has been a total angel since day one. Breaking the rules just isn't her style. Plus, someone with that much crazy potential shouldn't end up as some talentless mage. So she tells the girl to get up on her feet. She's about to get way stronger. This makes Ruka super proud. She sees how much her sister has actually grown up. Kusanaga's power completely wrecks most students. Honestly, he might even be stronger than his dad. With that in mind, she asks her friend for a huge favor. If she keeps this up, she'll hit high-tier mage status, but she needs help leveling up. Right now, she's straight up apologizing for trashing her friend and severely underestimating his insane skills. Yeah, her request sounds incredibly selfish, but she has to swallow her pride and ask anyway. Lucky for her, our guy is super chill and agrees to take her as his disciple. She's completely shocked. She figured he'd say no after all the terrible stuff she pulled. But honestly, he already forgave the girl. Accepted her apology, and that's that. In that case, her big strong buddy agrees too. He sees absolutely no issue with teaching her. This blows her mind. She finally realizes he's actually just a genuinely sweet, kind-hearted guy. Watching them chat, she realizes our hero is a total mystery. Later that afternoon, at police headquarters, Shido and his buddy Sanada are there, repping the anti-beast police task force. They show mad respect, thanking him huge. Without our main character jumping in, those civilians would have been totally wiped out. But our boy says the thanks are plenty. He doesn't need praise, he just flat out asks what they really want. Now pay attention here. The disaster case is closed, but something super sketchy caught the detective's eye. The blonde guy asks if our hero suddenly woke up his powers after that wild traffic accident. Rumor has it he turned into a completely different person right after that brutal, nasty crash. They say his personality flipped, and the magic flowing through his body got insanely overpowered. Literally strong enough to absolutely wreck a demon captain. This ticks the girl off. Where are they going with this? The dude rephrases, asking if our guy knows a mage called the Black Mage. This mysterious mage totally destroyed beasts and saved a ton of people in the dead of night, rocking a cape. When she asks what on earth that has to do with her friend, they point out the crazy similarities, not just their build, but they definitely seem to be the exact same age. Their power levels are insane, and nobody that young packs that much magic. Not to mention the exact timeline when he started doing these midnight runs. They remind him that blasting unauthorized magic in the city is super illegal. If it's a student, the school is definitely taking serious action. But since this whole case blew up online lately, the cops have literally no choice but to step in. Getting expelled won't be enough. If he confesses to the crimes now, they might try reducing his sentence. You probably guessed it too. The detective lays his cards out, asking if our boy is the Black Mage. Without missing a single beat or sweating, he flat out denies being the guy they're looking for. Just like that, the blonde guy completely buys it. Not the same dude. They drop a quick thanks and head out. Walking out, he realizes our hero is definitely no ordinary student. There's just something totally different about him. His detective buddy is dead set that Kusanagi is the mage, way too many similarities. Still, she can't spill his secret identity because he's actually a solid dude. On one hand, the blonde guy is dying to expose this secret identity, but on the flip side, the girl desperately wants to hide it. Next, the teacher introduces the students joining S-Class today. Everyone is super hyped to learn about the guy who totally clapped that massive demon villain. Meanwhile, all the girls are definitely dying to know way more about the blue-haired girl too. Losing patience, the teacher tells everyone to sit down so they can finally kick off the class. This whole vibe is just completely exhausting for our hero. He literally just wanted zero attention today. Right then, a super cute redhead decides she wants some of our hero's attention. Boom, chapter 21. Once again, our boy ends up chilling on the roof for a super private one-on-one chat. Thinking she'd be training solo, the girl spots Minato in the exact same spot. Looking closer, she realizes he's actually chatting up a really pretty girl. Acting all sweet, she asks her classmate if he even remembers her. And that's where we leave it. Our boy totally remembers saving her life during that insane disaster back then. She also remembers during combat class when monsters jumped her, someone stepped up and used magic to save her. Stick with me here. The pieces finally click for Kusanagi as he realizes why she thanked him for the double rescue, even though he was just doing his job. With her face totally red, she hits our guy with a sweet compliment, thinking he is absolutely awesome. Today, the girl cannot quite hear their chat, and her curiosity is piquing about what they are discussing. Plot twist, the redhead straight up admits she has a crush on our main character and asks him on a date. That totally shocks both the eavesdropping girl and our hero. He definitely did not see a love confession coming today. Even if she is not perfect, she swears to give it her absolute best for him. She practically begs to start dating right then and there. Ice cold, our guy politely says thanks but drops a hard rejection, completely crushing the poor girl's hype. He explains he simply does not have the time to date right now because he has a major mission to handle first. She thanks him for keeping it real and says she can finally move on. Still, as she walks away, you can totally see her crying a secret river of tears. Suddenly, they bust Yuika and tell her to stop creeping around and hiding against the wall. Her mana control is literally garbage. It is leaking all over the rooftop, making her super easy to spot from a mile away. Flustered, she claims she was just chilling there by total accident and totally did not mean to eavesdrop on them. Still, she has to ask why he rejected such a pretty girl. Our hero drops the bomb that romance is completely off his radar, leaving her super confused. Even though they share the exact same grade, he feels their mental age gap is just completely massive. For some wild reason, Yuika feels totally relieved hearing that, even though she has absolutely zero clue why. Even while wandering the school halls and stairs, she cannot stop obsessing over the fact that he is completely dodging the dating scene. Our boy snaps her out of it, telling her to focus up, get her mana control in check, and practice way harder. Her new goal, grind to the absolute max and become stupidly strong so our guy will finally notice her skills. Now pay close attention here. Even post-calamity, nighttime monsters are still swarming. We see a terrified girl sprinting from a wicked sorcerer, screaming for her life. Right on cue, our masked boy drops straight into the chaotic mess, ready to casually save the day yet again. In a total blur of motion, he snatches the villain's arm and delivers a devastating punch right to the gut. Then boom, he pops a yellow ritual that sends the guy flying into tomorrow. This thug was a total amateur with absolute garbage fighting skills. The girl thanks him profusely. It looks like she already knows all about the legendary Black Mage and his epic reputation. Having zero patience for small talk, our guy vanishes into thin air, leaving everyone completely in the dust. While making his slick escape, he starts wondering how the heck his dark alter ego got so ridiculously famous around campus. Back at school, rumors say this amateur night mage is on the loose, and everyone is absolutely eating up the gossip about him. All this hype is literally just because he went completely viral on the internet a few days ago. But our digitally clueless hero does not even know what the internet is. Bro literally thinks it is a fishing net. I know what you are thinking. How does a dude his age have zero clue about basic tech or smartphones? Yuika breaks it down for him, explaining the web has literally everything, and that crazy news spreads faster than lightning. Then his hyped-up classmates jump in to teach him how to use a smartphone. He finally proudly announces he opened an app. Now he is surfing the web, thinking this tech stuff is a total breeze. Meanwhile, Ruka remembers their training deal and demands a start time. So our guy agrees to kick off their brutal training right after school, as payback for the clutch tech lesson. Even so, his buddy is getting some seriously bad vibes about this sketchy setup. Fast forward a bit, and the big dude is already kissing the dirt after just a few minutes of savage practice. They barely even finished their warm-ups, and now they are forced to fight like their actual lives depend on it. Still, the big guy is insanely stubborn and manages to keep throwing punches. Our hero loves that underdog energy and orders them to keep fighting. With that, the trio charges in, syncing up their magic for a combo attack. Now, the scene suddenly shifts over to Tokyo Tower. A bunch of suits are using binoculars to scope out something miles away. One dude is literally shaking, asking what on earth is happening. From afar, they spot a massive wave of terrifying beasts and monsters pouring out and charging forward. Chapter 22. Post-workout, the whole squad looks completely dead on their feet, like they are entirely ready to quit. Despite the exhaustion, they pulled a slick surprise move and countered with everything they had. You and I totally saw that coming. Their strategy is completely useless against our overpowered hero. Taking advantage of the chaos, she sneaks around for a brutal backstab attack. With godlike speed, he easily dodges the sneak attack, leaving her totally stunned. Stick with me here, he finishes them with magic and boom, nap time. Our boy's face screams, I totally hid my identity. She totally knows, but figures he has his reasons and keeps her mouth shut. Plus, he seriously thinks these three are way too gullible and just plain dumb. Heading home, the squad hypes up the training session, giving massive props to the big guy's strength. All that flexing made him starving, rushing back to cook. Our MC is completely shook, who knew this giant tank of a dude was basically a master chef. Back at the house, our guy gets absolutely swarmed by a bunch of kids wanting to play. The chef walks over balancing plates, quickly apologizing for the loud little brats. No sweat for our MC, who casually uses levitation magic to shoo them away. His buddy instantly scolds him. Absolutely zero magic allowed inside the house, bro. It's honestly wild seeing this massive dude be so crazy good at babysitting kids. Flashback time, he remembers the ruined city, kids crying with pure despair in their eyes. The MC declares kids are just too precious. Next thing, he's reading stories to the babies as they play and happily listen. Before diving into the massive feast, everyone gives thanks for the grub. Turns out the big guy's dad isn't around and his mom works super late shifts, so he handles literally all the chores while she's gone. Our MC finally realizes his buddy is grinding non-stop, juggling insane house chores and a part-time job. But the dude shrugs it off. He doesn't hate the grind. Actually, he says tackling the hardest stuff is exactly what makes a person truly strong. Later that night, they crash in shared beds, even if it's super cramped. Kusanagi admits crashing like this occasionally isn't too bad. Chapter 23 starts now. Now watch closely. The blonde guy suddenly asks Kusanagi to team up, hoping he'll lend his insanely overpowered magic to the police force. He seriously hates standing out like this, but the crazy situation isn't giving him choices. Plus, they promise big money and will inform the academy. His squad is totally ready to back him up too. Sadly, having this rookie squad tag along right now is just a straight-up no-go. Being the strongest in a cushy school means absolutely nothing when you step into a real bloodbath. The only way they are joining is if they hit his god-tier level. Walking away, our MC casually tells his friends to head back like it is literally no big deal. The hero drops a challenge, catch up to my level. That fuels them with pure hype, locking in their new goal. We smash cut straight to police headquarters. Inside the disaster countermeasure unit, things are bad. Hundreds of beasts are swarming Tokyo Tower. They gotta wipe them out before civilians get wrecked. The boss explains they begged the student who saved their bacon a few days ago. When Kusanagi finally stands up, people in the back rows start whispering like crazy. The blonde guy grabs everyone's attention, revealing Minato was the absolute beast who stopped the Academy calamity. Literally nobody matches his broken power scaling, making his backup 100% mandatory today. You saw those jealous detectives, right? They're totally fuming at his swagger, but honestly the mission stays the same. They desperately need to trash these enemies. Once the briefing wraps up, the entire squad gets deployed to their stations. The suit apologizes to our MC, who totally brushes it off. Sonata takes the heat instead. She froze in pure fear when she should have moved. Luckily, our guy couldn't care less about the drama and casually tells them to chill out. The detective girl is totally crushing, thinking our overpowered MC is actually a total sweetheart. They've got around 80 mages for combat power, but honestly, most are just mid-tier fodder. Mid-tiers cap out at level 2 magic, while the high-rank elites can push up to level 3. It sounds totally pathetic, but our hero flexing level 4 magic makes him the strongest cop here. Their genius plan is literally one single combat mage, not even a real strategy. It's fine if they only fight basic demon grunts and beasts. But higher dimensional beings, those guys have actual brains and need big brain tactics to defeat. Looking around, the hero notices these guys are pulling up with absolutely zero decent gear. They usually fight in light clothes. He points out that old-school anti-beast gear used to exist. Now that armor is mega rare, leaving our hero wondering why it used to be everywhere. He knows magic fell off super hard, but what exactly happened over the last 50 years? The cops hit Tokyo Tower, and trust me, you're gonna want to see these insane flying monsters. You and I are about to watch our hero rack his brain over this absolute monster chaos. The detectives quickly realize the monster count is way higher than the original reports. Dead center is a demon captain. They might actually need to beg private guilds for some backup. But catch this, everyone is already swamped dealing with this massive beast surge across the board. Their only shot is wiping out these creeps themselves without getting zeroed. Kusanagi might just have enough raw power to solo the whole mob. That totally ticks off the detectives. They think the kid is just flexing and cannot actually win. Staring down this massive monster horde, he admits something just feels super off. Looking up at Tokyo Tower, an eerie red glow hits the sky. Another brutal calamity is starting. Police radios are absolutely blowing up across all stations. This disaster is popping off nationwide. Hearing those grim radio warnings, totally panicked civilians are running for their lives from beasts. The cops know their top priority is risking it all to save the civilians. Plus, they have to somehow manage this massive citywide disaster as their main objective. The catch, they are getting absolutely zero backup from any other districts today. Chapter 24, a brand new calamity is dropping, and they desperately need to know why. Pay attention here, guys. It actually looks like these beasts somehow figured out how to trigger these natural disasters on purpose. The detectives are totally freaking out, realizing flying solo is impossible, and they urgently need to regroup. But the beasts just keep pushing forward, spamming attacks without a single break. The horde is heading straight for the city. At this pace, civilian casualties will be insane. Throwing down and fighting is literally their only option now. Pure panic starts spreading through the cops. They think their entire department just failed. Still, our boy hypes himself up and leaps in, claiming he got this. He lands right in a dead zone, completely surrounded by charging monsters. Honestly, the entire zone is absolutely packed with bloodthirsty beasts. Watching from afar, the cops think he is totally cooked and should just run away. Boom, he drops a third-level spell called Wind Cutter. The sheer massive destruction leaves the cops speechless and hypes up our blonde guy. In literally seconds, he effortlessly wipes the floor with every single monster nearby. Still, the calamity is not over and more demons keep spawning. Battle mages start firing off ranged powers. Luckily, our hero throws up a magical barrier to tank those heavy hits. Popping that shield was a clutch play, and it should block absolutely everything. For a counter, he vaporizes his enemies with a simple magic tap. Seeing him flex different magic attributes is insane, exactly what you expect from a powerhouse. The cops finally get orders to tail the hero and provide backup. Even terrified, these guys refuse to run and push forward. The squad starts blasting non-stop, throwing absolutely everything they have into this crazy turf war. That totally catches the main character off guard. He realizes they are way tougher than they look. You feel that tension, right? The demon captain finally drops in, looking absolutely terrifying. Only a legend tier mage could drop this thing, and nobody here meets that power scaling. A blue aura creeps into the zone towards the cops. His crazy plan, solo the boss and leave the mobs for his new squad. The squad is totally blown away seeing their coworker flex such massive magic. They gotta hold the line until the boss arrives. 60 years ago, the first global calamity hit, and these world-ending events keep happening randomly ever since. If that classic nightmare scenario repeats itself right now, this whole disaster goes global again. Luckily, our boy is on the front lines today, and he is not letting humanity get completely wiped out. Suddenly, a monster corners the female detective, lunging in for a fast strike. Thank God our MC swoops in to save the day again with a red spell. This exact scenario happened before, giving major deja vu. She quickly thanks Kusanagi for the clutch save, and he checks if she is all right. That has our boy sweating bullets. He realizes history is repeating, and his secret identity might get totally exposed here. Massive questions are swirling in her head. She desperately wants to know how he got so overpowered. But asking invasive stuff might ruin their vibe. Trying to act normal, she gets startled by nearby explosions. While she is distracted, monsters creep up, but our hero just spams magic to obliterate them. Crazy, right? This place is super dangerous. She apologizes again. Alright, let's jump right in. She lacks combat magic, so she's stuck by our hero. And this kid, total adult energy, completely ditching the normal student vibe. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, the detectives keep throwing out spells right as they get caught completely off guard. They can't stop shaking and nobody knows why. Right on cue, a demon captain drops in, radiating sick purple magic. This is a totally new variant, looking way beefier than the originals. Everyone is completely demoralized. The guys doubt even top-tier mages could take this beast down, but in the middle of all this chaos, our hero doesn't even flinch, stone-cold calm. They start warning everyone that beating this thing is impossible, no matter how ridiculously strong the kid is. Even so, he totally trusts his own skills, smirking that he's got this. Suddenly, the cop notices the shaking is gone. The girl is hyping Kusanagi up, begging him to clutch this win. If he actually claps this boss-level captain, he might just have noble mage strength. With the one-on-one showdown about to pop off, the blonde guy is dying to see the main character's true limits. Chapter 25. These soldiers gotta go all out until this boss drops. The two heavyweights stare each other down before the absolute brawl starts. The captain kicks things off, firing up a massively destructive fire spell. Still, our hero just stands there, realizing the entire explosion completely missed and hit behind him. Now watch closely. This monster's strength is absolute overkill for level 1. Seeing our boy survive that hit, everyone wants to know who he really is. No cap, but all they need to know is he's just your everyday, normal student. Boom, he starts flexing this crazy blue magical aura, the only thing on the demon's mind, crushing this unbelievably strong human standing right there. Mid-fight, the squad is losing their minds. This beast is level 6, beating it should literally be impossible. The kid is stuck, freezing up because he desperately wants to keep his teammates from getting blasted. All the beasts charge up a purple spell at once. Creepily, they're perfectly synced up like some massive hive mind. Totally panicked, the girl screams for Kusanagi to dodge as the devastating blasts rush in. He doesn't even flinch. Stepping up, he uses his own magic to tank the hit, summoning water to completely snuff out the flames. As those purple beams crash down, a clutch sub-barrier blocks it last second. The boss gets super salty when our guy asks, "Is that it?" Everyone is completely mind-blown, wondering who this guy is and what even just happened. Only a noble mage handles level 6 spells. It's a super advanced remote activation technique. The wildest part, he just used a second magic type simultaneously. Usually you only cast one spell at a time, plus there's a huge cooldown before switching types. Spamming just one magic type is already super powerful. But dropping two at once means this kid is basically built different, way above noble mages. You called it right, the detective's gut was spot on. He is exactly who they've been hunting, the absolute legend himself, Ikikami Minato. As the monster charges, our hero realizes this zone is way too crowded and decides they need a change of scenery. Popping a simple level 1 skill, he casually yeets the captain miles away. Then the brawl moves straight up into the sky, totally isolated. He basically did this to reject all backup and just solo the boss. Now that they're isolated, he's hyped, no more holding back his power. He's effortlessly dodging every single heavy attack this massive beast throws out. He takes a solid hit, flying backward, but quickly triggers a spell to just hover midair. The monster goes in again, charging up more fire magic, but our guy just stares it down, zero fear. That giant fireball forms and the boss completely launches it at our hero, wrapped in sick purple energy. This time it actually connects. The boss watches him plummet into the dirt while just floating up there. But that wasn't even close to a knockout. Our boy literally just stands up and brushes the dirt off. The beast is absolutely shook. That strike would have smoked anyone. Back on the ground, our hero decides it's time to throw some literal hands. He closes the gap, winding up an absolute haymaker aimed right at this demon. He knows his enemy can't hit him. That strong punch literally sends the demon captain flying dozens of meters back. Getting up from that crater, the beast is completely stunned that a basic human punch did that much damage. Absolutely raging, it screams, "Who the heck is this guy anyway?" Dropping into a fighting stance, the kid smirks, saying he can't just rely on magic, and decides to show off some other sick tricks. It's finally time to unleash his very own technique. Chapter 26. You and I just witnessed peak hype, smiling, radiating colorful auras. Even the demonic enemy is totally blown away by this insane magic flex. Alright, stick with me here. We are jumping right back into the absolute madness. The police feel something massive hovering above them. Our boy locks in, focusing his crazy powers for maximum impact. The demon warns him that normal human attacks are completely useless against these monsters. He wants to test that theory out. Closing the distance, he lands a super clean, magic-fueled punch right on the beast's chest. He is absolutely styling on this captain, landing solid hit after solid hit in the fight. The blonde kid is totally stunned. Who knew our guy was this cracked at hand-to-hand combat? Because honestly, everyone knows human punches usually do zero damage to these evil beasts. Bleeding out, the enemy is just baffled. How are these strikes hitting so hard? Yeah, normal weapons are trash here, but pump massive amounts of raw magic into your fists, whole different story. Wrapping yourself in aura while throwing hands combines martial arts and magic. They literally call it magical martial arts. The captain refuses to accept a mere human is cooking him. Furious, he charges in, screaming with pure rage. Now watch closely, because he uses this exact opening to blast a massive hole right through the beast's body. The other monsters freeze, staring at their dead captain lying defeated on the ground. Thanks to our guy, the calamity is finally stopped cold, leaving the detectives super proud. There's still one problem. They gotta wipe out the remaining enemies on the battlefield. At this point, he figures the cops can easily handle mop-up duty. Funny thing is, he feels rusty using that fighting style. Landing on the ground, he notices the whole detective squad standing right in front of him. They give him massive props for a job well done and actually taking out the boss. Out of respect, everyone salutes Mr. Kusanagi together. Since that day, global incidents skyrocketed. Thanks to the police and mages, they managed to stop public panic from spreading online. Still, the government and police faced heavy backlash for totally failing the public. As anxiety peaks, rumors of the Black Mage spread fast. People love knowing some hooded badass is out there dropping beasts and saving lives. Back in class, students are desperately guessing how the calamity got stopped. All this gossiping really annoys our MC, since he absolutely hates being the center of attention. During today's lesson, the teacher also brings up the crazy incident at Tokyo Tower. She hints at a highly experienced student in the room, staring straight at Kusanagi. Right on cue, cops show up at the door asking to come in. I know what you're thinking, cops begging a high schooler for help. Yep, they totally need his overpowered skills again. This really ticks him off because relying on him makes the police look super incompetent. Plus, it is incredibly awkward having the entire class staring right at him. With zero options, he listens to their pitch, and they promise a solid reward for his trouble. Beyond just beasts spawning everywhere, rogue mages and shady organizations are stepping up their game. The police are completely short-staffed and desperately need the strongest guy around to carry them. Next time, he demands they just call his phone instead of crashing his homeroom like this. The detective explains they need him to wipe out some beasts trashing a nearby sector. They plan to drive, but time is running out, so our hero activates his magic and dashes ahead at lightning speed. You can see the whole city is just reduced to absolute rubble. Two kids are stranded in the wreckage, the older brother swearing to protect the younger one. Chapter 27. A massive four-legged beast drops in front of the kids, roaring in pure fury. The boys try to make a run for it, but unfortunately, they trip over some rocks and eat dirt. The monster immediately takes the chance to strike and bite its next meal. Lucky for them, our hero swoops in perfectly to deflect the attack. Walking over, he praises both boys, telling them they did an awesome job. Then he hands back the little action figure the kid dropped earlier. Rushing to the next fight, he promises the toy will protect them. Seeing this magical badass dash off leaves the youngest kid incredibly hyped. And trust me, you and I are not ready for how crazy this city battle is about to get. Stick with me, unlike Shibuya, this place has massive obstacles and countless civilians to save. With so many people running around, firing magic bullets without friendly fire is super tough. You can totally tell beast magic from human magic, but tracking magicless humans, impossible. The only way to save absolutely everyone is to carefully patrol the whole zone. Right now, the detective is completely focused on wiping out beasts while firefighters rescue the panicked crowd. Then the guy spots Kusanagi. He actually fought right alongside them during the last major calamity. Our boy is chilling there as police back up, casually asking how the mission is going. They still need to rescue half the civilians, but crossing over to the other side, blocked. Hearing that, the squad's plan is to push into that impossible-to-reach side of the city. But here's the sketchy part. There are reports of illegal mages lurking over there. No need to stress about our MC, though, since they already know his insane true power. Another officer is totally confused about who this kid is that just nuked all the beasts instantly. Maybe he crashed the fight to save everyone in this absolute chaos. Level 6 powers are literally blowing up the city just to destroy these evil creatures. Demon captains popping up outside a calamity. That would have been completely impossible even 50 years ago. The beasts are seriously multiplying, and bit by bit, they're getting ridiculously beefed up. Now watch closely, they're getting so jacked that even our overpowered MC might actually struggle. If they don't lock down some precautions right now, things will absolutely spiral. He's got plenty of strategies, but picking the right one is tricky. Patrolling the city, he saves a massive bunch of people just as his detective buddy rolls up. The detectives thank Kusanagi again for his clutch backup, since he kept the city's damage incredibly low. But he brushes it off, giving all the credit to the cops and firefighters, claiming he was just basic support. That humble flex makes the officer respect the kid even more, thinking he's an absolute legend. They apologize for what went down during the last calamity, totally admitting they acted out of pure anger toward him. Cooling the vibe, he explains it's normal for a student to act cocky, and they shouldn't waste another second stressing over it. The hero's insane maturity stuns the officers, who hit him with yet another huge thank you. The detective chimes in with thanks, apologizing for relying so heavily on a guy who's literally just a student. They desperately need a solid game plan to counterattack these calamity beasts before they get even more overpowered. Right then, two brothers show up and grab his attention. They thank him for the save earlier, which makes our MC genuinely stoked they're safe. The little kid randomly asks if Kusanagi is the great mage, prompting his older brother to instantly apologize. Spotting a specific doll in the kid's hand, our MC smiles and confirms he is a mage, hyping the kid up even more. The kid says he totally knew it. Flashback time, our MC looks super confused about getting his own merch, swearing nobody would ever buy a doll of him. His buddy insists that these little action figures are super important for giving scared kids some emotional support. The nerd claims this kind of merch will literally go down in history for the next 100 years, begging for permission to make it. Back in the present, our MC finally gets exactly what his bro meant. But he knows plastic dolls can't actually save lives. The real great mage is the guy who steps up when it truly counts, like right now. You know what's coming, right? We're shifting to the capital, where everyone is stressing over rumors of the dark mage. Kuro Yakudo is the big boss of the sketchy mage guild called the Black Rebellion. An illegal mage roaming around outside their guild means he's an enemy. With a crazy, threatening tone, he asks his goons if he's right about that. The orders uncover the true identity of that hooded guy, and honestly, he doesn't care if they use full military force to do it. The guild's manager steps up, asking if they can just eliminate him if he resists. Honestly, these guys are absolute scumbags who want to brutally torture our MC before finishing him off. That sick idea totally hypes up the manager. Chapter 28. The girl really wants to know Kusanaga's actual strength level. Her friend is dying to know too, theorizing his stats. Then boom, it's revealed his power level is a staggering 9,990,000. The trio is totally mind-blown, thinking that number is completely glitched. After all, the legendary great mage Minato is known for having exactly 1 million power. 1 million is literally considered the absolute max cap for magic power, it's basic common knowledge. All this hype finally makes our hero curious to see where his own magic stats actually max out. So he tries Googling it, but after messing around, his boomer brain gives up, and honestly, you and I would probably do the exact same thing. Out of nowhere, he gets a sudden call. Yo, stick with me here, this sudden phone call is about to change our boy's life forever. Shigo checks if the whole squad is hanging out and tells our hero to put him on speakerphone. But our guy is such a boomer with tech, he literally needs his buddy to hit the speaker button. Here is the deal, monster attacks are spiking, so the cops are dropping a brand new anti-monster squad. They are calling it the Special Magic Team, and they want Kusanagi as captain. That kind of elite title, every mage wants it, even Minato would jump at the chance. But plotting a massive twist nobody saw coming at all. Our boy flat out rejects the offer. Before hanging up, Shido begs to explain his side. He admits the cops are drowning in chaos. They cannot handle all these incidents, and right now, regular police absolutely cannot beat these monsters alone. Our hero figures it is just because the average power level of mages is complete trash lately. The top-tier noble mage families, still stuck at some overseas meeting, leaving literally nobody to help except someone named Fuka. Pausing for a second, the MC suddenly realizes he has actually never even met his buddy's parents. On top of that, Shido suggests bringing his 3 academy besties right into this new special unit too. Shido promises to handle all the boring paperwork and politics so Kusanagi can just focus on commanding mages. He practically begs him to take the job, saying he is the only guy they actually trust. Hearing all that desperate pleading, our main character finally caves and accepts the captain role. The blonde dude gets hyped beyond belief, totally shocked his crazy pitch worked. His friends are down for it too, no way they would pass up a sweet deal like this. He is definitely sweating the details a bit, but figures it will be fine if he trains some recruits. Now watch closely, the daily news shows public anger against those elite noble mages is skyrocketing fast. Besides completely dodging their duties during that huge academy disaster, they are also way too slow killing monsters. Over in a super fancy room, a butler walks in holding fresh files straight from the metro cops. The rich guy reads about this new squad, laughing it off as useless trash doing pointless PR, but figures it might temporarily shut up the angry public. Acting crazy arrogant, he snaps at the butler to summon his idiot son to the room. The scene flips right to the official meeting for forming this shiny new squad. They explain they had potentials, but 0 actual applications dropped. Good results will definitely attract more bodies though. Everyone totally saw that coming. A strike team led by a literal student is a massive red flag. Then the detective hands our boy some hardware, a temporary official mage badge to slap on his jacket. It is for flashing when things get messy. Temporary, obviously, since none of them are officially licensed mages yet. With that badge, the student playtime is over. Everything now rests completely on the captain's shoulders. He reflects on how long it has been since he actually bossed people around. Stepping up, he introduces himself as the new captain and drops a huge promise. I know what you're thinking, big words, right? He swears he'll make them stronger than noble mages. That wild claim stuns the whole room because nobles are insanely overpowered, seeing everyone looking super doubtful. The MC decides to just prove it, asking if the station has any gear for measuring raw power. Down in the power testing room, Rue and Ryuji are the very first up to bat. They both blast their energy into the absorption machine. Their old magic stats were 10,000 and 8,000, but those numbers are definitely going up. The girl is absolutely completely shocked when the screen numbers skyrocket all the way to 30,000. Same for the big guy hitting 28,000. That is a pure 20,000 point jump. This absolutely floors the police. realizing those insane stats firmly belong in high-rank mage territory now. But the captain smirks, saying it is way too early for shock, telling his friend to test her strength next. Moving to chapter 29. The girl gets super anxious, totally sweating over that massive power gap between her and her legendary sister. Even with all her crazy grinding, she's still just an ordinary person terrified of the final results, but whatever happens, she is done running away. Unleashing every ounce of her aura, she refuses to lie to herself even one more time in her life. The detectives are totally hyped and curious for the score. Boom, an insane 26,000 flashes up. Statistically, she should only be around 2,000, according to our MC. Boosting magic power like that is totally doable, but she argues that real talent is still required. So what do we learn here? Grind hard and never quit. Stick with me here. He pats his friend on the head, telling her he is super proud of her amazing work. His sister is totally hyped and everyone else loves it. Honestly, that is just expected from Ruka. Being awesome is pretty much completely normal for the Masuja family. Still, our main guy insists on praising her hard work. He says he always knew his friend was totally special, completely fearless, and an absolute legend when it matters. His friend gets a tiny bit annoyed, claiming she is not some little kid. That freaks everyone out for a split second, but they relax seeing she is not actually mad. Get this, nobody has ever patted this girl on the head before. Not even her own dad ever did that. Suddenly, some guy shows up saying he has been searching for them to say hello. The detective had zero clue he was coming, but dude just changed his mind. Meet Mr. Showa. He is a super fancy noble mage from the Fuka family. They had to get a noble to sign off, forcing them to recruit him. Funny thing is, this family completely ignored the school during the disaster and stayed totally silent. Chubai is completely confused why Japan's elite magic leadership is literally just a bunch of students. So the cop explains that this exact student stopped the calamity, making him the captain of this whole unit. The stuck-up mage cannot understand how a basic commoner actually stopped a massive, deadly disaster. Stepping right on our hero's foot, he basically asks how a kid dares outrank him. Now pay close attention here. His friends get absolutely furious and start roasting him. The noble sneers at the commoners, then checks out the Masuja daughters. He arrogantly claims those two do not look like total garbage. Flashing a super creepy smile, he announces he will be captain, totally ignoring what was already decided. He challenges that whoever beats the disaster boss gets the captain spot. He literally does not care what anyone thinks, declares it official, and simply walks right out. Even so, our hero stays ice cold. You cannot really stop a loudmouth like that anyway. The squad absolutely refuses to let Chubai take over the team captain role. Our boy wonders why his friends are way more triggered than him. Anyway, cut to them hanging at the police training zone. Once again, the main character is stuck figuring things out. He needs to gauge their actual magic power levels. First off, he drops some knowledge about magic. Mana is the raw fuel you need to cast spells, but get this, it has other insane uses too. He then tells the big guy to strike with maximum effort. Winding up a massive punch, the dude says do not cry later. The fist hits his face, but a glowing magic barrier totally blocks it. You see what just happened, right? With insane mana storage, you can keep automatic defenses running 24/7. While his friend throws a crazy flurry of punches, he explains this is called automatic magic. Boosting your total mana pool is literally the absolute most critical thing for any mage ever. Besides hardcore training, the crew is definitely going to need specialized anti-monster combat gear. Looking at Shido's stressed face, grabbing that gear is tough, so he asks them to wait patiently. He figures that old school gear is basically extinct now, so he digs through drawers trying to craft something himself. He grabs a super cheap ring, but that is not enough. Our guy realizes a shopping trip is mandatory. Right on cue, Ruka suddenly rings his cell phone. After a quiet pause, she hits him with pure encouragement, saying only he should be captain. Chuckling at her stubborn attitude, he decides to just shoot his shot on the call. He straight up asks her to go shopping together since he needs accessory advice. He makes it clear he wants a solo hangout, no big groups allowed. That totally makes the girl blush. Hyped for the shopping date, the boy really wants to know if she is down for it. She freezes for a second. After thinking, she finally admits she would not mind a shopping trip. This gear might literally save his life, so they lock in a station meetup tomorrow. He plans to buy matching rings for the squad to craft epic anti-monster equipment. Infusing cheap jewelry with magic should work perfectly. Right then, dinner is served. She goes to grab her sister, but gets absolutely zero response back. Peeking into the room, she catches her sister stressing over what outfit to wear this late. The room is a total disaster zone of clothes. She announces dinner. Seeing her sister actually excited for once makes her wonder if a secret date is happening. Flash forward to tomorrow. Our main character is already chilling at the station, waiting for his classmate. Meanwhile, the sister hides her mana so Minato will not spot her sneaking around from a distance. She honestly feels pretty guilty about spying on her own sister during a crisis. And that is where we leave it. Ruka shows up looking absolutely stunning, turning every head on the street, and playfully asks if she made him wait. Alright, jump in with me. Our guy just arrived and dudes on the street are already crazy jealous, totally thinking he is her boyfriend. This seriously annoys Yuik, who straight up refuses to believe they are on a date. Our boy explains he is just here shopping for rings. He needs them for gifts, and get this, he actually wants a bunch. This totally freaks her out. She reminds him Japan bans polygamy, but hey, if he is buying in bulk, they better be cheap, and she knows a spot. So they hit up a few stores to browse, completely unaware somebody is spying from afar. Finding the exact piece of jewelry he wants in this crowded market, super tough. Even when they spot a dope ring, the vibe gets weird. She gets mega flustered the second she realizes their faces are way too close. The shop lady drops a huge hint, offering a massive discount if it is for his girlfriend. Our main character gets totally embarrassed. Ruka quickly steps in, shutting it down and saying they are not dating. The poor vendor instantly gets super awkward about it. Super awkward now, she just tells them to browse freely. Taking a quick breather, our guy admits he is completely wiped out from walking through these massive crowds. Watch closely because the vibe completely shifts here. Finding the ring is so hard, but then the witch randomly admits she sucks at showing affection. She mentions her friend gets her awkward personality. She admits she cannot even talk to her own sister properly, and it has caused some serious pain. She sighs, saying he would honestly have a better time shopping with her sister. She tells him to go find her instead and threatens to just go home, but our guy interrupts, flat out saying he knows that is totally fake. He points out she literally researched all these spots beforehand. She put real effort into picking the best shops, and he wants her to know she is actually super helpful. That hits Ruka right in the feels. She turns super shy, completely speechless. From afar, the spy realizes she has never seen her sister like this. Dropping her disguise, she questions her life choices and heads home. Finally, after an insane amount of searching, our duo scores some decent rings. The kid quickly grabs 5 of the specific rings needed for their squad. The witch knows the crew will be super hyped about these carefully chosen gifts. These items are vital as gear, and the whole group will absolutely love them. Ruka finally gets why this trip mattered. Our guy thanks her for coming through, and like a true gentleman, he decides to reward her big time for helping. He pulls out a gorgeous ring. Smooth as ever, he grabs her hand and slides it right onto her finger. It is the very first special ring he ever made, asking her to look after the gear. Getting a gift like that, she blushes hard and quickly bails. He was gonna explain how the anti-monster stats worked, but saves that lore drop for later. Strolling down the streets, our girl just keeps staring at that shiny new ring. You and I both know she is melting, super shy she holds it close. Anyway, gear time. The detectives are completely blown away by the magical reaction, realizing it is actual anti-monster gear. Pump some magic in and boom, it is active. This specific item literally lets anyone use level 1 wind magic. The blonde dude is totally mind blown. He cannot even compute how the boy crafted this entirely alone. Why? Because blacksmiths who can actually forge stuff like this basically do not exist anymore today. He admits the kid never stops surprising him. Yuka is curious about her sister's ring. She notices her sis is rocking a brand new accessory, and immediately assumes she scored it on her date. She starts getting super restless, totally overthinking what exactly went down after she left them alone. Back to business, the squad needs mobility. Normal cars are way too slow for this kind of action. Shido totally remembers always rolling up late to monster fights using basic police cruisers. With this upgrade, anyone can spam wind magic to travel insanely fast. Just remember, it is a basic utility spell, absolutely not meant for attacking anyone at all. Air magic brings flight and crazy acceleration, but you gotta kick things off with a jump. His friend floats effortlessly on her first try, catching major praise. But hey, it is child's play for her since she trained manipulation magic literally her whole life. Guilt over stalking her friends starts feeling super heavy on the girl's heart. Right then, our guy asks if she knows Ikikami Minato. She instantly lights up, saying he is her absolute biggest idol. The dude had a power level around 1,000,000 and spammed long-range spells. Sadly, he died fighting the demon god. After that tragedy, mages became ultra-rare. Nobles and Masuja helped restore everything. What do you and I make of this? They rebooted research without records. High mortality, sure, but some hidden books gotta be out there. Our main guy remembers hiding a bunch of stuff everywhere to prep for the future. The problem, modern magic knowledge is super basic, completely busted, and the power levels are basically trash. He wonders if it's random, but you and I know somebody is definitely pulling the strings here. The girl asks if her buddy is cool, saying she is here to listen even if she is pretty clueless. He tells her not to sweat it, just her caring is already a massive help right now. There is still that dark mage problem, but dragging her into that mess, yeah, better keep his mouth shut. Plus, if she finds out he is actually the legendary Minato, she would probably pass out completely. She still feels totally useless, but vows to level up. Her game plan is to just grind as hard as possible. 1 week later, the squad captain is running drills. The detective drops a solid level 2 holy spell. Shido fires off a wicked level 3 lightning strike. The big dude makes boulders rain with level 4 earth. The sisters also flex some crazy level 4 water manipulation magic. Our boy is stoked, everyone leveled up, and Janata is finally throwing down some real offensive attacks. But what really blows his mind is the insane magical synergy between those two sisters. Their attacks literally blast giant craters into the ground, getting the blue-haired girl totally hyped up. Everyone is crushing it, but they really shouldn't get cocky just off a few level ups. Now pay attention, this part is wild. He dares her to attack and she fires up that blue aura. As a counter, our guy just casually drops a level 1 wood spell. With pure raw power, his level 1 completely obliterates her level 4 attack. Boom. See, levels just boost your magic cap, it doesn't auto-buff your strength. Elements matter way more here, and water gets absolutely wrecked by earth magic. They gotta stop obsessing over levels and actually understand raw magic to become truly top tier. Plus, they are a squad, combining their skills makes them way more overpowered. The crew is hyped and ready to grind, but then this chubby rich kid rolls up, complaining it's too tough for commoners. Since the calamity hasn't hit yet, he is super bored of not fighting real monsters. He thinks all this try-hard stuff is lame and wants the cops to handle it instead. Literally nobody in the squad likes this snobby noble, total vibe killer right there. He literally begs for the calamity, and you know how anime logic works, right? Boom, the sky turns red instantly. Whichever team takes down the boss first gets the total right to lead the squad. Track 32, they are locked in and absolutely refuse to lose to that snob. Blasting off at crazy speed, the arrogant guy waves bye to the losers. Our MC takes charge, telling everyone to equip their headsets. This is the squad's very first real fight, so making mistakes is absolutely not an option. Floating through the city, the chubby kid couldn't care less about ruining the local traffic. He jokes that they are so slow he is falling asleep. Seriously though, his team is crazy fast. That is because they are wind magic pros. Our guy's squad is gonna struggle to catch up. The hero knows he could solo this easily, but that totally defeats the purpose of team building. Still floating, he trashes his opponents for lagging behind. Yuka can't hear the insults, but she knows he is spouting pure garbage. Finally, Slickhair Guy's crew hits the disaster zone and gets ready to wipe out the monsters. They start spamming insane green energy blasts at the enemies, trying to completely destroy everything. While innocent civilians are running for their lives, he just screams to keep attacking. Luckily, right before a couple gets blasted, our boy drops a massive magic barrier. He literally asks his teammates what the heck they're thinking. Suddenly, a menacing purple aura explodes outward, and the chubby kid realizes he is completely paralyzed. The rest of the cops and his friends finally show up to check on the civilians. Yuka is absolutely furious, yelling at them for dragging normal people into this insane mess. The snob is totally confused why he can't move, blaming our guy. He claims regular people are somehow messing up his high-class magic. He orders his goons to handle the crowd while he rushes off to solo the boss. Beating Fuka is easy, but it looks like running away. Honestly, you and I know this is exactly what our guy wanted. Let's dive right in. He protects the civilians while his friends absolutely wreck the monsters. But even an overpowered mage can struggle to defend everything on sheer confidence alone. He claims he is the captain of the special anti-monster squad. The blonde guy totally agrees it was stupid to even ask that question. They simply cannot rely on Minato forever and need to smash these monsters themselves. The orders are to push forward and secure the win for the team. Everyone uses their insane skills to blast through this chaotic battlefield. Fully hyped up, they unleash their powers with crazy precision at the incoming enemies. The girl blasts her Tier 3 water power straight at the charging demons. Before, she was terrified and totally useless, but now she is completely wrecking these demon grunts. She feels super proud of her massive glow-up. The magical energy here is off the charts, and unfortunately, tons of civilians are still trapped. Our main character knows this rescue mission is going to be incredibly tough. If it were literally anyone else, they would fail, but he is the great mage. Meanwhile, those goons and the stuck-up noble keep relentlessly attacking. Our hero's trio of friends officially groups up, blasting through enemy lines together. Suddenly, a massive magical aura hits them, and they realize a terrifying demon is standing right there. Now watch closely. This is the exact moment that Noble wants to flex his Tier 4 magic against the boss. His soldiers warn him that this massive demon cannot be dropped with just one basic Tier 4 spell. But the big guy is super arrogant and thinks he can solo it, since only top-tier humans beat demons. Being an elite noble, he thinks winning is his absolute birthright and casts his spell. In response, the demon unleashes absolutely devastating fire skills across the whole battlefield. In literal seconds, the guy's pathetic magic gets completely overwhelmed by the beast. Terrified of losing, they immediately back down and run away. Tragically, those poor civilians are left completely abandoned by this heartless coward. Right at that very second, our main hero drops in and totally saves the day again. He fires off epic spells to block the deadly enemy attack. His crew instantly steps up, raising their hands to cast massive support spells. Pinned to the dirt, the chubby dude is just super relieved. He totally dodged a massive defeat. Yuaka demands to know why he dragged innocent citizens into this mess. The noble just laughs, blaming them for being way too slow to outrun his elite magic. Absolutely furious, our girl delivers a legendary, brutal slap right to his face in Chapter 33. The hit is so insanely powerful it sends the guy flying. Right after, she completely roasts him, calling him a pathetic noble with zero honor. Still on the ground, the stunned noble literally cannot believe someone actually dared to hit him. The squad completely ignores the trash noble, shifting their focus to wiping out the remaining enemies from a distance. Our main boy watches all this unfold, super hyped that his friends bounced back so fast. I know what you're thinking, but wait, people still need saving. That giant beast is stalking the city, projecting a deeply evil aura while completely hiding. Those cowardly goons want to bail because they think this boss is totally unbeatable. The chubby guy admits these monsters are way too strong even for his level, but he has a plan. They want to use the rival team to weaken the boss, setting up the perfect final strike. His minions think this is absolute genius and get hyped to launch the trap. Meanwhile, the towering monster is finally closing in on our magic trio. Even with the enemy's broken magic, our heroes absolutely have to secure this win. The big guy charges in first, spamming his heavy-hitting magic and skills. Then, the detectives and the girls start unleashing massive combo spells at the beast. Everyone focuses their firepower in one direction, creating a massive explosion of fog. But somehow the monster just tanks it and keeps on fighting. They seriously need tier 4 spells or a totally insane amount of mana to crush it. Now the beast is up, it instantly triggers its dark demonic aura and actually starts floating. The crew barely dodges these totally lethal strikes. This monstrous energy is way deadlier now, packing double the raw power of the girl's magic. The power gap here is just massive, and there is zero chance they win like this. Listening through his earpiece, the main character hears his squad struggling and drops some major tactical advice. He warns them they really need to sync up and combine their ultimate attacks. He points out the two sisters hold the real key. There is absolutely no time to explain. They literally have to figure it out themselves. Suddenly, massive energy shots blast toward the girl, but she perfectly dodges. They quickly realize Kusanaga's cryptic words hold the ultimate secret to winning this fight. Exactly like her sister mentioned, Minato always led the vanguard, and that truly means everything. So where does that leave us? Their strategy is totally wiping out the small fry, while beautifully dodging the main demon's magic. Let's dive into this epic raid together. Her friends flank one side, while the others take the opposite, waiting for her perfect signal. Right in front of them, the massive beast starts charging up multiple deadly spells at once. Working completely in sync, our girl counts down the exact seconds to kick off their crazy plan. She calls it out right when everyone needs to dodge the blast. From afar, the main character realizes his friend is totally running the show here, noticing her insane natural talent for reading people on the battlefield. Even so, she totally doubts herself because her own power levels still do not seem high enough for this. Terrified, she tries to remember what her friend advised earlier. She isn't totally sure this weird method will work, but honestly, common sense went out the window ages ago. In a super risky move, she asks everyone to lend her their raw power. The noble watches this, completely clueless about their insane plan. United as one solid team, everyone totally focuses on pulling off this wild idea. They have zero other options, so they decide to blindly trust the girl. Now watch closely because they must push their limits. If it fails, they need a backup plan fast. The monster unleashes 5 heavy spells, chaining attacks. It shoots a massive blast of intense fire straight toward the enemies. The impact hits so hard the nobles think the squad is toast, but suddenly, everyone casually steps out of the roaring flames completely alive. Already prepping their spells, the support crew activates holy healing magic for the whole squad. Watching from a distance, our hero realizes it was a totally genius plan and praises their clutch use of healing. Now it's the two sisters' turn and they prep to cast their magic together. This is the ultimate play because their solo power is weak, but combining is the answer. Together they actually manage to form a tier 6 spell called Water Torrent. The attack blasts right into the monster, completely flooding it with the spell's crazy force. That totally shocks the detectives, who never believed they could pull off tier 6 magic. Even so, the beast is still standing and the fight isn't over. This is exactly the chance the chubby guy wanted to land the final blow. But suddenly his body completely runs out of steam. Thank goodness our hero arrives at the exact right moment and launches a crazy powerful spell. The squad realizes the beast has finally stopped moving. They are one step from victory. The sky clears up, the boss is defeated, and they literally stop the calamity. Completely drained of energy, the girls just collapse onto the ground. Suddenly their mana runs completely dry, and they cannot even move an inch. Still, they are incredibly happy they managed to save the day together. Chapter 34. Everyone gets massive congratulations from our protagonist, who praises their awesome work stopping the disaster. Let that sink in. This was their very first official mission, and they honestly crushed it. Just by watching, he can tell everyone is getting way stronger, especially Yuka, whose growth is absolutely insane. Her commands were spot on, and combining their spells was a totally brilliant play. She even admits she knew nothing about it and literally just learned the technique's name. When he realizes she had zero prior knowledge, our boy cannot fathom how she pulled it off. She explains it was all thanks to the main character's advice, and the rest was just pure, wild intuition. Our hero thinks this girl might actually be way more extraordinary than he originally expected. Still, she did amazing and was especially great in that leadership role. The harmony between the two sisters was the absolute key here. Over on the TV, the general announces the squad will reinforce their defenses against more demons. One reporter mentions the leader is just a student who stopped the academy disaster and asks if that crazy rumor is true. Shido is the one who steps up and answers on live television. He confirms the squad leader really is a student, just like people have been whispering about. That totally shocks the press, who absolutely cannot believe a minor holds that high-ranking spot. He honestly has enough raw power to easily surpass the snobby noble's magic. During the academy disaster, the nobles completely bylaid, abandoning the cops and citizens, but our hero showed up at the exact right second and saved everyone's lives. Because of that, Shido is totally convinced he is a true savior who will guide this new era. Watching from afar, our guy really didn't want this much hype. That kind of bold claim is super risky and could even cost him his job. But they point out some clans were on other continents and were honestly super negligent about the disaster, trying to smooth things over. The general says noble families matter, and the new team doesn't erase their roles. Right at that moment, the chubby guy barges in and actually orders everyone to kneel. He arrogantly declares he will be the new squad leader because only a noble deserves it. He claims rejecting him and holding a press conference is highly disrespectful. Annoyed, the detective asks why he's even here after totally losing the challenge. Faking amnesia, he denies the promise. Trust me, you want to see what happens next. All right, stick with me here. This snobby noble claims his word is law, but a reporter steps up asking the new leader a huge question. She drops a bombshell. They totally ditched the citizens during the disaster and even dragged them into their messy fights. He starts sweating bullets, but straight up lies and denies the whole thing. Other reporters jump in. They got the exact same intel plus video proof. The crowd goes absolutely wild. These elite families are supposed to protect people, not put them in danger. Super annoyed, the noble yells at everyone to shut up, blaming the victims for getting in the way of his magic. The detective calls him out for being totally corrupt. He says the city needs real heroes who actually want to protect folks without being completely selfish. He declares they do not need nobles who throw citizens under the bus. Completely roasted, the three run off shouting threats at the detectives. Watching this on TV, our MC feels super proud of his buddy defending him. On the tablet, the girls notice disaster videos going crazy viral all over the internet. The noble mages are getting absolutely dragged in the comments, especially the chubby guy. The internet is scary stuff for our MC. He realizes how insanely fast news spreads. Right then, the girl freaks out seeing their actual faces caught perfectly on camera. Hiding the MC's identity is nearly impossible now, making things way more complicated. A week later in a meeting room, he asks what the point is. He totally panics seeing so many random people just sitting in the room. Thanks to that crazy press conference, volunteer numbers skyrocketed because he acted like a total wild card on live television. He promises to reward our MC for it. He seriously wanted to train young mages, but keeping a low profile was his main goal. But his buddy shows up to hype him up, joking that the world cannot ignore such a handsome guy now. Unfortunately, that really bugs him. Being the center of attention is his worst nightmare. Now watch closely. Someone is tied to a chair in a super creepy location. The kidnapper demands to know everything this poor dude knows. This psycho wants all the intel on the black mage. He cries that it is just a young kid casting insane spells, and that is literally it. Furious, the absolute lunatic lunges with knives, screaming because he thinks there is way more to tell. Sobbing, the guy mentions police are taking shifts at the Magic Academy to uncover this mage's identity. Rumor says the guy is just a student, and that is everything. Unable to give more info, the hostage begs for mercy, but like a total maniac. His captor ends him in seconds, getting super triggered when blood ruins his expensive suit. Scrubbing furiously, he screams. Filthy, hyped up by how scared a student might get, he tells the Black Mage to get ready for his arrival. Chapter 35, throwing his hood back on, our MC finally arrives at Shinjuku. Floating up, he spots people walking around filming everything. Seeing a beaten-down monster, he instantly notices signs the Black Mage was just there. Our MC thought all the hype around him faded, but people are definitely still hunting him. Patrols have totally beefed up, and they seem way better at handling monsters and disasters now. Let's pause for a second, maybe they do not need him. Suddenly, he spots thugs collecting a 10 million yen debt. The suit guy cries he only borrowed 200,000 while desperately dodging the brutal punches. They laugh, saying that is how interest works and the rate is crazy high. Right then, the MC jumps in to save the guy from getting wrecked, dropping a magic barrier that blocks the heavy hits. Super annoyed, these thieves think the kid standing in front of them is playing hero. Instantly they get slammed down with zero reaction time. With too many issues, cops ignore illegal mages. Rumors link this crime ring to the Black Mage. That sparks our MC's curiosity to investigate this shady organization. The punks admit they know next to nothing, but they drop a name: Black Rebellion. Our MC promises to let these losers walk free if they spill everything they know. The Rebellion is a super secret mage syndicate, deeply involved in all sorts of nasty street crimes. Think Yakuza or Mafia vibes, completely tied up in media and politics. There is a Kabukicho branch, and both guys hope to join up. Right after spilling the beans, they end up getting smacked down by our MC again. Still, he remembers how Janata already warned him about the massive spike in illegal mage activity. So what do you and I make of this? Let the Academy handle monsters, while the Black Mage rules the underworld. Alright, stick with me here. Our boy decides it's time to wipe out the Kabukicho branch, sitting right in the middle of all those wild nightclubs and drunk partygoers. Walking through the chaotic streets, random people keep offering him luxury rooms and cheap red light district spots. These modern entertainment districts are totally buzzing, and it's honestly kind of overwhelming for him. You can feel the magic everywhere, making it completely impossible to tell who actually belongs to the organization. He figures he should start by busting heads and asking questions. Maybe shaking down some shady folks is the move. In a dark alley, guys selling weird contraband get seriously ticked off just seeing him show up. He absolutely wrecks them easily. One thug drops the organization's location, begging for sweet mercy. Knocking him out cold, he hopes the tip is legit. He heads to a bar named Western. Inside, some rough-looking dudes are chilling. The bartender takes some cash, asking a girl what she wants. She actually asks for top-secret intel. She wants to know the exact hideout of the Black Rebellion. But they tell her that's the wrong question to ask. The real question she should be worried about is what they are going to do to her now. Some sketchy guys start moving in. They knew someone was snooping, but a girl this pretty, total jackpot for these creeps. Looks like she got bad info and walked straight into a massive trap. Using magic, they order her captured alive, but she's got skills, dodging their magical attacks like an absolute pro. Her whole game plan is to find a window and bounce. But watch closely here, things get wild. She eats a fire spell and hits the dirt. The thugs laugh, threatening to do some seriously messed up stuff to her. On the verge of defeat, she quietly apologizes to her crew for failing the mission. Just as one guy creeps up to do something gross, our main character strolls in, completely ignoring the chaos. He walks straight to the counter, casually asking the bartender if those underworld syndicate guys are hanging around. A thug steps up right behind him, mocking him and asking if he even realizes what kind of mess he just entered. The guy talks trash and swings, but our boy drops him with one single punch. The thug goes flying, smashes the wall, tries to stand, and just passes out. The rest of the gang and the girl are completely stunned. The purple-haired chick is totally mind-blown. No regular dude hits that hard, and she has zero clue how he did it. She wonders if it's magic, but there was no spell casting. Kusanagi looks around the room full of trash-tier mages and realizes it's just a joke. He calls them pathetic for ganging up on a girl. The thugs are freaking out, but they figure their numbers give them an edge. One guy yells for everyone to rush him all at once since he's solo. They spam fire attacks, and our guy just casually dodges everything. I know what you're thinking. Can he actually win against so many enemies in a tight room? She assumes he can't pop off massive spells indoors, screaming at him to run before they roast him alive. But he finally loses his patience, slips past every single attack, and closes the gap to start throwing heavy hands. In literal seconds, our boy claps them one by one, knocking the whole crew completely out cold. The girl is absolutely speechless. He moved so ridiculously fast that she couldn't even track his movements. Once again, she's questioning if this guy is using secret magic. One leftover thug starts crying like a baby, demanding to know who he is. Kusanagi smirks and introduces himself as the Black Mage, the guy who will crush the Black Rebellion. He drops the last dude and approaches the girl. She's still totally shook by how easily he wiped the floor with them, wondering if he is some legendary elite tier mage. As Kusanagi gets closer, she realizes he literally looks like a high school kid. She even mentions that his eyes are super striking. He acts a little worried and asks if she took any damage. She brushes it off, saying she is completely fine and unhurt. Then he walks over to the bartender hiding behind the counter. Kusanagi demands the scoop on the Black Rebellion, but the guy refuses. He is terrified they will off him for snitching, so our boy just casually shatters the table with one punch to scare him. He asks again, straight up telling the bartender that this is his very last chance. Absolutely terrified, the dude finally spills. He reveals the Black Rebellion main base is in Tokyo, with branches everywhere, even way outside of Kabukicho. He heard the boss of the Kabukicho branch is a total monster nobody should ever mess with. The leader is a crazy strong mage pulling massive weight in the criminal underworld. Rumor has it, he secretly pulls the strings across all Japan. Kusanagi demands the exact location of the branch, but the bartender swears he has no clue. That's where we leave it. Low-level grunts never hold the real juicy intel. All right, stick with me here. Kusanagi hits a dead end, so he decides to hunt down more rogue mages for clues. As he turns to leave, the woman stops him, totally grateful. She shudders, saying she can't even imagine what would have happened if he hadn't shown up. He brushes it off, says he was just passing by, but bluntly adds that she practically asked for trouble by putting herself in danger. She calls him harsh, he just shrugs. Yep, he's only harsh with adults who should know better. She guesses he's hunting Black Rebellion. With an ice-cold glare, she asks what exactly he plans to do when he finds them. Destroy them, obviously. She sees he's dead serious, but still doubts he can wipe out an entire gang completely solo, no matter how strong he is. Since she can't pull it off alone either, she pitches an idea. She asks him to team up. She's a detective with killer connections and solid intel, perfectly making up for her lack of raw muscle. Plus, the Black Magician is way stronger than the street rumors claimed. Teaming up with this guy might actually be her ticket to finishing her mission. Kusanagi gets it. He asks if she's trading her underground info for his pure combat power. Exactly, she calls it the ultimate win-win deal, reaches out her hand, and officially asks for his help. He definitely needs the intel but hesitates. Can he trust her? After a second, he figures it's fine. If things go south, he'll just ditch her. He shakes on it. She introduces herself as Leona, while our guy just drops his title, Black Magician. She complains that name is too clunky. Why not go with something a little more catchy and short? He tells her to call him whatever. She picks Chrono, and he just rolls with it. He asks why those street thugs were chasing her anyway. She admits she was snooping around for Black Rebellion's main hideout. He straight up calls her an idiot for being so reckless. She argues they want the same thing, but he reminds her he can actually fight. She admits she's vulnerable, but hey, she didn't have a choice. Literally nobody else in this city has the guts to mess with Black Rebellion. These days, rogue mages basically run Kabukicho. The cops are way too overwhelmed dealing with major disasters to care. Kusanagi remembers Sonata telling him that exact same thing earlier. You and I are finally seeing how brutal Leona's situation really is. Trying to stay calm, Leona drops a bombshell. After their parents died, rogue mages attacked her little brother. She had to raise him all alone. She worked herself to the bone providing for him. She knows he was lonely while she worked nonstop, but the sweet kid never once complained. Then out of nowhere, armed robbers violently broke into their apartment one day. Her brother spotted them, so they tried to execute him. Kusanaga's face shifts and he immediately asks if the kid made it. She says he survived, but he's been comatose ever since. Kusanagi knows the harsh truth. Not even high-tier holy magic can wake someone from a coma. Frustrated, she admits the doctors still have no clue when he'll wake up. He is only 9 years old, and she believes he deserved a normal life. Leona reveals the attackers were actually Black Rebellion grunts. She tracked them down and arrested them, but won't rest until the entire gang is wiped out. When he flat out asks if this is just revenge, she says no, she wants to fix this city so nobody else suffers like them. She lacks the strength, but believes he can genuinely crush Black Rebellion. I know what you're thinking, and Kusanagi agrees. She is probably telling the truth, but is she just trauma dumping so he won't betray her later? He calls her tough for making it this far, smirking, because he actually kind of respects desperate women. He warns her not to slow him down. She claps back, saying she's already mapped out multiple hideouts, so don't underestimate her intel network. There are just way too many spots to check. Some belong to the Yakuza or Mafia, which is exactly why she had to play it safe. He just tells her to hand over the list. She asks what his plan is. He casually says he's just going to pay them a visit. She freaks out, warning that even a monster like him could die. He smirks and tells her not to sweat it. He's the legendary black magician. She agrees to share the intel, but insists on tagging along. He warns her again, but she refuses to back down, even if it gets her killed. He asks what her brother will do if she dies. She mentions he would at least cash in the life insurance. He snaps back that money means nothing, forbidding her from ever saying that again. Family comes first. She argues he just doesn't understand being weak. Furious, she vents about how sick it is to live honestly, only to get crushed by absolute trash like those gang members. When regular people like her get cornered, they have zero power to fight back. She cries, asking why her innocent little brother had to suffer so much, totally breaking down. Kusanagi starts moving. When she asks what he is doing, he demands those locations. And trust me, you and I know those gang members are gonna pay. All right, stick with me. You and I are about to watch our MC absolutely terrorize the underworld. She gives the intel, but says walking everywhere will take forever. He tells her not to sweat it, scooping her up from behind. Our boy tells her to hold tight, making her blush like crazy. Meanwhile, over at a shady building packed with gang members, some random dude steps up to check the window. Another thug asks what's up. Boom. The window violently explodes inward, and Kusanagi crashes right into the room holding Leona in his arms. He instantly roundhouse kicks the window thug, leaving absolutely everyone in the room shook. The whole gang completely freezes as their guy drops. Kusanagi casually asks if this is the actual Black Rebellion hideout. Leona desperately tries to chill out, but she is literally trembling from near-death panic. The thugs demand answers, pulling out their heat and getting ready to blast him. He just stays totally calm, realizing the Yakuza haven't changed much since his past life. The big boss steps up smoking a cigar, asking who the heck he is. He flat out replies, the Black Mage. Furious, the boss snaps and orders everyone to attack. Our MC just tells Leona to stay super close. Now pay attention to this part, it gets wild. A thug swings a sword, but Kusanagi doesn't even flinch. The guy freezes completely as his blade just shatters into pieces. More goons rush in from behind and open fire. Kusanagi simply throws up a magic barrier, blocking everything effortlessly. Absolute panic sets in for these thugs once they realize their weapons are completely useless. They scream that the Black Mage is a monster, but he just ignores them. He asks again if this trembling guy is the actual leader and if they have any ties to the Black Rebellion. The boss just shakes, going totally silent. Then he snaps, spitting out insults. He swears the Black Mage won't leave unhurt, loudly warning him not to underestimate the absolute power of the Yakuza. The gang charges again, shooting and rushing in blind. Kusanagi stays totally chill, calling them painfully stubborn. Leona knows street trash like this would never actually cooperate. She just can't believe he is still completely unharmed right now. He instantly senses that none of them are real mages. Guessing they have zero connection to the Black Rebellion, he simply decides to wipe them out. The boss yells that he picked the wrong enemies, but Kusanagi just interrupts him, delivering a massive kick that sends everyone flying. One single strike is literally all it takes to defeat the entire group. The Yakuza instantly surrender. Leona is absolutely stunned by how insanely fast that ended. Kusanagi is just annoyed they learned nothing, heading straight for the next spot. Leona finally realizes just how crazy overpowered the Black Mage really is, actually believing he can take down the Black Rebellion. He scoops her up again, she tenses up, knowing exactly how they are leaving. He jumps right out the window. She screams and begs him to stop, but he keeps going. At the next hideout crash, another window. Kusanagi completely trashes the entire gang in seconds, leaving them bowing and desperately begging for mercy. Back outside, he wonders why they always choose violence, calling the Yakuza total idiots. Leona agrees, but points out that gang members were never going to listen anyway. I know what you're thinking. Seriously, she begs him to stop busting through windows every single time. Sneaking around the Yakuza is one thing, but she is so done with flying. He just shrugs, saying rules don't matter with the Yakuza. She calls that absolute nonsense, so he finally agrees to do it the normal way. At the next spot they actually knock. A bald dude asks who they are. Kusanagi flat out says he's here asking about the Black Rebellion. The bald guy slams the door, telling them to get lost. Super annoyed, Kusanagi just kicks the door entirely off its hinges. The gang inside completely panics, mind blown and wondering if one single guy is seriously raiding them. They aggressively demand to know his clan, but Kusanagi just repeats he wants Black Rebellion info. The bald dude loses his patience and throws the first punch. Kusanagi really hoped they could solve this peacefully for once, but nope, no other choice. He counters, easily dropping the bald guy. Everyone else is left stunned, completely ignoring these pawns. Kusanagi looks around for the actual boss. A guy steps up to the front, proudly claiming he's the leader here. He asks why Kusanagi broke in, and our boy instantly asks if they have ties to the Black Rebellion. Ashiro gets it, but his men take it as massive disrespect, immediately pulling their guns on our boy. Ashiro orders them to stand down. When they protest, he bluntly states they can't handle a monster like Kusanagi. Then he answers loud and clear. His group has absolutely nothing to do with a pathetic org like the Black Rebellion. He says honor actually matters to his clan. Kusanagi just asks, so where is the real Black Rebellion hideout? Ashiro asks if he'll bounce after getting the answer. Kusanagi says yeah. Leona and Kusanagi take a seat facing Ashiro, while his men heavily surround them. She's super nervous being dragged into all this gang drama. Ashiro formally introduces himself. Kusanagi drops the name Chrono and Leona follows suit. Ashiro points out the hideout on a map. That's where we leave it, trust me, you're gonna want to see what happens next. He adds that this is absolutely everything he knows. Let's dive right in. Kusanagi checks the spot and sees it matches Leona's lead perfectly. He realizes they'd have found him eventually, admitting she's way more reliable than he expected. He asks Ashiro if he's seriously okay handing over top-tier intel to an outsider from their own world. Ashiro straight up says they aren't allies, they're enemies. His clan just isn't low enough to prey on decent folks. Kusanagi wonders why they even attacked him to begin with. But Ashiro points out that busting into a Yakuza office doesn't exactly scream respectable. He adds his clan has strict rules, so don't compare them to trash like the Black Rebellion. Kusanagi is genuinely shocked finding an old-school Yakuza like him nowadays. Having scored the info he needed, Kusanagi bounces just like he promised, but right before he dips. Ashiro asks if he's seriously taking on the Black Rebellion, warning him that heavy hitters in the country back them. Kusanagi scoops up Leona, says he's dealt with guys like that before, and literally flies off with her in his arms. Ashiro watches him go, totally respecting the guts. He thinks this crazy kid might actually crush the Black Rebellion. Cut to a warehouse deal for a special weapon. A goon confirms it is totally legit. The redhead orders the payment handed over, and the suits grab it. One of them shakes the buyer's hand, sealing the deal. The suit jokes that Japan is awesome for treating criminals so well, and the other guy totally agrees it is the absolute best country. While they are laughing it up, Kusanagi smashes right through the window holding Leona. Watch this carefully, everyone freezes, then instantly draws magic circles and pulls out weapons. Kusanagi knows he finally tracked down the exact group he wanted. Using magic perception, he sees every single Black Rebellion member is a mage, even the mafia guys. There are some mages there too. Leona ducks behind a shipping crate and starts recording everything on her phone. The redhead demands to know who Kusanagi is. Sick of that question, he announces he is the Black Mage, here to wipe them out. That honestly just confuses them even more. Then they bust out laughing, totally sure one kid cannot solo them. Kusanagi ignores the hate and drops a massive fire spell. Several dudes go flying through the air. He makes it crystal clear he is dead serious about destroying this entire gang. Furious, they spam wave after wave of magic. Kusanagi tanks it all with his barrier. He refuses to use anything past level 2, avoiding warehouse destruction. He thinks about using attack spells, but with so many enemies, it won't cut it. The goons are completely mind-blown that their magic did 0 damage, and even bullets are doing nothing. They cannot figure out how he's untouched. Nobody here has seen magic like this. Kusanagi is just disappointed. They are straight up panicking, and he isn't even trying yet. Suddenly, a suit remembers that special weapon they just bought. You felt that shift, right? Their attitude completely changes, warning Kusanagi to stop being cocky. He clocks it immediately as they slap on gas masks and pull out the weapon. Kusanagi recognizes it instantly and screams at Leona to run. She listens and sprints out. A thug tosses a gas bomb, but Kusanagi freezes it midair using his magic. Even so, it detonates, and deadly poison gas floods the room. The guys are dead certain nobody survives that stuff. They completely relax, convince the Black Mage is toast, and stroll over to check out his corpse. When the smoke clears, they are absolutely floored to see him standing there spotless. Kusanagi flexes that magic alone cannot beat poison gas, but gas is ultimately just gas. He simply used basic wind magic to push the toxic air around his body. Then he calls their master plan totally stupid, reminding them an elite mage won't go down that easily. Terrified, they desperately call for backup but get absolute radio silence. Kusanagi smirks. It is useless, he already handled that. Every single other hideout has been wrecked, and this is their last stand. He tells them to brace themselves and absolutely wrecks everyone. Satisfied, he officially wipes the Black Rebellion off the Kabukicho map. He goes to find Leona, but suddenly feels a heavy presence right behind him. A shady guy steps out of the dark corners, holding Leona hostage. He is impressed Kusanagi soloed the whole crew. Flashing a sick smile, he says he wants to negotiate with the Black Mage. After completely thrashing the Black Rebellion members, and dealing with that crazy poison gas, Kusanagi heads to the warehouse exit to check on Leona, only to find an enemy mage holding her at knife point. The guy demands a hostage negotiation to get her back. Kusanagi quickly calculates the distance, realizing he cannot reach her in time with combat magic unless a perfect opening pops up. He secretly starts charging up a level 1 spell just to force the attacker to drop his knife. But the guy notices and warns him to freeze. Trust me, you're going to want to see how Kusanagi gets out of this. Alright, stick with me here. Kusanagi is actually stunned his opponent spotted the spell, admitting the guy has real skills. From what he can tell, this dude is totally hiding his true strength, but his magic power, sitting around 40,000. Clearly a top-tier mage. Leona starts apologizing to Kusanagi, calling him Chrono, but he just calmly tells her he is going to save her. Annoyed by Minato brushing him off, the guy warns he will actually murder Leona if Minato keeps taking this as a joke. After a few more tense words, Minato cools the situation down, agreeing to stop making sudden moves. Looking super smug, the kidnapper introduces himself as Kaga Shuji, head of the Black Rebellion Kabukicho branch. He claims he was sent to investigate the Black Mage to recruit or kill him. Kaga also brags about torturing people connected to the Black Mage, only to find out his target was just some kid trying to wreck their branch. Getting annoyed, Kaga tightens his grip on the knife and slices Leona right on the neck. He quickly apologizes, not feeling bad, just saying he got carried away. He actually enjoys watching her blood run right down the shiny blade. Seeing how totally unhinged this guy is, Minato straight up asks Kaga what he actually wants. Kaga pauses for a second, then grins and says he would rather torture and kill Minato in exchange for letting Leona live. If Minato refuses or tries to run away, he will kill her instead, so he basically forces Minato to choose between himself and Leona. Minato instantly agrees to take the torture. Hyped up, Kaga mocks Leona, asking if she thinks her boy Minato looks brave right now. But Minato knows normal attacks cannot break his magic barrier at all, so this is easily the safest play to make. Now pay attention, things get wild here. Kaga demands he turn off the barrier, saying torture is useless otherwise. That totally shocks Leona, who finally gets how Minato kept blocking all those attacks. Now she's terrified of what might happen if he actually drops it. Minato is surprised too, realizing he showed way too much of his hand since Kaga knows about the barrier. Even so, he shuts it down, asking if that works. Kaga instantly fires off a crazy first-tier lightning spell straight at Minato and his vital spots. Leona begs him to stop, but Kaga is sadistically loving it. After taking the hits, Minato fakes passing out while Leona blames herself for being weak. Seeing his big chance, Kaga gets ready to strike again and starts taunting her. Leona tries interrupting his spell to protect Minato, but Kaga easily reads her move. After knocking her down, he mocks her, calling her a weak little nobody. He tells her Minato fell because of her and gets ready to end her. Super eager to see her die in pure despair. But at the last second, Minato jumps up and lands a brutal surprise punch, totally wrecking Kaga. Absolutely stunned, Leona asks how he survived after dropping his barrier. Minato explains he secretly kept a tiny barrier hidden right before the attack hit him, making it look like his defense was completely gone the whole time. Leona lets out a nervous laugh, saying only Minato would pull something like that. With Kaga knocked out for the moment, Minato heals Leona and her cut with light magic, letting her know she is finally safe and sound. Relieved, Leona silently thanks her lucky stars the Black Mage is on her side, but then Kaga stands back up with his face healed, absolutely furious. Minato is blown away that he is conscious after that fast strike. Seeing torture will not break him, Kaga decides to just burn them alive. Watch closely, as Kaga readies his fire, Minato spots the real danger. Kaga was totally holding back and his magic is still growing. Spell ready, he launches Fire Spark, a massive level 4 attack right at them. Right before impact, Leona starts panicking, totally convinced that Chrono cannot stop this one. Minato stays completely chill and only throws up his magic barrier when the roaring flames are basically touching them. Crazy enough, Minato easily crushes that 4th-tier attack. Seeing him put out the fire with zero effort, Leona feels this weird sense of total safety just standing next to him. Watching him, she really wants to know who the Black Mage actually is. When his attack totally fails, Kaga just laughs, praising Minato and his power. He claims he knew simple fire magic would not win, but he still has way more tricks. Leona, still super confused, asks out loud why Kaga's magic has not faded away, yet like it definitely should have by now. Minato explains that Kaga is actually using sustainable magic, feeding the spell over and over to keep it active, exactly like when Minato uses wind to fly. Leona snaps back that this is no time for a magic lesson, but when she warns the barrier might vanish. She realizes it is still going strong and wonders why. Minato tells her he can use sustainable magic too, so she really does not need to worry. That makes Kaga start panicking. Noticing his fear, Leona bravely tells the guy to just give up while he still actually can. And that's where we leave it. Kaga drops the scared act and attacks again. You and I are diving right in. Kaga admits Minato is strong, finally unleashing his real trick, making the barrier's fire absolutely intense. Suddenly, Leona feels super weak. Her body gets heavy, barely able to breathe. Kaga smugly explains that surrounding them with fire burned up all the oxygen inside. No air means suffocation, and as the heat cranks up, even Minato's barrier will eventually crack. He gives our boy a choice: suffocate inside or burn alive outside. Minato just yawns, completely annoyed. Kaga snaps, asking if he even gets how serious this is. Calmly, Minato says he gets it way better than Kaga does. Kaga argues it doesn't matter what Minato tries, Leona is already dying, but suddenly, boom, Leona gets her strength back, totally confused. Kaga looks totally shocked. Minato casually drops the facts: fire magic can completely alter the air. But Kaga completely forgot one tiny detail: magic itself is also in the air. Kaga demands answers, so Minato briefly breaks down how barriers interact with atmospheric magic, then blasts a wind spell to move the air, snuffing out the flames. Watching his master plan crumble, Kaga absolutely panics, cursing his massive fail. Watch closely here. Before Kaga passes out, Minato steps up, refusing to let him off easy, totally mocking his weird obsession with torture. Then he blasts a spell, sending him to the dark zone. Boom. Kaga lands in a total void, zero sound, zero light, just infinite darkness. Absolutely terrified, he screams for help, but nobody answers. Minato heads right back to Leona. She drops the news: somebody already called the cops about this warehouse. Without missing a beat, Minato scoops her up and bails, totally ignoring her complaining as they ditch the scene before the cops roll up. Safe at last, Leona finally admits the Kabukicho branch is done for, but Minato, he's already scheming, talking about crushing the next district. Calling him Chrono, Leona straight up asks to become his ally. She knows she's weak and might slow him down, but promises her solid intel and street connections can definitely help out. After a quick pause, Minato admits he's awful at rejecting people and says yes. Leona instantly lights up with a massive smile. She promises to handle PR and recruitment. Hours later, the morning news drops, reporting all about the crazy warehouse incident. They mention Black Rebellion members getting busted, completely name-dropping the mysterious Black Mage. Then breaking news interrupts the broadcast. It's a nationwide message from some anti-mage squad, supposedly led by the Black Mage. On screen, some hooded dude posing as the Black Mage. I know what you're thinking, Iji, right? He calls his squad Shadow Bearers and himself Black Annihilator, swearing to hunt illegal mages. He warns that from now on, zero injustice will slide. Meanwhile, a high-ranking Black Rebellion boss watches this broadcast and absolutely loses his mind with rage at the Black Mage's sheer audacity. His partner stays super chill, totally brushing off this Black Mage guy as way too insignificant to matter. That cools the angry dude down. He puts all his trust in their crazy, powerful, noble mage ally and Fuka family boss, Fukin. After the epic fight, Fukin Jin chills in his room, watching the press straight up call the nobles useless. Since the special unit handled the crisis way better, the media and public are totally questioning if nobles are even needed. Absolutely furious at the disrespect, Jin yeets his teacup right at the TV and orders his butler to summon Sho. While the butler rushes right out, Jin swears those low-class commoners will absolutely pay for daring to mock the magic nobility's so-called uselessness. Meanwhile, literally across the globe, New York City descends into absolute chaos. Out of nowhere, massive monsters spawn and attack civilians, sending terrified people running for their lives. Emergency squads arrive in minutes, reporting back as they desperately try to contain the attack, but there are just way too many monsters. One officer holds the line while another desperately calls Smatalo for backup, only to hear this crazy calamity is happening everywhere. Zero help is coming anytime soon. Massive explosions rock the city, killing hundreds and leaving thousands completely wounded. Trust me, you've got to see this part. A boss monster steps up, charging a level 5 scorching fire pillar spell that could easily swallow the entire city. Right before he blasts it, an elite noble mage drops in, blocking it completely with a massive level 5 titanic water bubble spell. Boom. This absolute legend is Masujet Toshiro, Yuika and Ruka's dad. He effortlessly tanks the boss monster's attack before landing smoothly right on the chaotic battlefield. The stunned first responders get orders to back Toshiro up and secure the zone. Ignoring all the hype, Toshiro locks in on the fight, instantly blasting a powerhouse water spell to take down the massive leader. The sheer force of that attack completely drowns the creature, giving it zero chance to counter. instant victory. Afterward, the responders thank him. Calm as ever, he just says he was only doing his duty. All right, grab your snacks because we are jumping straight into the drama. The New York mayor personally thanks Toshiro, but the crowd starts throwing major shade. People are totally mocking the idea of a low-tier Japanese noble acting all high and mighty, dropping nasty hints about Japan losing its edge. Toshiro definitely hears the hate, but totally brushes it off. Instead, his mind is on the massive headache waiting back home. His daughters are joining the special magic squad, and Japan's reputation is basically circling the drain right now. Meanwhile, somewhere else completely, Ruka and their friend are totally catching their breath on the training ground, still super sore from getting wrecked by Minato Kusanagi. Ruka is complaining that he is way too overpowered, and the crazy part, he wasn't even trying, but before they can keep venting, Sanada rolls up with his crew. He pitches a wild new idea: jump Minato all together to snag the win. Hyped up by the sheer numbers, Yuika is totally down, thinking Minato can't possibly solo 100 trainees. Too bad he hears everything. He pops up behind them out of nowhere, casually asking if they want to try it. Yuika absolutely freezes and instantly denies it, awkwardly lying that they were just chatting. Yeah, Minato is definitely not buying it. He tells them playtime is officially over and drops their next mission. They need to beat him using literally everything they have. You're going to want to watch this closely. The whole squad rushes him at once, thinking numbers guarantee a win. Minato barely blinks, blocking everyone with a basic level 1 barrier. When Yuika smugly claims that flimsy shield won't stop them at all, he casually cranks it up to a massive level 4 magic barrier, leaving the trainees totally speechless. Still, they refuse to quit and pump even more juice into their attacks, but Minato's shield tanks every single hit effortlessly. As they get more and more annoyed, the terrifying reality of his insane strength finally hits them. Then, Minato goes on the offensive and absolutely wipes the floor with everyone. When the dust settles, the whole squad is just floored. After practice, Yuika and Ruka check their phones and their faces instantly lose all color. Minato spots this and asks what is going on. Getting super serious, the sisters explain their dad is back in Japan. Later at his place, things are super awkward when Toshiro starts asking about their new magic squad. Yuika says yes, and Toshiro immediately demands all the details. Thrilled that he is actually listening, they excitedly ramble about all the amazing things the squad is doing and how awesome their new friends are. Ruka proudly brags that her magic power and spell levels have skyrocketed super fast, all thanks to Minato Kusanagi and the rest of the team. Hearing all this hype, Toshiro nods, admitting Minato sounds pretty talented and genuinely useful to society. But then, taking a sip of his tea, he hears them compare Minato to him, basically saying Minato is on par with a high-ranking magic noble. Toshiro calmly sets his cup down and drops an absolute bombshell command. I know what you're thinking, wild, right? He orders them to quit immediately, and the stunned sisters demand answers. I scold. Toshiro claims that noble reputation is already tanking hard, and this squad stuff is just making Japan look worse. He insists the magic nobles are the true backbone of the country, not some special unit. Basically, Minato just breathing is ruining things for everyone else. Because of that, they are officially banned from seeing him. Furious, the girls call his logic straight-up garbage. Toshiro refuses to budge, ordering them to fall in line like always, and turns to leave. But wait, Yuika, who has literally never talked back to him, finally says no. She boldly declares she is never ditching the magic squad or Minato, fully believing that Guy is going to change the entire world. She says the nobles have gotten way too lazy. While the squad actually pushes them to their limits for real combat. If he had just asked nicely, they would have helped, but forcing them is a massive mistake. Hearing that disrespect, Toshiro ice cold disowns her on the spot, stripping away her title as a magic noble forever. Ruka steps up, getting ready to argue, but Yuika just gives a nod and walks away without another word. Right before stepping out, she shoots her dad a smile and says from now on, she is just plain old Yuika. He seriously doesn't need to stress about her dragging the family name through the mud anymore. Once she is gone, Toshiro grumbles about kids being rebellious these days. Ruka steps in, warning him that Yuika has genuinely changed, hoping he might want to keep at least one daughter around. But nope, Toshiro takes another massive L as Ruka also drops her noble status right there to follow her sister. He disowns her too, demanding she never use their last name ever again. Ruka totally accepts it, drops a quick thanks for everything, and bails, leaving him alone to mutter to himself. Finally free from their toxic dad, the sisters ditch those stuffy noble outfits for some cute casual clothes, heading to a hotel while celebrating their brand new freedom. Along the way, Yuika turns and asks Ruka if she is seriously okay with throwing their entire family legacy away. Ruka totally calms her down, promising that as the big sister, she'd never leave Yuika alone. Yuika smiles at that and the sisters share this super wholesome hug, but that's where we leave it because trust me, things go crazy when they try to book a room. Let's dive right in. After trying everything, they beg the manager but get absolutely nowhere. They spend all day searching, but hotels, rentals, and even cybercafes straight up reject them for being underage. Ruka could easily fake her age, but Yuika looks way too young to pull that off. Totally wiped out, they grab drinks at a cafe. Yuika sighs at the irony. They've got squad cash but zero places to crash. Suddenly, two drunk dudes walk over and start shamelessly flirting with Yuika right in front of Ruka. Before things get ugly, Ruka shoots them a totally deadly glare. She warns them to back off immediately. These guys instantly sense the danger, spit out quick apologies, and just run away. Once they leave, Yuika smiles and says they should just party. When Ruka asks about sleeping, Yuika basically says that's a tomorrow problem. So on their first night out alone, they buy cute clothes, grab plushies, and sing crazy karaoke. By nightfall, reality totally hits, but Yuika still thanks Ruka for such a super special night. She admits things are way less scary together. Ruka smiles, reminding her they still need a bed. I know what you're thinking, who can save them? Boom. Yuika gets a classic, clumsy text from Minato. He's asking how to use his phone again. The sisters exchange a look and decide to visit Minato, hoping he lets them crash. When they finally show up at Minato's place, they flat out ask if they can stay for a bit. Before saying yes, Minato brings the Masuja sisters into the living room so they can talk about everything. After listening to "Let's jump in," the girls finally admit they acted completely reckless and immature. Listening to them, Minato realizes they are actually being honest with themselves now. Plus, they have bonded way more as sisters. When they finish, Yuika apologizes for the trouble and asks again if they can crash here, since they literally have nowhere else to go. Minato pauses to think. Since he has zero romantic interest in either of them, he decides whatever, it is totally fine and lets them stay. Before they can even celebrate, he warns them his apartment is tiny. It is absolutely nothing like the fancy, high-class mansions they are used to. To his shock, they do not care at all. They just start happily chatting away like excited little kids. Watching them, Minato casually jokes about how crazy fast they adapt. Somehow, that simple comment makes both girls blush super hard. Their minds wander into goofy fantasies about surviving alongside the strong and super cool Kusanagi Minato. Yuika gets especially carried away. Her heart is pounding so fast she literally has to calm down. Watch this part carefully. Completely clueless, Minato casually asks if they want a shower before bed. The girls instantly freak out, acting like he is a total creep. Unfazed, Minato just asks them again. This time, they actually respond like normal human beings. Yuika heads in first, leaving Minato and Ruka alone in the living room. Chatting, Minato praises their bold move to leave home, admitting he never expected that from them. Ruka admits she is pretty shocked too. It is their very first time rebelling against their super strict dad, a guy who never allowed any independence. She figures right now, he will probably just cling even harder to his old school beliefs. You and I both know this is bad news. Minato reminds her that Toshiro already hates their squad, so nobody knows what crazy stunt he might pull next. Before Ruka can even answer, Yuika steps out in her pajamas and tells her it is her turn. Ruka hurries in and absolutely enjoys the greatest bath she has had all day long. While she is out, Yuika tells Minato that hanging out at his place still feels totally unreal. Minato calmly mentions this is his first time having guests over, but he is not stressed at all. Yuika genuinely thanks him for letting them crash, but Minato brushes it off like it is no big deal. She laughs, and when he asks her why, she says he has literally always acted like everything is totally normal, no matter how weird things actually get. And that is where we leave it. He promises that as squad mates they are friends, he will never abandon them. Alright, you and I are jumping right in. Yuika's heart is totally racing, but before she can overthink it, Ruka steps out looking super elegant in her nightwear. Minato gets up to take his turn, leaving the two sisters in total silence, both just trying to process absolutely everything. The very next day, Minato meets up with his supervisor Shido. He grabs the brand new training schedule for his unit. After their usual meeting, he casually drops that Yuika and Ruka are staying at his place. Hearing that Minato is living with two girls, Shido totally questions how he stays calm. Completely baffled, he actually wonders if this is normal for the youth today. Determined to teach him some common sense, Shido gives Minato a whole lecture about how polygamy isn't a thing in Japan, throwing out half-baked ideas about culture and tradition. Alright, stick with me here. On his way home, Minato realizes 3 people in his apartment is way too crowded. Before heading up, he spots Hinata training all by herself in the courtyard and goes to check on her. He calls out asking why she's still grinding. She admits feeling totally left behind. She finally learned attack spells but isn't satisfied. She tells Minato to drop the formalities since she's his subordinate, and he agrees in a heartbeat. Minato hyped her up, urging her to cast one. When she hesitates, he steps in to guide her. Taking his advice, Hinata gets into stance and fires. Minato totally praises her, saying keep going. Putting in that work will only make her stronger. Hinata says thanks but still feels super weak compared to the squad. Minato tells her to stop doubting herself, he sees her hustle. She admits she joined the police because holy mages are super rare, yet she feels like the weakest link in the entire crew. Catching herself trauma-dumping all her worries on him, she quickly apologizes. Watch closely now, Minato doesn't let it slide, asking why she actually joined up. Hinata reveals her grandma was a legendary holy mage who saved countless lives during past calamities. Wanting to be just like her hero, she enlisted too. But even after saying that, she's still doubting herself. She claims she lacks a massive goal and isn't particularly amazing at anything. Minato shuts that down instantly. He points out her healing magic, offensive spells, and crazy work ethic. Why she started matters way less than what she is actually doing right now. That completely moves her. Hinata finally realizes all her intense training is totally paying off. The emotion completely overwhelms her, and she cries tears of relief, jokingly calling herself a pathetic adult. But Minato smiles and says age has absolutely nothing to do with it. Super grateful for his pep talk, Hinata starts seeing Minato as the guy who always crushes her doubts. Later that night, Minato gets ready for his top-secret gig as the Black Mage. Before heading out, he meets up with Leona. She dug up spicy intel on those noble rumors. Totally invested, Minato asks her to spill the tea, but she demands he put on his edgy shadow bringer outfit first. After getting completely ignored by our Black Mage, Leona hands over her report on suspicious underground groups. Rumors are linking magical nobles to dirty money and embezzlement. The Fuchai family might even be tied to the Black Rebellion. Minato asks who's running the show. Leona says all fingers point to Kuro and Akuto, a disgraced magical noble who got permanently exiled. You and I both know what that means. The nobles backing the rebellion is pure bad news. But Leona reminds him to chill. There is still zero hard proof against the Fuchai family yet. Nobody is talking, and solid intel is basically non-existent. She figures anyone spilling secrets gets permanently silenced, so she warns Minato to watch his back while digging deeper. Wrapping up, Minato tells her to forward everything to his phone, when asked about his next move, serving some cold, hard justice. Then he leaps off the roof, plotting how to crush these villains. A few hours later, the Black Mage returns home, switching back to Minato Kusanagi to chill with his roommates. All 3 of them quietly vibe, doing their own thing. With some free time, Minato grabs his smartphone to research Ikikami Minato, and the crazy calamities from exactly 50 years ago. Most of the official history regarding Ikigami still remains exactly the same. But somehow modern mages are described as way weaker, super sketchy. He finds only vague files on magical bloodlines, zero details on their ancient training, thinking back to his past life. Minato realizes if his old magic tome still existed, mages would have never fallen off this hard. Yuika points out that high-level training data just vanished, like somebody deliberately wiped it from existence. Minato guesses the current Misu leader might have answers, but with zero calamity info, scoring a meeting is gonna be nearly impossible. So for right now, he keeps trying to uncover what calamities actually are and their origins, but hits a brick wall. Yuika notices his frustration and resumes working. The very next day, the special magic unit is training hard. Suddenly, Minato and the squad get an urgent calamity alert and are instantly deployed. But trust me, you'll hate this part. They arrive only to find Shu Fuka already flexing over the dead monster. Alright, you and I are about to watch a massive ego trip. Minato stays chill while Shu mocks him. The arrogant dude brags that his squad handled absolutely everything before they even showed up. Then he tells Minato to relax since no civilians got hurt. Shu keeps flexing, claiming things would have been a total disaster without him. He arrogantly tells them to be faster next time before walking off. After he leaves, Yuka asks what his deal is, but Minato seriously has absolutely no clue. Over the next few days, way more calamities pop up, and every single time, Shu's squad arrives first and steals all the credit. He keeps trash-talking the special magic unit for being super slow, insisting the world totally still needs the magic nobles to survive. Yuika absolutely explodes when he calls her team useless. Once he leaves, she points out this is the 5th time it's happened. It is super obvious something extremely sketchy is going on here. Around this time, Shido warns them they might be getting sabotaged, because their intel reports always arrive super late. Since Minato cannot sense calamities from far away, he is totally stumped. Yuka angrily points out that Shu conveniently avoids fighting whenever a demon-level boss shows up. Not knowing what to do, Minato checks his phone and sees the Fuchai family getting massive support online. Super weird, considering everyone was totally roasting them just a while ago. He also notices Jin Fuchai is about to give a live press conference. Minato and the squad huddle up to see what this guy says. Jin thanks the reporters, claiming this whole thing is about the recent epic failures of the magic nobles, specifically calling out Shu. Then, pulling a massive wild card, he bows deeply and publicly apologizes for his son's awful behavior. Now pay attention here, the reporters are stunned. Nobody expected a magic noble to apologize. Jin keeps going, saying he failed as a father and promises to make things right. At the same time, the media starts hyping up how Shu soloed multiple calamities before the special magic unit even made it there. Seeing his mastermind plan working, Jin stands tall and starts preaching about the serious lack of capable magic nobles. Still, he claims they're taking action. The whole press conference goes viral with everyone backing the Fuchais, which absolutely infuriates Yuika. She vents to the crew, terrified that all their hard work was completely useless, and the public will just mock them. Minato calms her down before she goes totally nuclear. He reminds everyone their mission stays exactly the same no matter what the public thinks, telling them to trust him. Just a few days after that crazy conference, Shido gets called into a high-level meeting. His boss tells him the Special Magic Brigade is in major trouble. Complaints are skyrocketing as their nasty turf war with the magic nobles gets way worse. When Shido tries to explain how sketchy Shu has been acting, his boss cuts him right off, accusing him of just picking fights with the nobles. He snaps that Shido pushed to create this brigade in the first place, completely making enemies out of all the nobles. So this absolute mess, totally his problem. Shido then asks if they know why their ops keep getting blocked, but his boss completely scolds him for even daring to suggest sabotage. He makes it crystal clear, the brigade only survives if they fix their awful PR and make peace with the nobles, or they are done for. Meanwhile, Jin Fuchai watches all this chaos with pure satisfaction. I know what you're thinking, the public is super easy to play with a flashy show and some lies. With public opinion totally on his side, Jin is completely sure he will crush the Special Magic Brigade soon. Then, after about a boring week of absolutely nothing happening, Minato and the squad eat lunch on the school rooftop, complaining hard about being stuck doing absolutely zero work. Ruka mentions that the Fucha family is basically handling all the recent calamities. But Ryuji points out the obvious: someone inside the police force is definitely sabotaging the special magic team. Minato completely agrees. He explains that some officers are linked to the magic nobles and view the special magic team as a massive threat. Clueless Yuika asks how that is even possible. And Minato tells her the team's epic actions have totally ruined the nobles' perfect image. Deep down, he knows the nobles are linked to the Black Rebellion, so any support for the special magic team is a huge problem for them. Completely fed up, Yuika blasts the magic nobles for being useless, yelling they should fix their own garbage reputation instead of pulling this nonsense. After chilling out a bit, she wonders if her own dad is involved, but Ruka really doubts it. Minato finishes his lunch, stands up, and tells everyone they are heading straight to the Misujo mansion to find out the truth themselves. The sisters hesitate since things are super rocky with their dad right now. Minato says they can stay behind, but eventually they tag along anyway. They arrive at the Misujo villa, where two female guards instantly block them right at the front gate. Even after introducing themselves, the guards straight up refuse to let them inside. So what do you and I make of this? The guards claim their master permanently banned his disinherited daughters. All right, stick with me here. Just as the sisters give up, Minato steps up, dropping his special magic team captain title to interrogate Toshiro. The guards tell him to make an appointment, but Minato shoots back that he just needs some quick answers. Annoyed, he considers just forcing his way inside, when Toshiro suddenly pops up and actually lets them walk in. Walking into the meeting, Minato jokes about Toshiro looking super young, asking if he's their older brother. The girls shut that down fast. Young or not, that dude is their dad. Once they sit, Toshiro starts blaming Minato for leading his daughters astray. Minato claps back, saying if you blame others for your kids getting independent, you're just a bad dad. Then he casually asks why Toshiro can't just be proud that his girls are actually growing up. Toshiro just stares him down in silence, realizing Minato definitely didn't come here to play games. So Minato drops the small talk completely, asking if Toshiro is secretly pressuring the special magic squad. Toshiro totally denies it, claiming magic nobles rarely team up and that Fuka is just doing her own thing. After taking a moment to respect Minato's insane determination, Toshiro admits he's heard the rumors, a student with noble tier power and a literal hero who stopped multiple major disasters. Now watch this closely. Still doubting him, Toshiro releases a massive mana wave to flex his power, but to his absolute shock, Minato effortlessly matches it. The rest of the squad, including the sisters, are basically paralyzed under that crushing magical pressure. When the heavy aura finally fades, Toshiro praises Minato's crazy strength. But Minato brushes it off as simple magic control. He even calls out Toshiro for holding back a ton of power. Toshiro is genuinely impressed he noticed that. Then Minato asks the real question: why are modern mages so much weaker nowadays? Toshiro fires back, why do you want to know? When Minato mentions the incident 50 years ago, Toshiro reveals mages were purposely nerfed just to keep them under control. Minato demands a better explanation, but Toshiro just hints that he will figure it out soon enough. He then claims magic nobles are totally necessary, so Minato asks if the Fuka family is too. Total silence. Seeing he won't get any more dirt, Minato just stands up, drops a quick thanks, and ends the chat. Before leaving, the others admit they still can't even move right after that insane mana blast earlier. Minato helps them up as they head out. On the way, he tells Toshiro he's honestly glad he didn't find any gross corruption in his family, because otherwise he would have handled this completely differently. He adds that Toshiro's daughters are super important friends to him. When asked what that means, Minato just casually walks away. A few days later, the Special Magic Squad gets shiny new anti-monster uniforms that literally resist most attack spells. Shidu hypes everyone up, announcing the team can finally go all out. With everything locked in, Minato gathers the crew to settle things with the FCA. Meanwhile, at the Fuka mansion, Jinfu and his son Shu celebrate the special magic team's downfall. Jin brags the Black Rebellion will help him rule Japan. We all see this backfiring, right? But their little party gets violently crashed when suited cops bust in, ordering everyone to freeze immediately. The whole wild scene is broadcast live on TV as a reporter covers a magic noble's shocking arrest. Shouting from a helicopter outside, she tells viewers this is the first time a noble has ever faced charges like this. Police bust Jin for bribery, threats, and power abuse, then start raiding his whole estate. Jin completely loses it, screaming that a noble shouldn't be treated like common trash, demanding hard proof. Right on cue, the special magic squad arrives. Minato steps up, holding out his phone, and calmly drops the mic. They already have the evidence. Shu recognizes him as Kusanagi Minato from the special magic team and demands answers, while Jin instantly screams that all their evidence is totally faked. Minato fires back with photos of Jin taking bribes, working with illegal mages, and straight up planning a literal assassination. Jin starts panicking hard, accusing Minato of making everything up. To shut him up, Minato plays a video of them refusing to stop a minor disaster. Even with innocent civilians in danger, asking if that is fake too. Completely cornered and raging, Jin demands to know who the heck was secretly spying on him. His own butler steps forward and admits it was him. Jin flips out, screaming about this massive betrayal. The butler confesses a dark mage asked if loyalty meant accepting their corruption. Trust me, you and I never saw this epic betrayal coming. Left totally speechless. Stick with me, we are about to watch karma hit hard. The butler chooses what is right, declaring Jin completely unfit to be a magic noble and demanding his immediate removal. Absolutely furious, Jin summons multiple magic circles and threatens to slaughter everyone in the room. But before he can even attack, Minato shatters those circles and punches a massive hole straight through the wall. No escape for corrupt nobles today. Jin cries over his crumbling empire, but Minato coldly reminds him he brought this on himself. In one last desperate flex, Jin brags about a secret overseas base ready for this exact moment. He claims once he bails, nobody can touch him, and he will kill anyone trying to arrest him first. Yin, Shu, and their goons unleash a massive wave of magic at the cops. But Minato instantly blocks it with a barrier, telling the officers to fall back while SMT handles business. Minato fires again, blowing a second hole in the wall, and this time the news chopper is broadcasting it live. Reporters announce the Fuka family is openly resisting arrest, sparking massive doubts about these so-called magic nobles. With the entire country watching intently, the reporter asks if citizens can still trust nobles, then quickly reminds viewers that Japan still has the SMT, along with Kusanagi and our boy Minato. Right outside the mansion, the Fuka squad and the SMT gear up for all-out war. Now watch closely, Minato faces Jin, while Shu mocks the SMT, asking if they seriously think they can win this fight with such a tiny crew. Yuika claps back that unlike those completely spoiled nobles, her squad is busy handling other disasters. Furious, Shu drops the act and threatens to murder them all. Yuika calls him a literal stain on magic nobles, swearing they will never forgive his crimes against the people. As the clash kicks off, Jin asks if Minato seriously thinks he can beat a noble. Minato just says he has zero reason to lose to weak trash. Absolutely enraged, Jin fires a plasma beam at the news chopper to silence the media. Minato blocks it instantly, calling him totally pathetic for sinking that low. Jin yells he does not care what it takes to profit, which just disgusts Minato even more. Meanwhile, Yuika, Ryua, Sanada, and the crew are absolutely wrecking Fuka's minions. Seeing his guys get crushed, Shu panics. Refusing to accept nobles losing to commoners, he orders his men to use their strongest magic and slaughter the SMT at all costs. While the enemy charges up their biggest spells, the Masuja sisters merge their power and unleash a level 6 water spell, Explosive Current. It completely crushes Shu's squad in one hit, leaving them totally defenseless. Defeated, Shu drops to his knees, desperately claiming this was all just a brief error in judgment. He swears he will change, begging for mercy. Seeing through him, Yuika fakes accepting the apology. We all saw this coming. The moment they turn, Shu calls them idiots and launches a sneak attack. But the sisters expected this, counterattacking instantly to completely immobilize him. They ask if he really thought they would forgive someone with zero intention of changing. With his final trick failing, Shu breaks down crying. Sensing his squad has finished the trash, Minato turns to Jin, letting him know his precious son just got completely wrecked. Watching his entire empire crumble to dust, Jin finally stops playing around. After a brief stare-down, Jin launches a level 1 wind spell from the air. Minato casually dodges it. Super frustrated, Jin follows up with a level 2 wind spear to catch him off guard. But Minato dodges that too. Jin fires a level 3 wind cutter, and Minato casually dodges again. Up in the chopper, the amazed reporter starts doubting if Minato can actually survive this crazy assault. Going for the finish, Jin casts level 4 wind, creating a massive wormhole. When Minato dodges, Jin cranks it to a level 5 typhoon, ready to wipe out everything. Seeing the insane danger, his team begs him to stop and just arrest Jin. Minato totally ignores them, forms a sick 4-layer magic barrier, and deletes the typhoon before it even touches him. Ruka is completely stunned he blocked such a deadly spell. Meanwhile, Ryuji just watches in admiration, totally used to Minato's reckless courage. The millions of people watching the live stream are left completely speechless. They are finally seeing a magic noble's true power after Jin casually dropped a level 5 spell like it was absolutely nothing. But the biggest shock is Minato stopping it effortlessly, while the reporter keeps the audience totally hooked with non-stop commentary. During a quick pause, Jin starts wondering why Minato hasn't attacked yet, heavily suspecting he is just stalling for backup to arrive. To test this, he mocks Minato, but trust me, you are not ready for what happens next. Minato just smirks with total confidence, saying he simply doesn't want to end the fight too fast. He's honestly having fun. That arrogant answer pushes Jin to reveal his full power. He claims his mana sits around 200,000, warning Minato not to freak out when he sees the massive gap between them. The SMT members totally scoff at him, absolutely sure he is lying since even 100,000 mana is basically unheard of. Super worried, Ruka and her sister think about stepping in, but Minato shoots them a harsh glare, silently telling them to stay out of it. They instantly get the message and hold back. Jin laughs at that, boasting that if they got any closer, he would have killed them instantly. Then he literally summons 5 magic circles, releasing his hidden glowing power while sending crazy shockwaves across the field. The SMT watches in absolute horror, terrified that Jin went overboard, but Minato, he is completely unimpressed. Jin proudly asks if he can feel just how massive his magic power truly is. Now watch closely. Minato says absolutely nothing, just observing as Jin preps a brand new spell called Neo Magic, totally meant to crush anything ahead. A giant green portal appears way high up, pulsing stronger and stronger. For the first time in this fight, Minato actually smiles, interested in the weird spell. Seeing that, Jin proudly explains his ultimate move. He calls it atmospheric magic and flexes it can crush a person instantly. Highly amused, Minato says bring it on. Absolutely furious at that chill attitude, Jin pushes the spell even further up to level 6 atmospheric magic. Air press totally warping the air around him and making escape impossible, but Minato does not even flinch as the portal swallows him whole. Jin is already cracking up, 100% sure Minato got crushed. Even the SMT members start thinking their leader is a goner. For over a straight minute, Yuika and Ruka call out, begging for any response. Just as they start accepting the absolute worst, Minato's voice completely shatters the silence, and both sisters gasp for air. You called it, Minato tells them not to declare him dead so fast. Jin, completely stunned, demands how he survived. Minato calmly explains he balanced the pressure inside and outside his body, totally canceling the spell. Just like deep-sea creatures that casually live under insane ocean pressure. Still totally shook, Jin demands to know how Minato used atmospheric magic, his own signature spell. Minato simply smiles and says he literally just watched and copied it. Jin is completely speechless, and Minato adds if he stopped yapping and attacked earlier, he might have caused damage. Then, Minato mocks him using sound magic to alter the pressure in Jin's ears, causing super sharp pain. Jin recoils backwards, desperately asking what just happened. Minato smirks, saying his wind-based sound magic completely wrecked his ears with heavy pressure. Seeing this absolute flex, Yuika finally gets Minato. Meanwhile, Jin is so incredibly humiliated that he loses all self-control, dropping even more power and swearing he won't hold back. He straight up claims 200,000 mana was a warm-up, and his real power hits 500,000. Shido and the SMT feel the wave and see that Jin totally isn't joking around. Kicking off round 2, Jin roars at Minato and preps his absolute best attack. For a few seconds, Jin gathers massive magic, absolutely astonishing the SMT. Even Ryuji, who rarely ever worries about enemies, admits Jin is way above their leg, and Shido warns that not even Minato could beat that kind of insane power. Now totally fully powered up, Jin boasts again. Minato literally just yawns, making Jin stop. Super confused, the magic noble asks if Minato is too dumb to understand his power, but Minato stays totally quiet. Jin keeps yapping about his ultimate spell before launching a small green atmospheric portal right at Minato, who literally does not even react. Annoyed that Minato still isn't impressed at all, Jin powers up even more, summoning 6 extra green magic circles. His energy is so intense that even the SMT members get super nervous. This is legitimately the very first level 7 spell they have seen all year. Trust me, this gets wild. As tension spikes, Yuika silently chooses to trust Minato, hoping he finally defeats Jin. Alright, strap in, you and I are about to see some crazy magic. With his spell charged, Jin mocks Minato for just standing there, bragging that only total despair awaits him now. Totally annoyed, Minato asks if he is finally going to attack. Instead, Jin keeps running his mouth before finally unleashing his absolute strongest move yet, the insanely powerful atmospheric magic, Plasma Break. The explosion is so violent, it literally knocks the news helicopter off balance up above. The magic squad scrambles, trying to think of any possible way to stop this madness. Totally desperate, Ruka screams at Minato to run away, but he just stands his ground. Jin offers him one last chance to run, warning that if he stays, his friends are going to die instead. Not even blinking, Minato accepts the challenge and gears up to counterattack. Alright, jump right in with me here. Before Plasma Break gets any worse, Minato drops a level 4 spell, forming a core amethyst. Jin literally laughs out loud, asking if that tiny rock can actually stop his ultimate magic. Minato just shoots that crystal straight into the Plasma Break's core and waits. Boom, the Plasma Break is instantly erased. Jin and the special magic team are frozen in shock, completely clueless how his ultimate attack just vanished into thin air like that. Staring in pure disbelief, Jin demands answers. Minato casually drops the facts. Wind magic is naturally weak against earth magic. Since Plasma Break was super slow, that amethyst crystal basically just completely shut it down. He totally roasts Jin for not knowing basic type matchups. The noble is baffled. Still totally lost, Jin begs him to explain. Minato admits the core amethyst isn't exactly built for heavy offensive attacks. But its incredibly dense magic absorbs opposite element spells. So yeah, it completely cancels them out regardless of power rankings. Completely stunned, Jin asks why Minato even knows such an absolutely insane, broken spell anyway. Minato smirks like a boss and says he literally made it for fun. Hearing that, Jin completely snaps. A spell he spent decades perfectly mastering just got totally obliterated by a random side project. Absolute tragedy. With the fight basically over, Minato walks up, telling Jin to prep for his punishment. But before anything happens, Jin instantly surrenders, crying about zero magic and being stuck. Minato bluntly says he really doesn't care to punch losers. Now pay attention here, watch this absolute disrespect. He raises one finger to flick Jin's forehead. Jin thinks it's nothing and ignores it. The exact second Minato flicks him, Jin gets launched flying several meters back and instantly knocks out cold. The magic squad just stares, seriously wondering if their captain is even human anymore. With Jin down, the cops swoop right in and arrest him. At the same time, the news helicopter reporter proudly announces that Special Team Captain Kusanagi Minato has officially taken down a magic noble. All across the entire country, people are celebrating and hyping Minato. After the epic battle wraps up, the rest of the magic squad crowds around him, cheering loudly for finally taking out Fukuju Jin. While the police drag Jin away, Minato actually feels incredibly disappointed by Japan's elite magic nobles. After all that massive hype, they were just complete frauds, before Jin disappears. Minato straight up asks him, what exactly did the magic nobles do after Ikikami Minato died 50 years ago? Jin stays totally quiet, so Minato asks if they destroyed the magic tome from back then, demanding to know why they'd do something so crazy. Finally, Jin fires back that commoners could never possibly understand how magic nobles really think. Confused, Minato demands an explanation, but Jin just smirks like a villain, telling him to figure it out himself right before being tossed in the squad car. Hours later, Minato gets pulled into a massive press conference alongside Shido and the boss. He makes an official statement about fighting Fukuju Jin. The clips go viral, exploding his fame. I know what you're thinking, a beach episode right now. Yup, Minato is chilling in Hawaii, wondering how he got there. Yuika walks up, rocking a swimsuit. Before even answering her, Minato flashes back to his last meeting with Shido's team. In the flashback, Ryuji asks why they are heading to Hawaii. Shido explains their elite team blew up in popularity lately, and with all eyes on them, things are getting wild. Right as he speaks, Yuika finds a viral clip of Minato totally surrounded by fangirls, realizing people are literally recording them at school now. She warns the crew their faces are blowing up all over social media. Ruka chimes in, adding that the entire internet is absolutely flooded with crazy breaking news about their team. While everyone is stressing over the insane spotlight, Shido confirms all of Japan is watching their every move, so he booked a sweet Hawaiian getaway until things cool off. Plus, Minato leveled up the team and secured backing from the Misugo clan to cover local emergencies. He basically tells them to chill out and recharge. Snapping back to reality, Minato stands up, telling Yuika he was just completely zoning out. Looking super relieved, Yuika shyly points at her swimsuit, asking if it looks weird on her. Minato doesn't even hesitate, he calls her cute instantly. That ultra-fast compliment totally catches Yuika off guard, turning her face bright red. Minato just keeps going, confidently saying the swimsuit perfectly matches her vibe and fits amazingly well. Completely overwhelmed by the riz, Yuika stammers a thank you and awkwardly turns away. Moments later, Ruka pulls up rocking a dark swimsuit. She's super annoyed because Minato has basically been dodging her all day long. When he looks totally clueless, she forcefully asks if he has anything to say. Smooth as ever, Minato says he was just admiring how gorgeous she looks. He adds her pale skin makes the dark colors pop, giving off massive, elegant vibes. Totally flustered by such a highly detailed compliment, Ruka blushes super hard, turns around, and mutters thanks. Ryuji, who has been standing right there the whole time, is absolutely mind-blown by how easily Minato spits pure, sincere game with zero bad intentions. Then Sonoda drops in wearing a white flared dress, apologizing. That's a wrap, you and I gotta see what happens next. Stick with me here, Ryuji is totally stunned, finally noticing just how curvy she is under that uniform. Curious, Sonoda asks Minato what he thinks of her swimsuit. Before he can answer, Ryuji silently prays he doesn't say anything weird about her body. With everyone staring, Minato just calmly says she has a great sense of style. Totally doubting him, Sonoda asks what he means, so Minato smoothly replies that the outfit really highlights her natural, everyday elegance. That catches her off guard and she blushes hard, just like everyone else. Shocked by how easily Minato makes everyone blush, Ryuji jokes that the guy is unbelievable, asking if he's going overboard. Minato claims he's just being totally honest. If someone deserves a compliment, he says it. Seeing these gorgeous girls in swimsuits, he doesn't see any reason to hold back. Ryuji gets it but gets embarrassed seeing them so flustered. Making it worse, Minato compliments Ryuji's physique, telling him he should be proud. Ryuji instantly stops him, forbidding him from complimenting other dudes in front of them. Once that super awkward moment passes, the special magic squad spends the rest of the day having an absolute blast. Playing volleyball, riding jet skis, tanning, and taking tons of photos. Later that night, Minato steps out to buy a drink at the convenience store. Before making it very far, he notices Yuika acting super shy and decides to walk with her. Strolling around, they discuss their recent battles and this surreal break. Yuika spots Ruka's ring, wondering if she's dating Minato. She soon remembers he said he's single. Watch closely here, noticing her mood shift, he stays quiet, letting her speak. Gathering up all her courage, Yuika asks what kind of person he likes. When Minato admits he hasn't really thought about it, she playfully offers herself up. Along with Ruka and Sanoda as examples, telling him to pick one. After thinking a bit, Minato actually picks all three, saying each girl is gorgeous, hardworking, and totally admirable. Yuika gets pretty annoyed, telling him that is not the same as real romantic love. Looking confused, Minato literally admits he thought love and admiration were pretty much the same thing. After mulling it over, he says if he really had to pick, Yuika is the girl he likes most. Yuika freezes up in total shock while Minato sincerely lists everything he loves about her. Her face turns completely red, crouching down from pure, overwhelming embarrassment. Worried about her, Minato kneels down right beside her, asking if she is okay. Still flustered, Yuika softly admits that even if Minato doesn't mean it romantically, hearing him say that makes her incredibly happy, proving how deeply she's falling for him. Meanwhile, back in Japan, Shido is checking social media and realizes things are rapidly getting worse. More people are turning against the magic nobles, and crowds now want the SMT to handle all the natural disasters and crazy monster attacks instead. At the same time, the vigilante Shadowbringer is blowing up in popularity, with the internet constantly arguing over a hypothetical fight between him and Minato. I know what you're thinking. With all this chaos, Shido has a massive decision ahead. At Japan's international airport, a plane arrives carrying two family heads, both clearly furious about the utter chaos that erupted while they were gone. The first is Hinata, head of the Hamura family, and the second is Riku, the boss of the Kaichai family. Landing, they complain about the massive mess waiting for them. Fast forward 1 week, Minato and the girls are back to their daily lives in Japan. One night over dinner, Minato mentions how fast vacation flew by. Ruka adds that the SMT and school are controlling the media, so the paparazzi will finally back off. Yuika pokes her head in, asking for dish duty help. Minato steps up, and soon the table is completely covered. While eating, Yuika asks if they're actually ready for school, which kicks off again tomorrow. Minato thinks that with outside help, everything should settle down. He suggests just ignoring it since the hype will pass, but realizes his mistake the next day when fangirls swarm him, asking if he's single. Feeling overwhelmed, Yuika's crew rescues him for lunch. Yuika claims it used to be way worse. Random strangers would sometimes sneak into the school just to report missing toilet paper. Minato suggests hitting the store after class for more supplies, plus some bath salts for Yuika. Nearby students overhear this, suddenly realizing Minato lives with the girls. Totally embarrassed, Yuika instantly rushes them up to the rooftop. Up there, Ryuji confirms the three actually live together, saying it makes total sense. Since they're with their squad leader, Minato Kusanagi adds that if they ever need a hand, they can always count on him, making the girls super grateful. Then Ryuji tells Minato to drop the super formal act, asking if they can just call him by his first name from now on. Chill as always, Minato tells them they can call him whatever they want. Right as Yuika is about to respond, she suddenly stops, realizing just how intense it sounds that the three of them are all living under one roof. And that's where we leave it. Before overthinking it, she brushes the thought away, telling herself it's fine as long as nothing weird happens. Let's jump right back in. Ryuji and Minato catch her mood swing, looking totally confused. Once she calms down, Yuika straight up asks Minato if living with two girls ever makes him feel weird. He does not answer right away, so they just finish lunch and chill in peace for the rest of the day. That night, while Ruka and Minato are fast asleep, Yuika stays wide awake, wondering how the heck they can sleep so easily. She starts overthinking, wondering if she is the only one bothered by their crazy living situation. When the absolute silence gets too heavy, she throws a tiny tantrum before forcing herself to sleep. A bit later, Ruka wakes up stressing over the exact same thing. She admits she is still not used to sharing a room with Minato. Since she cannot fall back asleep, she sits right up, trying to figure out why this bugs her so much. Still unable to make sense of it, she steals a quick glance at Minato sleeping on the floor. Just looking at him makes her blush hard. When her thoughts start getting a little too wild, she quickly hides under the blanket. She realizes Ryuji and the others use his first name, wondering why she still calls him Kusanagi. She remembers almost choking while trying to call him Minato on the way to class. In the end, all she managed to blurt out was Kusanagi, followed by some weird mumbling that left Minato completely lost. Another time, when they were hanging out alone on the roof during lunch, she still could not say his first name. Cringing at all those awkward flashbacks, she shudders and totally kicks herself for being so terrified of doing something so simple. The next morning, heading to school, Minato notices Ruka looking pretty down in the dumps and asks if she is feeling okay. Ruka claims she is totally fine, but calls him Kusanagi yet again. This time, Minato stops her cold, reminding her they are not strangers anymore. He tells her to drop the formal last name stuff and just call him Minato. Blushing like crazy, Ruka finally gathers her courage and drops his first name. Meanwhile, in another location, the magic nobles hold a secret meeting about their tanking public image. Now watch closely. Janata kicks off the meeting, blaming the special magic squad for their massive drop in noble support. While brainstorming what to do, Riku asks how she plans to handle Captain Minato Kusanagi. Without a solid answer, Janata turns straight to Toshiro to get his take on things. Toshiro claims he only intends to follow his master's will, which completely annoys Janata because of how ridiculously vague that is. When she pushes him for a straight answer, Toshiro drops that Minato does not even recognize him. Janata asks if Minato is clueless about them, and Toshiro confirms it. Once Riku finds out Minato is completely in the dark, he decides it is time to test the guy out. If Minato proves useful, awesome. If not, they will end him without a second thought. The very next day, Minato drops a bombshell on his squad. The next big calamity is hitting Osaka. So far, major disasters are matching the pattern from 50 years ago. Yuika points out the gaps are getting shorter, making huge calamities wildly unpredictable even with massive police surveillance. Plus, disaster management is an absolute mess. Without squad presence in other areas, everything goes downhill fast. You feel that tension, right? Shido tells Minato the police are building a second squad over in Osaka. They teamed up with police for better rescues. Rookies are begging for Minato's training. Smug as ever, Shido asks if he will go. Minato cannot say no, and his yes makes Shido even more hyped. Then, Shido drops that a survivor from the massive calamity 50 years ago is actually waiting for him there. That person is Takegami Shizuku. She is one of the very few anti-monster gear makers left, and she specifically wants to chat with Minato. He agrees, and Shido mentions she literally designed their squad uniforms. With everything good to go, Minato heads to the airport and meets up with his squad one last time before boarding. Right before his flight leaves, Minato reaches deep into his pocket and hands out a special bracelet to every single teammate. He seriously warns them to keep those bracelets on until he gets back, and absolutely do not take them off for any reason. When he asks if they will survive without him, the crew fires back saying they have leveled up their strength too. So he can head to Osaka completely worry-free. Minato says his goodbyes, tells them he trusts them, and boards his flight to chill in first class. As the flight kicks off, he remembers some random Hawaii memories, but quickly gets distracted by the insane fact he is actually flying first class. He admits Shido really hooked him up this time around. Suddenly, he spots some sketchy individuals boarding the plane, people he has never seen before, making him wonder who the heck they are. When Janata and Riku take seats right near him, Minato instantly senses their insane magical power levels. It seems like there are several more on board too, but with security being this tight, he figures they should not be an issue. Once boarding finally wraps up, the plane takes off, and Minato gets served an absolutely mouth-watering gourmet meal. He savors every single bite, then he kicks back to relax and enjoy the awesome window view. But trust me, things are about to get wild. Those sketchy illegal mages stand up and take multiple passengers hostage, including our guy Minato. Stick with me, guys. These villains threaten to start executing passengers if they resist. Even so, Minato, Janata, and Riku sit perfectly still in their seats, totally waiting for the right moment. While the hijacking goes down, Minato secretly counts the illegal mages, realizing there are exactly 10 of them. Taking them out one by one risks innocent lives, but if he uses massive magic, he could literally blow up the entire plane. So he quickly figures out he cannot solo this boss fight and definitely needs backup. By now, the whole cabin is pure chaos. Passengers are crying for mercy, while the hijackers aggressively scream at them to shut up if they want to survive. Soon enough, these criminals completely lock down the entire aircraft. One mage gets up in Minato's face, demanding the immediate release of BR members, barking that superior mages will not tolerate being treated like absolute garbage. When Minato stays quiet, the guy gives him 5 minutes to call the ground crew and demand their release, or hostages are getting dropped one by one. Before starting that deadly countdown, they check with the pilot to ensure he heard the crazy threat. Out of time, Minato calculates his next move. Watch closely here. He locks eyes with Riku and Janata, who are quietly charging mana, waiting for the attack signal. But one thug notices Minato acting super weird, and another straight up warns him he will die if he moves an inch. Just one moment later. While the bad guys are distracted, Janata and Riku launch forward, speed blitzing them one after another. After completely dropping the goons guarding the terrified passengers, Riku, Janata, and Minato exchange a quick glance before pushing through the cabin to wipe out the rest. During the brawl, some mages try blasting Janata, but her power level is just way out of their pathetic league. The trio relentlessly crushes the hijackers. Suddenly, one desperate mage grabs a flight attendant, threatening to crash the whole plane unless they stop immediately. The second he gets distracted, Minato dashes in, lands a heavy kick, and frees her. Janata and Riku wreck the stragglers while shocked passengers cry tears of gratitude. Meanwhile, Janata arrogantly mocks the totally weak magic users. But Minato senses something weird from the cockpit. He yells that it is not over yet and sprints straight inside. The three burst in, finding another illegal mage aiming a gun at the pilot, screaming at them to stay back. Absolutely sick of this, Janata delivers a brutal punch, but as the mage falls, his gun fires, destroying the flight controls. Minato shields the pilot, but he knows they are super screwed. The aircraft loses balance, violently shaking out of control. After trying literally everything, the pilot admits it is game over. Controls are dead, radio is silent. If nothing changes, they are smashing straight into the mountains. Hearing this, Janata completely panics, grabbing the pilot and aggressively begging him to pull up so they do not die. Suddenly, a cockpit window shatters, and freezing cold air from the outside starts violently whipping around the cramped cabin. The co-pilot complains they might actually freeze before crashing. Seeing how incredibly bad things are, Janata desperately asks the squad for any ideas. Riku pessimistically mutters they should just all die together. She scolds him, but let that sink in. We are all wondering if this is actually the end. Out of options, the pilots accept their grim fate, telling everyone to prepare for death. But then Minato, who has been totally quiet this whole time, finally smirks and says he will save them all. The pilot quickly warns him this is definitely not something a normal human can ever fix. Everyone is doomed. Totally tired of hearing that negativity, Minato walks toward the shattered window, completely ignoring their frantic screams and questions. Then he literally jumps out. Janata initially thinks Minato ran to save himself, but she takes it back when the plane violently nosedives, leaving everyone on board just minutes away from certain death. By now, terrified passengers are whispering their final prayers, while the pilot desperately fights to pull the nose up and avoid slamming into the raging ocean below. Just when all hope seems lost, a miracle happens. The jet suddenly stabilizes and begins ascending again. Both pilots stare in pure shock, wondering what on earth just happened to their falling aircraft. Janata tells them Minato is the one saving them, and if she is right, he is literally carrying the entire plane all by himself. Sure enough, Minato is underneath carrying over 230 tons of metal, guiding it toward the nearest airport. He explains that first, he created a massive barrier under the jet using void magic. Then he boosted his body with magic martial arts and used wind magic to steer them toward a totally safe landing. Since it is his first time holding an airplane, it is seriously tough. Even now, the pilot cannot believe someone is carrying a 200-ton jet midair. Seeing what Minato is truly capable of, he views him as an absolutely fascinating monster. By then, the crew and passengers finally calm down, knowing they are safe. A father and his little daughter even cry tears of pure relief, just happy to be alive. But you and I cannot celebrate just yet. The landing gear is completely stuck. Alright, stick with me here. This entire safe landing now rests completely on Minato's shoulders. The pilot lines up the runway, praying he has a plan. As the critically damaged plane comes in hot, Minato is literally carrying it from underneath. He drops a level 6 void magic spell, Supreme Magic Wall. He uses the massive barrier to cushion their drop and slam the brakes. Once Minato actually nails the landing, the entire cabin absolutely explodes, with total strangers hugging each other. Even the pilot gives Captain SMT Kusanagi Minato a full-on military salute. Riku and Janata just stare at him totally deadpan, just waiting for their meetup. The second he steps off, reporters completely swarm him, demanding to know how he saved everybody. Minato is super annoyed after the most stressful flight of his life. Before he totally loses his cool, security guards jump in, shoving the media back and promising a massive press conference for later. Then they finally escort Minato over to Takagami's house for their big meeting. Right before he dips, Janata and Riku stop him, hyping him up and obviously trying to score some major points. But Minato won't take all the glory, tossing back some serious praise at both of them. Realizing their sneaky little plan totally flopped, the duo drops a few more casual remarks and heads out, with Hinata firmly saying she hopes they meet again. Shortly after, Minato gets guided straight into Takagami's personal meeting room, where the elder Takagami warmly welcomes him and invites him to come on in. After they grab a seat, Takagami admits she brought him here because she's super curious about his insane magic skills. His style totally reminds her of her old mentor, Ikikami Minato. Void magic is crazy rare, tough to master, and usually treated like total garbage. Now watch this closely. Takagami is totally blown away he can actually use it, asking how he learned Ikikami's exact magic. Hearing that, Minato just starts laughing, telling her she seriously hasn't changed one bit. Totally confused, Takagami asks if they've met before, and Minato hits her with, "We've seen each other way more times than I can count." Then he drops the absolute bomb. The guy using Ikikami's magic is Ikikami Minato. She gets super shocked but keeps her cool, explaining that tons of people, family, friends, lovers, even fake secret kids, have claimed connections to Ikikami just to get close. Still, she never ever expected someone wild enough to claim they are him. So she straight up assumes Minato is just another scammer. Takagami apologizes for being harsh and politely tells him to hit the road. Right before leaving, Minato casually drops that he ran into 2 kids earlier and noticed the younger one carrying an Ikikami plush doll. Takagami asks what the heck he means, and Minato reminds her she once said she wanted to make a little doll of him. Now Takagami is literally sweating, demanding to know how he knows something so private. After taking a quick beat, Minato says she once claimed that doll gave kids real courage, and even today, Ikikami is still saving people through that exact toy. After hearing all of that, I know what you're thinking, she has to buy it now, right? Takagami finally starts believing, asking if he's mad she doubted him. Minato tells a story. After a few solid minutes geeking out over the good old days, Takagami finally buys that he's actually Ikikami Minato reincarnated. When Minato softly calls her out for doubting him earlier, she fires back that buying into reincarnation isn't exactly easy nowadays. Even though Ikikami was always built different, she never expected him back in her lifetime. After catching him up on all the insane disasters that wrecked the world post-death, Takagami totally breaks down, crying happy tears as she admits how hyped she is to see him. Once she chills out, Minato reminds her she's lived through the last 50 years of madness. He points out that real magic knowledge is basically dead, and mages got super weak. Crazy lies are spreading about Ikikami Minato, and these magic nobles just popped up. He demands to know what happened while he was gone. Takagami is just about to spill the details, but a random text pops up and her face completely drops in shock. Minato asks what's going on, but she obviously can't share it, abruptly cutting the whole meeting short. She claims it's getting super late, begging him to crash for the night so they can chat tomorrow. Minato says sure and heads to his bedroom. Right around midnight, Riku sneaks like an absolute ghost into Minato's room, stabbing the bed, trying to brutally assassinate him. But Minato is already chilling right next to the bed, roasting him for trying to attack a guy in his sleep. At first he has no clue who it is, but catching his face, he realizes it's Riku. Before Minato can speak, Riku lunges again and Minato easily dodges. Literally a second later, Riku brutally kicks him right through the glass window. Minato touches down totally fine in the courtyard, where Riku is already waiting. Riku fires off level 1 earth magic, rock break. Minato counters instantly with level 1 void magic, magic barrier, trying to block those heavy hits. But Riku smashes the barrier, forcing Minato back, and trust me, you're gonna want to see what happens next now that he's serious. You and I are jumping right back into the action. Before round 2 kicks off, Minato praises that sword, asking if it is anti-magic. Riku stays completely silent. Both guys gather their mana, ready to throw hands again, but right before they clash, Janata pops up and orders them to stop. Minato smirks, saying he totally knew she was behind this mess. Janata ignores him, demanding he better not resist her formal summons. To make sure he listens, she pulls up live streams of her goons sneaking up on Minato's sleeping friends, threatening to wipe them out if he refuses. Seeing this dirty trap, Minato stays completely chill and just asks what they want. Janata finally introduces herself and her quiet buddy Riku. She says her demand is simple: join their magic noble squad and he gets crazy rank, endless cash, absolute power, and basically whatever else he wants. Plus, joining up lets him actually protect his friends and call all the big shots himself. But if he says no, even if he runs tonight, the magic nobles will hunt him down and ruin life for him and everyone he cares about. After dropping that whole villain speech, Janata demands his answer. Minato flat out refuses to join her lazy mage club, and boy, she gets mad. She grabs her phone, ready to doom his friends, and orders every location to execute Plan B, so Minato learns some respect. Now watch this closely. His sleeping friend's bracelets suddenly glow. Yellow magic clones of Minato instantly pop up, and Janata's hitmen absolutely panic seeing them. Before those guys can even blink, the clones drop high tier 5 drain void magic, wiping them out on the spot. A few minutes later, Janata realizes her comms are dead silent and tries radioing them. When nobody answers, Riku realizes their entire squad just got wiped. Furious, Janata yells at Minato to explain what the heck he just did. Minato just roasts her, saying she should have expected this unless she is a total idiot. Super annoying, right? Suddenly Janata claps, praising how he handled both the kidnapping and the hostage trap. She claims he passed test number 1. Totally confused, Minato asks if they orchestrated the first kidnapping too. She says no way, they would never use a dumb tactic like that just to recruit him. Then she declares it is time for test 2, as she and Riku gear up for the real round 2. Minato, clearly loving this vibe, jokingly asks if he can skip the actual fight. Janata denies that instantly and rushes him with Riku. She throws a wicked kick, but Minato blocks it like it's nothing. She backflips away to gain some distance and instantly fires off a level 4 fire spell. The attack explodes super loud, but Minato stands there unharmed. Riku then bursts through the smoke, swinging his blade right at Minato's neck, but he still whiffs it because Minato blocked it using a tiny barrier right on his skin. He sighs, knowing a normal dude would be totally dead. Janata tells him not to get cocky and unleashes another huge spell. Level 5 fire magic, flaming pillar, aimed right at the SMT captain. Minato praises her spell, then counters with a simple level 3 water splash, completely erasing her blazing attack on the spot. I know what you're thinking, that is wild. Seeing this, Janata finally believes those crazy rumors about his chantless casting. Having her level 5 magic cancelled by a measly level 3 makes her feel totally mocked. Riku charges back in, but Minato easily dodges and tells them to take this fight skyward. Janata accepts the challenge immediately, flying straight up into the air alongside her combat buddy Riku. She admits they underestimated him before, but not anymore. They both charge up their ultimate spells. Janata uses Demonic Flame and Riku drops Comet, both level 7. Assuming Minato cannot block them, they strike together. Minato doesn't even flinch. He instantly casts a level 7 void magic called Vanish, swallowing both of their insane attacks and deleting them completely. Janata and Riku are just standing there stunned, absolutely unable to process what just happened. Flexing a bit, Minato explains he just broke down and scattered their magic energy to avoid wrecking the whole neighborhood. Janata yells that this is pure nonsense, claiming it basically counts as cheating in a real magic fight. She snaps that everything before was just a warm-up, ready to show her true power, but before she can, the atmosphere around them suddenly shifts. All three of them feel it. Then the sky turns blood red, and Minato instantly realizes the massive calamity has finally hit Osaka. For him, with all this other crazy stuff going down. This timing feels way too perfect to be just a coincidence. Inside the house, Takagami sees that eerie red glow from his window. He watches briefly, then just shuts his blinds. Janata notices the giant calamity too, but ignores it completely, still obsessed with fighting and crushing Minato. Before she can dive in, Riku physically stops her, reminding her about their actual mission. Janata realizes he is totally right and holds back. Meanwhile, Minato bluntly says their little brawl will just have to wait. So where does that leave us? He flies toward Dotonbori, the ruined district from 50 years ago, ready to face this disaster. Looking around, he compares the spot to Shibuya, noticing monsters just keep spawning even without an active calamity. Let's be real, you and I wouldn't catch a sane person walking through this crazy danger zone. Seeing swarms trashing the city, Minato realizes he absolutely cannot solo this whole mess. If they hit residential spots, people will die. Just as he thinks about calling backup, Riku and Hinata pull up offering a hand. Minato casually jokes they should have just given up on their little assassination attempt. Riku claims that last fight was just a test, and since Minato passed, they're teaming up. Minato agrees, even though beef remains. Streets totally overrun, the squad moves out fast. Hinata leaps up dramatically for the show, wiping hordes with a level 5 fire pillar, while Riku completely clears his side. Minato blasts level 5 vacuum magic bullets, totally shredding the weaker monsters while waiting for the big boss. Scanning the battlefield, Minato spots an old guy just casually walking with a cane. Worried, he lands asking if the dude is okay, but the old man stays completely silent. Minato offers an escort to safety, but before he can help, the guy literally pushes him back with a massive scowl. After a pause, he thanks Minato anyway, claiming he is fine. Something about this guy feels super familiar, though. Before Minato can figure it out, the man's goons help him into a black sedan, and they just speed right off. Soon after, Osaka disaster response teams roll up quick, sealing the Dotonbori exits so this wild calamity does not spread anywhere else. Their insanely fast response impresses Minato, reminding him of Shido saying how prepared they are despite zero real combat experience. As they form their front line, Minato drops by an officer who assumes he's a lost kid, but after recognizing his captain rank, lets him actually help. A monster sneaks up, but Minato straight up incinerates it. Saving him, he asks for a status report. The officer explains Dotonbori is locked down for civilian evacuation. But they admit they cannot stop the boss monster alone. Minato tells them not to sweat it, he'll solo the boss himself. The soldiers thank him, and Minato flexes he brought backup, Riku and Hinata, elite magic nobles from the Hamura and Kaichai families. These soldiers are totally stunned. Wait, the SMT and magic nobles are actually teaming up right now. Minato stays quiet, but seeing their hope return knowing those two will fight is awesome. Suddenly, thick purple miasma chokes the air. The soldiers feel insanely heavy, barely able to move. Now watch closely as this massive figure steps through the fog. Yeah, it's the demon boss. This dude could flatten Osaka. Against him, humans have zero chance. Yet Minato just smiles, complaining the boss is late. His total chill completely shocks the officers. Before Minato can act, Hinata and Riku step up, claiming the main demon for themselves and telling him to just watch. Minato wanted all the smoke but steps back, letting them fight this heavy hitter. The stage is perfectly set for a desperate showdown. They spam Demon Blaze and Kometan spells, but the boss literally does not flinch. Stepping up, the demon counters with a level 8 supernova, completely blinding the nobles and all the soldiers. Everyone is shook, a monster dropping god-tier magic, realizing how insanely strong this guy is. Hinata and Riku prep another attack, but then the demon actually speaks, asking if there is a strong sorcerer around. One soldier notes demons are way smarter than your average trash mob. Minato completely gets the panic. A monster with human-level brains is rare, and the unknown is terrifying. I know what you are thinking, but he stays quiet, letting these nobles keep making fools of themselves. Missing once, Hinata throws a massive tantrum, swearing to ash the demon with a fire spell way stronger than Demon Blaze. Riku gets mad and drops his dimensional gravity blade. Minato watches with interest, kinda hoping they actually win. As they strike, the demon praises their huge magic power. Hinata totally brags, but dude meant Minato's hidden mana. Triggered by the insult, Hinata and Riku drop their magic completely and just charge in throwing hands instead. The demon effortlessly dodges, calling them slow. After playing around, he counters hard and blasts them flying. Then he merges fire and wind into a level 6 flaming cyclone, literally one-shotting the noble duo. While Riku and Hinata are shaking on the ground, Minato confidently steps up, telling them to leave the rest to him. Hinata warns he stands zero chance, but trust me, we are about to see something epic. Let's dive in, Riku yells retreat, but Minato is totally chill, calling the boss trash. Riku asks if he feels that insane demon energy. Nada still refuses to back down. They gotta prove their worth to the big guy. Minato just walks up and actually mocks the demon, completely unfazed. Before throwing hands, the boss asks his name. Minato ignores him like a total Chad. Why should he answer? The boss shrugs it off, dealing with humans means nothing to demons. With the trash talk over, the fight kicks off. The boss instantly blitzes him, throwing strikes from every single direction. But Minato, he tanks it all with a massive magic barrier. Seeing this, Janata thinks Minato is completely cooked. She immediately starts bragging, saying she knew he would lose. But before she even finishes, Minato casually swats the boss away, sighing that this is getting super annoying. Those two nobles are absolutely speechless. The demon's non-stop combo attacks did 0 damage to our boy. Riku realizes that just playing defense won't cut it, because this boss has some insanely high HP stats. Minato thinks about dropping a brand new spell he just crafted. But he hesitates since those nosy nobles are watching. So pivot, he preps a level 9 void spell, Magic Spark, setting up a brutal counterattack. Watch closely, guys. Janata is shook because she thought level 8 was the absolute magic cap. Minato locks the boss inside glowing yellow circles and deletes him instantly. The soldiers are completely stunned. Captain Minato just soloed the monster those elite nobles couldn't even scratch. As he lands, the troops hype him up. Some are straight up calling him a messiah. Minato strolls over to the humiliated nobles, casually dropping that the boss was light work. Utterly crushed, Janata finally admits they aren't even in his leg. Beating him is completely impossible. Minato asks if they still want the smoke. They instantly surrender, declaring he passed their little test. With the beef settled, Minato demands some real answers. Riku agrees, but says they need one more person. Takagami. Minato knows exactly who he means instantly. A second later, Takagami pulls up, asking if Minato knew she was pulling the strings. He nods. She could never hide anything from him anyway. Now he wants the tea. Why the fake test? Why did sorcerers get completely nerfed over the last 50 years? And why team up with these magic nobles after he died? Before answering that, Takagami teleports Minato and the nobles back to her place for a proper chat. Once seated, Minato asks if she knew about them beforehand. Takagami says yeah, she totally knew, and even knew they were gonna jump him. So confused, Minato asks why she let that happen. Riku jumps in, claiming they just wanted to stat check Minato and see if he was selfish. Minato points out his squad got dragged into this mess too. Riku swears they never meant any real harm, just a little scare tactic. Minato still wants to know why they even bothered at all. Riku claims Minato joining the SMT totally nerfs the Magic Noble's authority, putting all of Japan at huge risk. You and I both know that's cap, Minato snaps back, blaming the noble's own carelessness. The SMT never tried to disrespect them. The nobles were the ones acting all high and mighty. Janata throws another huge tantrum, but Riku, playing the mature adult, tells her to chill. He admits Minato is right, but still thinks the world needs them. Takagami explains the real glitch happened 50 years ago after Minato died. That spawned modern Japan and these magic nobles. With Minato and the demons gone, rogue mages absolutely flooded the country. The cops and military collapsed. Japan turned into a complete lawless wasteland. The few good mages left tried fighting back, but got completely wiped out. The country was basically on the verge of a server wipe. Takagami literally says Japan crashed because Ikikami Minato passed away. Without his carry, mages couldn't restore hope, so they eventually spawned the magic nobles. To win over the public, these nobles swiped all magic records, hoarded the talented kids, and deleted rebels. By gatekeeping all magic knowledge, they banned spoken teachings and even completely silenced magic rumors. So Japan finally moved toward peace, but the price was insanely high. Japanese mages got heavily nerfed. Their politics also caused a massive drop in tech and knowledge, something Minato has totally noticed by now. He remembers the chaos from 50 years ago, people dropping, mages failing, and magic being weaponized. Everything went straight downhill after his game over. He asks Takagami if these nobles actually have the power to control everything. So what do you and I make of this? Takagami whispers, asking Minato if he remembers Mumu Hifumi, his old subordinate, a toxic loser but incredibly talented. Alright, let's jump right back in, because Minato just learned Mumu runs the massive Mumu group. The guy was literally an heir this whole time, quietly funding the magic nobles for 50 solid years. This completely explains his insane level of influence, even though Minato never had a single clue. Takagami just cracks up. She knows Ikikami Minato could not care less about status, fame, or crazy money. For this absolute legend, it has always been about protecting people and mastering magic. She drops a truth bomb. Back in Minato's golden days, Japanese mages were top tier globally, but they fell off hard since then. Inada argues they owe their peace to the veterans. Minato simply asks what they would do against another calamity. Absolute dead silence. Riku finally mutters that they assumed the cops could handle basic stuff, and the nobles would only step in if things got completely apocalyptic. Minato just stares. Do they see their massive mistake now? Riku says absolutely nothing. Glancing back over at Takagami, Minato flat out asks if she knew all about this. She nods. Yep, she has been in the loop for 50 years, despite not being a magic noble with their crazy clout. Right now, she just makes anti-monster gear and totally loves her job. But even after hearing all that, Minato's gut tells him she is hiding something major. He pushes for more secrets, but she swears she spilled everything she knows. Now pay attention here because everything flips. Minato changes gears, proposing a massive alliance between the magic nobles and SMT to crush their enemies, but he flat out refuses to be their subordinate. This is a strict partnership. After how badly they fumbled the last calamity, teaming up is literally their only option left. Janata actually scoffs at the idea of him needing help. Minato totally admits his own limits, offering to wipe the slate clean if they join forces. Any objections to saving the world? Riku caves. He admits they cannot beat the boss demon solo, agreeing that putting their faith in Minato is their best play. Akami happily volunteers her anti-monster gear, which Minato gladly accepts, but of course, after a bit more whining and one last tantrum. Inada finally agrees on one condition. Minato has to stop roasting them about their epic demon failure. He agrees but drops a hard rule: stop taking hostages just to get a meeting. With that settled, SMT and the Magic Nobles officially forged their very first alliance in 50 years. Walking away, Minato gets this nagging feeling he forgot something, but eventually just shrugs it off. Meanwhile, you gotta love this part. The other SMT members wake up to find some severely beaten guys in suits hogtied right by their beds. At first they think it is a robbery, but quickly realize it is definitely about their magical bracelets. Jump to noon the next day. Minato rocks up to the Osaka Police Academy, finding an absolutely massive crowd of students waiting. The dude is genuinely shocked by the hype. But the panicked instructor frantically orders the hyped-up trainees to fall in line and act like professionals. He quickly apologizes for the total chaos. The instructor admits tons of them joined the force just because they idolize Minato, especially after SMT went crazy during the recent calamities. Minato lets out a heavy sigh and immediately gets down to business. He calls a few students up, telling them to prep Tier 1 spells. Then he orders them to blast the wooden targets. Boom. Mid-training, he catches 3 girls totally staring him down. It finally hits him just how much the news and social media have turned him into an absolute superstar. Still, even if their motives are completely fanboy-driven, they actually want to get stronger. He is not holding back today. He cranks up the heat, making them sprint while sensing their magic to build up pure stamina and mana. Just minutes in, the complaints start flying. What exactly happens if they literally pass out? Minato grins. He tells them he can use holy magic to heal them from absolutely anything. So shut up and keep pushing. Monsters do not care if you're tired. Hearing that, the trainees start grinding like their actual lives are on the line. Fast forward through a week of pure hell, and Osaka's police magic levels absolutely skyrocket. On the final day, Minato gives an epic send-off speech, praising them for surviving the brutal boot camp and leveling up so fast. He orders them to keep up the relentless training long after he leaves. Because they are the real shield protecting Osaka now, by the end of it, both the tough trainees and their instructor are practically bawling. It is soon revealed that Osaka's magic power surged so high, they can now go toe-to-toe with the elite officers back in Tokyo. All thanks to Minato Kusanagi, but walking away from the training camp. Minato is totally dreading the trip to Tokyo, knowing damn well another press conference or massive headache is waiting. So what do you and I take from this? Big moves are happening as the news broadcasts the epic new alliance to fight the monsters. Stick with me, the entire country is reacting. Reports add that massive corporations might start backing SMT, worried about them having too much police power. Don't stress, they aren't actually part of Tokyo's official police force at all. As this crazy news quickly spreads, people across Japan finally notice just how super influential SMT is becoming. Reporters also point out the Misu family hasn't appeared publicly yet. Super weird, since they normally collaborate with SMT all the time. That sparks wild rumors they might be backing outright as Japan unites against the calamities. Right after landing, Minato asks the girls if they can hit up their dad. Yuika says she's tried a bunch, but since they got disinherited, he might just ghost them. Still, Minato is stressed because the family head hasn't publicly backed the alliance yet. Ruka totally thought he would step up once the other 2 noble families joined in. Given Toshiro's super weird silence, Minato decides to visit him. Seeing him totally zoned out, the girls distract him by proudly hyping up his Osaka work. Sensing trouble, Minato smoothly joins the chat. Nearby, Shido notices Chrono totally ghosted them while Minato was gone. He's getting insanely suspicious. Thinking if Minato actually leads the Shadowbringers and Chrono's an illegal mage, he'll have to arrest him. Shido really hopes he's wrong, believing Minato will save the world. That night heading home, Toshiro's guys intercept our boy Minato. They say he's been summoned and he just calmly tags along. Soon enough, he hits Toshiro's massive villa. A furious Toshiro demands to know if both daughters live with him, threatening murder if he hurts them. Minato is super confused. Minato swears they're just friends, but Toshiro keeps pressing, demanding a totally clear promise he won't touch them. Minato firmly says he'd never do that to his bros, wondering if this whole intense meeting was just about the girls. Even through all this drama, he can tell Toshiro genuinely cares for them as a dad. Then Toshiro challenges him to a mid-air duel, Now pay attention, you're gonna want to see this. Toshiro attacks first, focusing mana to launch Tier 6 water magic. Minato flexes with Tier 7 Demon Flame, completely crushing that water spell. After landing, Toshiro actually praises him for beating the water-type advantage using raw fire. Respecting Minato's crazy strength, Toshiro finally leaves his daughters safely in his absolute care. Minato stays quiet, watching him leave. Meanwhile, that furious boss from earlier totally rages upon hearing Chrono survived. Completely fed up, he decides no more holding back, he's crushing anyone in his way. He turns to his new ally, Toshiro, demanding hardcore proof that he can actually deliver. Surprisingly, Toshiro promises to finish Chrono. Around then, the raging boss, later revealed as Curie, that problematic former magic noble, declares their next move is an all-out war against the Shadow Bringers, straight up telling the Dark Mage to be ready. Just a few days before they make their big move. Minato and SMT return to school, getting insane attention. With his fame exploding, Minato is already totally wiped out. The squad is struggling too. Yuika gets swarmed by thirsty fans, while jealous haters start completely despising her for all the spotlight. I know what you're thinking, haters gonna hate. 3 bitter girls finally target Yuika. When Yuika leaves the room saying she needs the restroom, they instantly seize their chance. Afterwards, Yuika complains about being exhausted right as the trio drags her to a shady spot, calling her annoying and questioning her SMT status. As Yuika stays quiet, one claims she only got special treatment for being noble. Then the green-haired chick throws shade, saying she definitely seduced someone to join. Yuika finally snaps, yelling she worked her butt off and would never use cheap tricks. Seeing that, the red-haired leader pushes harder, demanding Yuika swear as a magic noble she totally doesn't have a crush on Minato. Yuika just freezes, but right before she slips up, Minato suddenly drops in, asking what's happening. Spooked, the girls quickly lie about discussing Yuika's unfair special treatment. Their leader even accuses Minato of playing total favorites right there. Minato totally ignores them. Looking at Yuika, he instantly gets how super humiliated she feels. Meanwhile, the jealous girls start rambling about wanting to join SMT, claiming they'd be massively helpful. Seeing straight through their fake act, Minato plays along. Holding back his anger, he suggests they join the SMT entrance course instead. If they really want it, pass the test first. Trust me, you'll love what's next. Clueless about how brutal the training actually is, these jealous girls get excited. Minato takes them straight to the Magic Squad training area, telling Ryuji and Ryua that these new girls are taking the course today. At first, the guys are super unimpressed, saying the girls do not look capable at all. Yuika worries that Minato might actually let them join, but she shakes off the thought to focus on the task right in front of her. While the girls chatter away, Ryuji and Ryua grow super suspicious. When they question Minato, he just tells them not to overthink it. These stuck-up girls seriously need to learn a hard lesson. Training kicks off, and in less than an hour, the redhead is literally about to collapse. Now pay attention to this karma. Minato and the veteran squad members bark orders, forcing them to run for their absolute lives. It is the exact same brutal routine he used on the Osaka police. 4 track laps later, Minato casually switches to one-armed magic push-ups. He trains with the squad, hyping everyone up while they cast spells non-stop until they drop. By now, that jealous trio is already plotting their escape. Right as they try sneaking away, Minato calls them back, casually mentioning they only finished the warm-up. Completely terrified, the girls scream that he is bullying and literally torturing them. Minato points right at the squad members, reminding them that everyone suffered at first, but they pushed their limits every single day. He lays it out, the Magic Squad fights deadly monsters to protect everyone in the city. Then he drops facts. Despite lacking natural talent, Yuika grinds endlessly to improve, so claiming she got in based on looks or status, absolute garbage logic. He knows she would never do that. Finally, he glares straight at the redhead, declaring that Yuika is super important to him. He will never forgive anyone who tries to put her down. Realizing they crossed a massive line, the 3 bullies start begging for mercy. Then they run away like the absolute cowards they are. Watching them scramble, Minato just lets out a tired sigh at how completely pathetic they act. Still confused, Ryuji asks what the heck that was about, but Minato tells him to drop it. Later on the walk home after training, Yuika thanks Minato for defending her, totally admitting she overheard everything. He brushes it off like a boss, saying he just dropped the truth and crushed their stupid jealousy. Since those girls will probably spread the story themselves, she does not have to worry anymore. Yuika giggles and echoes his exact words. Then getting a little shy, she admits he is important to her too. Deep down, she knows his feelings aren't romantic yet, but honestly, that is enough for now. She believes that once she gets strong enough to stand beside him, she will win his heart. Fired up, she challenges Minato to prepare for the day she beats him. With the bullying handled, the squad returns to normal until the next disaster hits. Here is where things get wild, guys. The Tokyo sky turns blood red and nasty monsters start flooding the streets. Civilians spot the danger and panic as creatures attack. Minato and Inada are right nearby, so they jump straight into the chaos. Super hyped, Inada rushes ahead, claiming a bunch of monsters and torching them with fire magic. With zero time to argue with the loudmouth, Minato dashes after the rest, completely wiping them out using raw void magic. Meanwhile, the first responders and random bystanders are totally shocked seeing the magic squad and nobles fighting together with such insane coordination. Ever since the nobles started teaming up with the squad, their public image has been slowly leveling up. A recent public poll totally backs this up. For now, Chrono handles the rogue mages, while the squad takes care of massive calamities and monster outbreaks. But since the core magic squad members are still students, not actual cops, the squad isn't fully accepted as an emergency force yet, which honestly just fuels more backlash against the police. A few days later, dressed up in his Shadowbringer disguise, Minato sneaks into the hospital to visit Leona's comatose brother, Kai. Using the cover of darkness, he slips right into Kai's room and places a hand on his forehead, trying to heal him with Angel's Breath, a level 7 holy spell. Even though holy magic usually cannot cure a coma, Minato hopes it heals Kai's body. Trust me, you will want to see what is next. Let's jump right back into the madness. After several tries, nothing changes. He figures holy magic just won't cut it here. Still, thinking about the pure hope Leona clings to whenever Kai is mentioned, Minato absolutely refuses to throw in the towel just yet. Right as he gears up to try something else, the door suddenly swings open. He quickly ducks out of sight. Leona walks in, briefly sensing someone else in the room. But she brushes it off. Approaching her brother, she picks up yesterday's story, hyping up Chrono's insane magic skills, how super reliable he is, and his total boss energy. She admits she totally looks up to him, but swears his training sessions are pure hell. The workouts are so brutal it feels straight up evil, but as she jokes around, her expression slowly starts shifting. Stick with me here, holding onto Kai's blanket. He swears he won't stop fighting until nobody else ends up like him. Even if it costs him everything, he vows to crush the Black Rebellion right alongside Chrono. Then he just breaks down in tears, begging his brother for forgiveness one more time for what went down. Hearing that, Minato quietly slips out and heads to a warehouse to meet Leona and the recruits she hyped up. A bit later, Leona walks in and introduces the fresh meat. Minato completely catches her off guard by demanding formal introductions. She explains they aren't just randoms. They tracked her down after seeing her online posts and awareness campaigns. She dropped breadcrumbs on purpose just to see if they were serious enough to actually find her. Now that they made it, she tells Minato she already ran their backgrounds and handpicked the best ones. The rookies get totally hyped and start fanboying over Minato, but Leona instantly shuts that down. Once things cool off, Minato agrees to train them, but warns he won't be holding back at all. The recruits don't even flinch, telling him to bring it on. Loving their vibe, Minato starts the training and practically kills them with how brutal it gets. They started way too hyped, but quickly proved they were serious. Under Minato's hellish boot camp, they leveled up insanely fast. Within a week, Minato builds a crazy hacker squad, plus a strike team built specifically to wipe out Black Rebellion hideouts. As Shadowbringer's influence blows up, he even starts getting backup from shady parts of the underworld. Now watch this, hideouts keep getting trashed, leaving the cops totally confused about the Dark Mage's endgame, but Shidu never wavers. To him, illegal mages are straight-up thugs. He doesn't see Shadowbringer as a hero, just another criminal. He's dead set on making sure these fake saviors don't escape real justice. Meanwhile, Kurei throws another massive tantrum because the Dark Mage keeps styling on him. Before he smashes something, a goon reports the next op is good to go. Kurei still calls them slow and completely useless, but his mind is locked on one target. He swears he'll personally hunt down and crush Minato and Chrono, no matter what, the very next day during the team's training. Shidu watches their whole routine and just cannot shake the gut feeling that Captain Minato is secretly Chrono. You and I both see it, right? Between his age, crazy skills, and timing, the red flags are impossible to ignore. While he's spacing out, Ryuji and the girls apologize to Minato for busting their bracelets in their sleep weeks ago. After hearing them out, Minato says it's no big deal, guessing the bracelets had just hit their absolute limit anyway. But internally, he realizes a rookie like him can't craft top-tier anti-monster gear. He decides to hit up Takegami for better loot later. Still, Ryuji and the crew are pretty salty that those magic nobles ambushed them at night just as a test, acting totally untouchable. Minato totally gets it and admits he's pretty ticked off too. But since working with those nobles is a necessary evil for the future, he asks his squad to just let it slide for now. They basically agree, but then start beating themselves up for being so weak they didn't even sense the sneak attack. That's when Yuika remembers how super dazed those nobles looked waking up, so she asks Minato what actually went down. She mentions they seemed totally brain-fried. Minato casually explains he used a drain spell that swiped their magic and wiped their memories. They probably don't remember a single thing before or after the hit. With training wrapped up for the day, Minato suggests they all head home as a group. But his team dips out fast with lame excuses. Since he's left hanging, Shidu offers him a ride and Minato jumps in. On the drive back, Shidu brings up Shadowbringer's massive influence, saying as a cop he can't just look the other way. Catching the hint, Minato asks if Shidu still suspects him. Shidu dodges the question and instead lists off a bunch of specific traits Shadowbringer has. Asking if Minato noticed them too, Minato plays completely dumb, acting clueless. Shidu is still super suspicious but drops it for now. Then Minato asks if Shidu really views Chrono as a bad guy, since he's never actually heard of him doing evil stuff. Shidu admits he's heard Chrono is actually decent, so Minato pushes back, asking why he hates the guy so much. Shidu shoots back that Chrono is still a criminal. Then, to explain his strict mindset, he finally drops his backstory. Here's what stayed with me. His dad was a top-tier cop with an ironclad sense of justice. While most people treated criminals like literal monsters, his dad believed they still had a conscience, and treating them with basic respect could make them face their mistakes. Shidu admired that strong belief, and it inspired him to become a cop too. Sadly, his dad was murdered trying to talk down a criminal holding hostages. Unarmed and defenseless, he took a magical attack right to the chest. Since he couldn't use magic himself, he never stood a chance. The guy was later busted for robbery and murder. When asked why he killed Shidu's unarmed dad, he claimed he was scared of him. Just thinking about that garbage makes Shidu see red. He argues the victims are the ones who should feel fear, like his dad who died for absolutely nothing. Then he makes his stance crystal clear. Criminals get zero forgiveness from him. Even if they save people, they still don't get a pass. Otherwise, honest folks have absolutely nothing left to believe in. While Shidu stews in that pain, Minato realizes this deep-seated belief is practically burned into his soul. After cooling down, Shidu apologizes for getting so emotional. He leaves Minato, saying he'll count on him again tomorrow. The very next morning, the SMT gathers up for training. But Minato is running late, which never happens. Minutes later, he dashes out of class, grumbling about teachers talking way too much, while heading straight to the training area. Now watch this part closely. He ignores two sketchy guys watching him. Seconds after he leaves, a massive news screen suddenly gets completely hijacked. The feed flips and Kuroi's face gets broadcasted across major screens all over Japan. Everyone instantly recognizes him as the disgraced former magical noble, Kuroi. Loving the spotlight, he directly calls out the SMT and Chrono, claiming he brought them a gift. He announces that bombs are planted across Japan, warning the cops to stay back or they detonate one by one. To prove he isn't bluffing, Kuroi snaps his fingers. Boom, a building right near Minato violently explodes. Minato instantly reacts, throwing up a high-level barrier to shield the civilians. Meanwhile, the SMT scrambles for intel, only to find all their data has been totally scrambled. Even worse, neither they nor the police can respond fast enough. Super frustrated, Yuik points out they can't even contact Minato, wondering what the heck he's doing at a time like this. As total chaos spreads through the police force, Kuroi drops his final demand. Chrono must come to the designated spot alone, or everything blows up simultaneously. Minato decides to wait for nightfall before making his move. Under the cover of darkness in his Shadowbringer suit, he hits the meetup spot, an abandoned warehouse. After confirming the drop, Leona asks if he's totally sure. Minato promises it'll be fine. With everything set, Leona tells him to come back safe, hoping he doesn't get himself killed. After calming Leona down one last time, Minato takes off over the city. Can you believe this setup? He lands, the lights flick on, and boom, he's totally surrounded by dozens of illegal BR mages. Kuroi greets him with a super cocky smirk, saying he's been waiting to watch him die. He brags that everyone here is a high-level BR mage. Chrono casually asks if wiping the floor with all of them will finally crush BR for good. Kuroi just laughs at the absolute disrespect. Before he can yap anymore, some random mage calls Chrono a complete idiot for thinking he can solo them. Kuroi instantly snatches that guy right by the throat, snapping that underestimating Chrono is exactly the reason why people always end up losing against him. Now that Chrono actually showed up, Kuroi vows he won't hold back, planning to murder him without making a single mistake. Chrono, totally ready to throw down, asks if he seriously believes that, but Kuroi warns him, if he fights back, those citywide bombs will instantly detonate. Knowing this guy isn't bluffing, Chrono just stands there and waits. Kuroi orders his squad to kill him, and they all unleash their attacks at once. Not a single hit lands. Kuroi figures Chrono just popped a barrier and screams at them to keep firing away. When they miss again, Chrono straight up tells them that level 3 magic can't even touch him. Kuroi absolutely loses it, raging at his goons. Chrono calls them trash, and honestly, you and I know they're about to get wrecked. Stick with me here, he growls that this exact trash will destroy him, admitting Chrono is usually way out of his leg. But things are totally different now with his shiny new toys. Chrono takes one look, assumes they are basic guns, and brags that regular bullets will not work. Chrono barely finishes talking when Kuroi fires, a bullet instantly slicing his right cheek open. You got to see this reaction. Chrono actually bleeds. Kuroi bursts out laughing, explaining he is packing anti-magic heat loaded with magic-destroying rounds. He instantly pops off 3 more shots, grazing Chrono every single time. Kuroi just smirks, claiming it has been a hot minute since he used a gun, so his aim is rusty. But Kuroi is stunned when Chrono auto-heals. He assumes it is holy magic. You and I know better though, Chrono corrects him, revealing it is pure natural magic doing the work. Jump in with me here, Kuroi smirks, claiming this just means he can deal Chrono more damage. He fires 3 more shots, taunting him. But nope, the bullets barely graze him and Chrono heals the damage instantly. Now Kuroi starts sweating, something feels way off, not a single shot is hitting dead center. He actually wonders if Chrono is dodging, but totally brushes it off as impossible. While Kuroi stresses out, Chrono secretly checks in with Leona and the squad to see if their hidden mission is done. Kuroi catches him distracted and screams at him for chatting in the middle of a fight. With the mission completely wrapped, Chrono drops Grand Typhoon. This level 5 wind spell totally blasts the illegal mages away, destroying the roof and totally wrecking the warehouse. Kuroi panics and orders the city bombs detonated, but Chrono smirks, his crew already defused them. Now he is completely free to focus on Kuroi. Chrono casually mentions those earlier shots hurt, promising to pay Kuroi back 100 times over. Kura gears up to fight, but right before they clash, the SMT bursts in and completely shuts it down. Yik confirms the bombs are dead, and Ruka straight up tells BR to surrender. Keeping his identity on the down low, Chrono silently hypes up the SMT's crazy speed, wondering if they were just chilling nearby. The SMT instantly recognizes Chrono as the Shadowbringer leader. They can literally feel how insanely overpowered his magic is. Sonata, knowing Chrono is actually Minato, desperately wants to help, worried he is hiding some serious injuries. With the vibes totally in his favor, Chrono arrogantly asks Kuroi if he still wants smoke. But watch closely, guys. Just when we think it is over, Toshiro appears out of nowhere, offering Kuroi backup. The girls are absolutely stunned seeing their own dad taking his side. They angrily demand to know why he is teaming up with a guy like Kuroi. Before Toshiro can even answer, Kuroi smirks, claiming they are comrades. Totally confused, Yuika and her sister keep pressing their dad, desperately trying to understand why he would side with a total scumbag. Completely fed up, Toshiro coldly snaps that he owes them zero explanations. The girls fall dead silent, just staring. Shidu barks orders to capture Chrono, but Chrono casually asks if this is really the time for enemy vibes. The others agree they need to team up, especially with Minato missing. Shidu Super reluctantly agrees to cooperate for now. A second later, Kuroi chucks special grenades at the SMT. Chrono yells at them to dodge, and they barely escape. They quickly realize these are definitely not your average normal grenades. Chrono is actually shocked to see anti-magic weapons that are not just guns. Kuroi acts all superior, opening his coat to flex even more hidden gear. While Chrono handles Kuroi, the sisters seriously struggle with the crazy idea of fighting their own dad. Toshiro totally exploits their hesitation, launching Azure Splash, a level 3 water spell straight at them. Ruka fires back with the exact same spell, but it is way too weak. Toshiro's attack smashes through, leaving them totally defenseless. Out of nowhere, Ryuji drops a rock wall, saving them from the blast. They thank him, and Toshiro actually respects the improvement, but warns they are still miles behind him. His power seriously rivals Minato, but Yuika flat out refuses to quit. She and Ruka combine their mana to launch Geyser Wave, but Toshiro just flexes right back with a massive level 8 giant wave, completely crushing their desperate attack. He points out they managed to cancel part of his spell, but they are still way behind. While the sisters hit the ground defeated, Kuroi laughs about how insanely easy this was. I know what you're thinking, guys. He claims the great Shadowbringer cannot handle anti-magic weapons, mocking that Chrono probably never even fought real firearms before. With Toshiro right by his side, Kuroi swears Chrono has zero chance, even offering him the super embarrassing option to beg for mercy. Chrono stays chill, which only makes Kuroi lose his mind, screaming at him to drop the confident act. He unloads his gun, but this time, Chrono cleanly dodges every single bullet. At first, Kuroi copes by thinking it is pure luck, but the more he watches, nope. Meanwhile, Toshiro flexes that level 8 water spell again, asking what they think. Getting zero answer, he goes straight for Chrono, who literally just sidesteps it cleanly. Kuroi notices something super weird about Chrono's movements, and quickly fires off Night Raid. A level 5 dark spell sliding right behind him for a sneak attack, but Chrono casually dodges everything. Kuroi shoots again and boom, Chrono dodges that too. Just as Chrono catches his breath, another massive wave of water magic rockets straight toward him. He throws up a void barrier, but the crazy impact actually cracks it, watching from the sidelines. He is totally mind-blown by the insane amount of mana flying around, starting to feel completely useless. Realizing they absolutely cannot face Minato looking this weak, they decide it is time to prove their worth. Shidu, still holding a grudge against Minato, sees his golden opportunity. With Chrono distracted, stick around to see if they can finally stop him. Let's jump right into the chaos, guys. With backup coming for Toshiro and Kuroi, Shidu doesn't waste a second. He begs Sonata to help capture Chrono. She hesitates, totally conflicted. Shidu calls Chrono an illegal mage, demanding his arrest immediately. Even with her refusing, he keeps practically begging. Sonata clenches her fists, looking straight ahead. Shido actually thinks she agreed, but instead of attacking, she blasts Chrono with white magic. Seeing this, Kuroi loses his mind. He thinks the cops just betrayed their only ally to start helping Chrono instead. A second later, Shido realizes Sonata actually used first aid. A level 5 holy spell straight on Chrono. Kuroi immediately trashes the cops for helping an illegal mage. Chrono totally ignores him. Since his passive magic heals him anyway, he wonders why Sonata used a spell he obviously didn't need. Then it hits him, she's sending her true feelings through that spell, so he accepts the buff and just keeps on fighting. Meanwhile, Shido freaks out, asking why she healed a literal criminal. Sonata, completely fed up, says Chrono is fighting for them. When he asks what she means, Sonata tells him to use his brain. Why are they barely able to move, still breathing? Why hasn't Chrono left? Shido goes dead silent, she drops the truth. Chrono is protecting everyone, even while taking endless shots from Kuroi. Without Chrono tanking those hits, they would be Kuroi's main targets. That is exactly why he refuses to back away. Even hearing the facts, Shido still tries calling Chrono a villain, claiming an illegal mage would never save the police. Seeing his stubbornness, Sonata reminds him that Chrono literally only showed up to save people and fight for others. Finally, Shido starts doing some soul-searching. Seeing Chrono standing his ground, absolutely covered in wounds, shatters his entire belief system. Soon, the harsh reality starts becoming super obvious. Especially when the girls swear to fight alongside Chrono, totally ignoring that he's an illegal mage. Kuroi mocks them, but here's where you and I get hyped. SMT attacks with everything. Yuika yells that even with low mana, they can still do something. With that epic energy, everyone pivots straight toward Toshiro. He's just floating in his water bubble, they force him right back down. Upon landing, Chrono instantly blasts Demon Place. Toshiro catches the surprise attack in seconds, and quickly blocks it with Geyser Wave. Seeing their crazy flawless teamwork, Toshiro realizes he barely has any window to counterattack Chrono. He knows SMT will keep interrupting, doing everything to pin him. Sonata eagerly jumps in, assisting Minato. While the girls pressure their dad, Shido buffs himself up and joins the squad against Toshiro. That completely triggers Kuroi. Chrono actually praises SMT for distracting Toshiro, making his fight way easier. This just pushes Kuroi over the edge, swearing to kill everyone. He then unloads even more insane shots at Chrono. This time, Chrono perfectly dodges every single bullet. Kuroi is stunned, screaming about magic. Chrono says it's just dodging. Zero magic involved. Kuroi flips out, yelling this isn't some action movie. Chrono casually mentions he hasn't faced long-range anti-magic gear recently, so he was kinda rusty. Hearing that disrespect, Kuroi fires wildly. But Chrono claims he already decoded the attack pattern, dodging every blast while closing the gap. Seeing bullets fail, Kuroi pulls out a massive anti-magic rocket launcher to vaporize everyone. But before he can even fire, Chrono uses Night Raid to blitz forward. Kuroi freezes. I know what you're thinking, game over. Yep, Chrono drops Cruel, a dark spell bringing 3 straight days of pure agony. After totally wrecking Kuroi, Chrono turns his focus to Toshiro. Even with the team barely moving from exhaustion, he respects how well they actually contain Toshiro. Chrono smiles, telling them to leave the rest to him. He locks onto Toshiro, but before they even clash, Toshiro literally surrenders. Chrono asks why. Leona suddenly reports that police and magical nobles are raiding BR bases across Tokyo. She adds it was a highly planned attack, and the massive leak points to Monsieur Toshiro. So Chrono bluntly asks if he was a spy inside BR. Toshiro just admits it. Before another word, Kuroi gets up, screaming at everyone to stop screwing around. Seeing his condition, Chrono figures he used anti-magic gear to break Cruel. Gripping a detonator, Kuroi threatens to blow up all the bombs he planted nearby. The SMT members panic, way too exhausted to run in time, but Chrono and Toshiro, still standing strong, cast Firewall and Emerald Aqua, both level 7 spells designed to shield SMT from the blast. And that's where we leave it. Kuroi spams the detonator, but nothing happens. He just stands there confused, insisting he planted bombs everywhere. Stick with me here, we are jumping into the chaos. Leona tells the panicking villain those bombs are deactivated. The second he recognizes her as Shadowbringer crew, this dude calls them slaves, ordering them to kneel and obey. An absolutely furious Leona answers with a devastating punch. She tells him she finally got her long-awaited revenge. Even so, a bleeding Kuroi actually brags that he is just one piece of BR, and the real bosses remain. Right after dropping that bombshell, he completely passes out. Chrono wonders who really runs BR, but needing hard proof, he pushes it aside. He scoops up Leona, getting totally ready to bounce before the cops crash the party. Yuika calls out, begging him to hold up to confirm something, but Chrono completely ignores her, leaping into the night. Once again, the SMT completely fails to catch him. After he dips, Ruka, Yuika, and Ryuji are left questioning who the leader actually is. Meanwhile, Sanada knows Chrono is actually Kusanagi in disguise. She feels deeply grateful to her hero for saving so many lives tonight. The very next morning, national news breaks the internet. Former magical noble and BR President Kuroi is officially busted, facing massive terrorist charges. At the same time, the police get totally hyped up by the media for finally disarming those bombs. Watching this broadcast somewhere in the city, Janata and Riku laugh, totally mocking the media for handing shiny credit to the cops. Meanwhile, Minato slips right back into his daily SMT captain grind. That morning, he rolls up to the Masuja estate with his squad. On the way, they ask why he vanished during the Kuroi op. Minato smoothly lies, blaming it on family drama. The team totally buys it, but they ask him to please keep them updated. When they arrive at the Masuja mansion, they are welcomed inside and guided straight into the main meeting room. The girls immediately beg their dad to explain everything. Toshiro starts off by dropping a major bomb he only faked working with. Kura, he claims he joined BR just to clear the magical nobles' names and finally stop those crazy illegal mages running loose. Now pay attention because this gets wild. He reveals Kuroi was a major criminal secretly building up his massive power totally unchecked. So Toshiro decided to step up. Yuika asks why he joined BR so late. Toshiro explains the cops basically begged him. As a top magical noble family head, he could easily get close, especially since Kuroi previously worked with Fuka. Using that advantage, Toshiro completely won his trust. He wraps up saying that despite not being a cop, they treated him like an elite undercover agent, so he will absolutely not be punished. Hearing this, the girls sigh in pure relief, totally blasting the cops for putting their dad through hell. Meanwhile, Minato starts heavily overthinking about absolutely everyone involved, the SMT. The police force that basically bows down to magical nobles, and even Masuja Toshiro, who went insanely far for this crazy scheme. He also questions why the police waited until right now when they could have acted earlier. You and I both know that excuse sounds sketchy. Flashing back to Kuroi's defeat, Chrono and Leona were actually just discussing how the cops, despite being absolute garbage at gathering intel, somehow magically knew that more than half of those bombs were completely fake. Chrono wonders if the bad guys literally just ran out of real explosives. Leona thinks that sounds way too sloppy. Still, the police moved suspiciously fast, like they already had the cheat codes. She says the whole vibe feels super weird, lacking hard evidence. Snapping back to the present, Toshiro admits his sins, apologizes and promises to publicly back the SMT while officially canceling his own daughter's disinheritance. The girls instantly cheer up, hyped to proudly be part of the Masuja family again. Heading home, Ryuji happily sighs that he can finally chill out. However, Sanada calls Minato and Chrono her absolute heroes, wishing she could do something huge to repay them. Shido still cannot forget that Chrono, despite being an illegal mage, literally saved his life. If Chrono really is Kusanagi, he honestly does not know if arresting him is right anymore. Meanwhile, Yuika feels totally uneasy remembering Chrono's intense eyes from that crazy night. She suddenly realizes they looked exactly like Minato's eyes. Unable to shake the feeling, she starts wondering if they are literally the exact same guy. Minato sees this coming, realizing things might get messy real soon. Later that night, disguised as Chrono, he visits Kai in the hospital, continuously healing him with holy magic. Getting zero response, Chrono practically begs Kai to wake up, reminding the kid that his big sister is desperately waiting. Right on cue, Leona walks in, so Chrono quickly ninja drops out the window to hide. Leona softly tells her little brother that she and Chrono totally wrecked the villains. He does not need to worry, nobody will ever hurt him again. Then Kai speaks her name. Trust me, we are definitely going to want to see what happens next. Let's dive right back in. Kai is awake, welcoming his sister back and swearing he did his absolute best to stay strong while she was gone. Leona instantly hugs him, just bawling with pure relief. Seeing this, Chrono smiles. His job here is done, so he quietly flies off into the night sky. Next day up on the roof, Ryuji asks Minato and the girls for a massive favor, babysitting his younger siblings tomorrow. He explains he's stuck working an all-day shift. Usually he handles the kids and chores while his mom works, but this time they're both completely booked. Since he can't leave them alone that long, Ryuji is desperate. Minato immediately agrees because he actually likes kids, and Ryuji is super grateful. Yuika apologizes though, saying she's busy moving out. Since she's no longer disowned, Ryuji asks if she's going back to her dad's place. Nope, she says they're upgrading to an even bigger apartment instead. Yuika mimics her dad, saying the sisters need to be independent and learn about the world if Minato is staying with them. Ryuji calls that out and Yuika jokes that her dad is kindly footing the bill. Minato figures if Toshiro wants them independent, living together makes total sense. At the same time, he completely gets why Toshiro wants him close to them, now more than ever. Ryuji jokes about Minato and Ruka helping Yuika pack, but decides she's honestly better off flying solo. Laughing, he asks if Ruka can tag along with Minato. She stammers but promises to help babysit. Ryuji thanks them, swearing he'll return the favor. The very next day, Minato and Ruka take the little siblings straight to the park. The kids are totally hyped, begging for the carousel and roller coaster. Minato laughs, promising they'll hit every single ride today. Heading to the first attraction, he calls back to Ruka, but her face is so intensely stiff that it's actually making the kids super nervous. Minato asks her to just smile so she doesn't ruin the vibe. Ruka apologizes, forcing the most awkward grin ever and asking if that's any better. Yeah, that only makes the poor kids see her as even more terrifying. Before the waterworks start, Minato steps in to calm them down, leaving a super bummed out Ruka by herself temporarily. After that, they crush the roller coaster, Ferris wheel, and carousel. But you and I both know this wholesome piece definitely won't last long, right? While watching the happy kids, Minato notices Ruka still looking pretty depressed, so he decides to go talk. As the kids head to the bathroom, Minato warns them not to bump into anyone, leaving him alone with Ruka. After chatting about how hyped the kids were, Ruka tells Minato he's amazing. Even the kids totally look up to him. Minato brushes it off, but Ruka admits she's just awful with children. It's not that she hates them, she just cannot communicate. Minato totally gets it. Ruka apologizes for always acting so cold. She recalls saying she'd never surpass her sister, and now feels like she's literally worse than her in absolutely every single way. She can't cook, can't connect with people, and isn't nearly as thoughtful as Yuika. Even when it comes to magic, the one thing she was proud of, she's falling way behind. Ruka admits she's far from perfect, just a clumsy girl who can't actually handle anything on her own. When Minato stays quiet, she apologizes for venting and tells him to forget it. Right then, she spots the kids coming back from the restroom. Pushing through the crowd, the oldest kid bumps into the bullies harassing kids on camera. Now watch closely, because here is where things get totally wild. Minato gets ready to step in, but Ruka instantly dives forward to protect the kids. So he holds back and watches. She quickly pulls the kid away, asking if he's hurt anywhere. The boy bursts into tears and she's just relieved he's safe. The thug and his buddies demand an apology, but Ruka refuses. The kid did nothing wrong, so the punk should be the one apologizing. Like an absolute idiot, the thug tries to punch Ruka, but right before the hit lands. Minato catches his fist. He calls him pure trash who only causes trouble, warning him not to ruin a public place just for sick fun. While the punk screams and begs for mercy, Minato sighs and lets go. After the losers run off, he checks on everyone. Seeing Ruka actually protected them, the crying kids hug her in total gratitude. Ruka just freezes up. But after Minato gives her a gentle look, she hugs them back, promising that everything is totally fine now. After all that chaos, they actually enjoy the rest of the day stress-free. Later that night, Ryuji finally gets home, apologizing and hoping his younger siblings weren't a massive headache. Instead, he finds all 5 of them fast asleep together like one big happy family. Meanwhile, Minato, Chrono, and the Shadowbringers keep grabbing headlines, making the local police look like absolute jokes. Sure, they responded quickly to the BR explosion and got some credit, but SMT's massive success still makes the cops look totally incompetent. During a serious meeting, Tokyo police argue they absolutely cannot let the Shadowbringers run wild and ruin their public image anymore. The boss orders these vigilantes arrested immediately. Meanwhile, Kaichai, Minato, and Riku train with wooden swords at the dojo. You and I know massive trouble is coming. Stick with me, they fight in total silence for 10 whole minutes. They trade perfect strikes back and forth. Finally, Riku calls a tie with both blades at lethal positions, completely blown away by Minato's insane sword skills. The guy is straight up shocked Minato can actually fight on par with a vice manager. Minato brushes it off, saying he isn't on his level yet. That just makes Riku respect his crazy skills and humility even more. Match over, they put the wooden swords away. Out of nowhere, Riku starts complaining about how annoying life is right now. Minato asks why the sudden mood swing. Riku admits holding a sword keeps him fired up. Without it, he feels totally useless, says he would honestly rather die or become a houseplant. Minato looks dead serious and tells him not to die. Just living and doing nothing is enough if it makes someone happy. Riku calls Minato an interesting guy, admitting he has always felt like a complete and total outsider. Being famous for his crazy sword skills just isolated him from everyone else, and that frustrated him way more than anything else could. Minato tells him that does not make him an alien, it just means his unique vibe is totally obvious to everyone around him. Riku is completely stunned. Literally nobody has ever described his raw talent like that before. Now pay close attention here. Minato relates, flashing back to his past life as Ikikami Minato. Facing literal death and pure terror staring him right in the face is exactly how he fought back and finally awakened his true power. As for Riku, he keeps a straight face, assuming Minato is just talking about that traffic accident from before. Deep in his own thoughts, Minato remembers copying monster spells since that exact day to create his own unique magic. As the only survivor, he tells Riku how awful it felt failing everyone and just being treated like a total freak. Now he uses that crazy strength to help people, asking Riku if he has anything he wants to protect. Riku realizes he actually does. Minato just smiles, telling him to use his power for that exact reason, because that uniqueness is inside him alone. Riku takes the advice to heart, thanking him for the help. They shake hands and promise to team up and work together again soon. Walking out of the dojo, Minato thinks about Kaicha Riku. For the head of a noble mage family, he decides the guy is actually a really solid dude. Even with his weird daily habits. Way better than the rest of those fake, annoying snobs who are impossible to understand. Still totally lost in his own thoughts. Minato bumps into someone on the street. He apologizes real quick, only to realize it is Himura Hinata, that short, incredibly feisty brat. Recognizing him instantly, Hinata immediately demands an explanation from him. Not even waiting for answers, she snaps about dealing with some annoying guy earlier and is still totally fuming. Minato asks why she is missing her flashy outfit today. Hinata bites back that she obviously does not wear those clothes every single day. It is anti-demon gear for official jobs only. Minato points out she really loves that kind of stuff, quickly realizing it is 100% the absolute truth. Pretty soon, random people nearby start staring at them. Wanting zero drama, Hinata rudely orders Minato to follow her somewhere else. Too exhausted to argue with someone like her, he just quietly tags along. They hit up a cafe, grab an empty table, and sit down hoping to keep a totally low profile. We both know that never works. Everyone is whispering and staring, some even guessing they are out on a date. Just a few deadly death glares from Hinata, and everybody quickly looks the other way. Minato stays super chill, silently comparing her to a rabid dog and deciding not to poke the bear. Once the room settles down, she asks about his meetup with Riku. Figuring she might be a little jealous, Minato genuinely apologizes for not inviting her to the dojo. That just makes Hinata explode, loudly insisting she does not care at all about being left out. In her head, they are strictly co-workers right now, definitely not friends. Right after that, she shoots a jealous look at a family celebrating a kid's first birthday. Minato says it is fine as long as they keep working together. Ticked off by how chill he is, Hinata demands to know how he got so strong. When Minato drops the traffic accident excuse again, she calls total bull, saying nobody gets insanely overpowered just from surviving a crash. She knows his magic power is completely abnormal, and magic definitely does not work like that anyway. Minato mentally notes he is actually suppressing his power even more now. Hinata also points out if risking your life was enough to boost magic, nobody would struggle so much. She stands right up and demands the absolute truth about his wild strength. Minato knows she is absolutely desperate to get a lot stronger. But what do you and I think? Telling someone today he is a reincarnated god makes zero sense, and honestly would not help her anyway. Alright, stick with me here. He just tells her to train normally if she wants to improve. Frustrated, Hinata sighs, calling Minato completely impossible to read before sitting down. Then the waitress brings their order, dropping off Hinata's massive mixed berry parfait right after apologizing for the long wait. Minato is just completely stunned by how massive this parfait actually is. But Hinata's face lights up, saying she has been eagerly waiting for this. She acts like the waitress brought the wrong thing, and Minato just watches, totally confused, while she devours it like her life depends on it, loving every single sweet bite. After polishing it off, Hinata takes a deep breath, admitting she always wanted to try this cafe's famous parfait. It just felt weird coming all alone, so dragging Minato along was literally perfect. Minato realizes she genuinely loves sweets. Then he quietly checks Hinata's mana flow and sees her magical energy is overflowing like crazy right now. The second Hinata realizes she let her guard down, she abruptly ends the hangout. She claims there is nothing left to discuss and quickly bolts. Once she is gone, Minato realizes he actually caught a brief glimpse of the magical power she was hiding. Still, it is blatantly obvious she is way stronger than the last time they fought. There is absolutely no way normal training boosted her power this much in such short time. Thinking it over, Minato decides Hinata Hamura is definitely hiding a big secret. Now pay attention, this is where things get tense. Stuck at work, Shido starts suspecting Minato is actually Chrono, because whenever Chrono appears, Kusanagi is absent. That makes it incredibly hard to believe they aren't the same guy. At the same time, the police investigation keeps growing, and Shido knows catching Chrono is just a matter of time. Worried, he looks at a family photo, silently seeking his dad's guidance. That night on a dark rooftop, Leona warns Chrono that the police are planning to dismantle Shadowbringer. Raids are happening everywhere, and members are getting captured for intense interrogations. Hearing this, Chrono realizes his own squad has also been ordered to hunt them down. He almost tells Leona he is actually Kusanagi from the task force, but stops himself. If she gets caught, knowing the truth only makes things harder. He trusts she would never betray him, but spilling his secret now gives them zero real advantage. He can still leak partial police intel. It is not time for the big reveal yet. Leona asks for a solid plan before the cops swoop in. Chrono tells her not to worry and just leave it to him. He already has a master plan. The next day, Minato visits Takagami at her house, asking for some help with his scheme, and she agrees on the spot. A few days later, the strict Tokyo police superintendent demands a full update on the Shadowbringer case. When he finds out they still haven't found Chrono, he absolutely explodes, demanding some real answers. One officer says they are still interrogating the captured Shadowbringers, but literally none of them know anything. When the angry boss asks why they haven't broken them yet, the cop explains that the low-tier grunts genuinely seem to be completely clueless. Furious, the chief greenlights using actual physical force, if that is what it takes to catch Chrono. Yelling that the police force's entire pride is on the line, the officers scramble to take action. Meanwhile, Shidu gathers the task force, telling them the top brass ordered them to hunt down Chrono and his closest allies. Since nobody knows his location, his info gets leaked everywhere. You and I saw that coming, right? With circulating materials damaging the cop's reputation, Shidu orders the squad to hunt Chrono while still fighting wild calamities. Several members complain about being completely overworked, saying that management is just ignoring reality. However, Minato sees the police getting super desperate, knowing pushing harder makes escaping way tougher. Wrapping up, Shidu says to prioritize calamities while hunting down Shadowbringer. Afterward, Sanada asks if they are really going through with this, but Shidu says they have no other choice. It is a direct order. Ryuji complains about carrying most of the workload, and the Misujo sisters protest too. Shidu says he gets it. But command is full on panicking over Shadowbringer's influence, terrified these illegal mages are going to gather way more followers. Shidu suddenly tells Minato to drop the act. Looking highly offended, Minato asks what he means by that. Shidu straight up accuses him of being Chrono, telling him to just surrender right now. The whole room goes dead silent. The girls immediately jump in to defend Minato, saying there is zero chance he is Chrono. Seeing how fast they protect him, Shidu starts suspecting Yuika and Sanada might actually be working with Chrono too. When they protest, Shidu says Chrono might have saved lives, but he still needs to turn himself in so the judge can show some real mercy. It beats being hunted by the cops. He notes Chrono and Minato share features, and whenever Chrono magically appears, Minato just conveniently vanishes into thin air. He questions if that is just pure luck. Getting zero response, Shidu demands Minato reveal his true identity. Before he speaks, Sanada interrupts with a live video. Shadowbringer hijacked the station. Trust me, you and I won't want to miss what comes next. Stick with me here. The video kicks off with Minato still inside, when another guy claiming to be Chrono suddenly pops up. Apologizing for the interruption, the fake Chrono addresses the audience head on about those crazy rumors of a massive power struggle between him and Minato. To shut down all the drama, he straight up challenges Minato to a daytime duel. Shocking the entire world, the squad watches in pure disbelief, and Shidu wonders how Chrono could even challenge Minato since they are literally the same person. At the same time, Sanada and Yuika start second-guessing their own suspicions because absolutely none of this makes any sense. Meanwhile, Ryuji and Ruka, totally clueless about the bigger problem, just ask Minato what his game plan is. Minato just smiles and says he accepts Chrono's challenge. A few hours later, the whole country is glued to Shibuya, where the highly anticipated epic showdown between Kusanagi and Chrono is about to drop. News choppers are buzzing all over the zone, and reporters are hyping up the massive crowd like a total blockbuster event. The cops know this fight could get totally lethal, so officers are on high alert, probably just waiting to slap handcuffs on Chrono. Fans are screaming for both fighters. Ryuji calls the whole thing a complete media circus. His coworkers pull up broadcast data proving how huge this is. Shidu just watches Minato in dead silence, trying to read his real intentions. He is waiting for a slip-up because there is no turning back now. Near the arena, Janata and Riku bump into Toshiro, who actually pulled up to watch the fight. They ask him why he even came. Toshiro says this is one battle he needs to witness with his own eyes. Right after that, a blinding light flashes above the arena. While the crowd freaks out over what it is, a blue lightning bolt suddenly crashes down, nearly hitting the chopper and causing a massive shockwave. Now watch closely. From the dust, fake Shadowbringer leader Chrono steps out. And the media broadcasts his epic arrival. Shidu is totally stunned seeing Chrono and immediately doubts his own theory. Janata and Yuika also start scratching their heads, wondering if Minato and Chrono are actually two different dudes. Right before the brawl begins, Minato sighs, saying he usually hates making a huge spectacle out of things, but this time he literally has zero choice. When the fake Chrono stays quiet, Minato skips the trash talk and dives straight into the fight. In front of thousands of viewers, Minato opens with Null Magic Inorganic Cannon, a level 6 spell. The fake Chrono fires back with Dark Magic Chaos Raven. When the two epic attacks collide, the shockwave is so insanely intense that the arena chopper pilot immediately yanks the stick away. totally ignoring the reporters demanding to get closer so they do not die. The second the spells fade, both fighters lunge forward and clash fists, officially kicking off this crazy battle. After that, they trade brutal close quarters punches, neither guy giving an inch before finally jumping back to flex their magic again. This time, the fake Chrono blasts a level 9 lightning spell, penetrating thunder straight at Minato's face. Minato tanks it flawlessly, but he complains that Chrono is not holding back and totally ruined his outfit. Without a single word, the fake Chrono follows up with a level 7 earth spell aimed at Minato, trying to completely crush him. To stop the massive comet, Minato deploys a level 9 Neo-Mix shield. With the help of a magic fairy, he drops it in front of himself, and the shield totally vaporizes the comet into rubble. Once the attack clears out, Minato looks over at the fairy that helped him conjure such a ridiculously strong shield. You saw that too, right? The crowd goes absolutely wild seeing Minato get backed up by an unknown magic fairy. Some guys even start shouting that they do not care about magic nobles anymore, because Chrono and Minato are just operating on a whole different level. At the same time, a few of Minato's girlfriends actually pass out from the insane pressure and aura he has been throwing off. Janata, looking annoyed as ever, tells Riku and Toshiro that null magic users, those clueless little idiots, in her own words, always love flexing with flashy spells. Riku reminds her that both Chrono and Minato can sling level 9 magic, and Janata adds that their mana pools and massive spell knowledge are equally unnatural. Even while dropping top-tier magic, they still have juice left in the tank, which is pure madness. Toshiro says Minato stands out more, though, because his continuous magic flows almost like it has a mind of its own. Janata points out that only a few mages can even cast continuous magic, let alone automatic magic, but with Minato's incredible physical strength. Toshiro says he is likely using magical power not just to buff his body, but to supercharge his attacks and defense too. So, Janata asks if that means Minato is basically a walking fortress of magical power, and Toshiro says probably yes, which just triggers her even more. So what do you and I think, when asked why she still doubts Minato and Chrono's strength? Toshiro says his magic is just completely abnormal. Alright, stick with me here. Basically he means Minato and Chrono are absolute monsters who completely outclass the magical nobles in every single way. And with that, this insane fight rages on. But the very second the fake Chrono lands, he instantly leaps right back at Minato, who is still stuck in midair. The SMT and every single viewer hold their breath in shock as the absolute madness continues. Yuika, Ryuji, and Ruka admit they already knew these two guys were totally overpowered. But after seeing this ridiculous display of raw skill, they totally get why everyone is completely obsessed with them. Sanada checks the live stats, saying the fight is absolutely blowing up across streaming sites and socials. Shidu chimes in, hyping that this battle has officially reached its absolute peak. Right now, people all over the globe are tuning in. Screens flash showing hyped reactions from everywhere around the world. New York, South Korea, and major cities everywhere. The whole world is glued to their phones, watching the epic live clash between the two strongest mages, Chrono and Minato Kusanagi. After trading massive blow after blow and keeping everyone totally hooked on the edge, Minato praises the fake Chrono for lasting so long, calling game over. But pay close attention here. Just when Minato thinks he won, fake Chrono fires a massive new level dark spell, Shadow Side, right at his face. To end this, Minato drops a level 10 null magic, Gigant Hex. It completely erases Shadow Side and smashes Chrono into a nearby building. The SMT squad absolutely loses their minds seeing a level 10 spell and such raw, unhinged power. Yuika can only wonder just how insanely strong he really is. Then Minato dashes straight at the battered Chrono. The news chopper tries its best to follow the action. Completely sure this is the final blow, but the pilot screams that Minato is moving way too fast to track. And when the cameraman says the feed cut out, the reporter completely loses it, screaming at him for dropping the shot right at the absolute best part. As for Minato, when he finally reaches the fake Chrono, he stops and actually drops his guard a bit. The exact second Minato looks away, Chrono raises a shaking hand and starts charging up a dark spell. But before he can even cast it, Minato tells him to drop the act, and the fake Chrono vanishes right on the spot. With the dust settling, Minato quietly sighs in relief. Let that sink in for a second. This dude is just glad his crazy trick actually fooled the entire world. He figures the anti-monster gear Takagami built is completely maxed out, since it can only hold level 9 magic for a super limited time. He also thinks about how useful but insanely tough cloning magic is. The fake Chrono was way weaker than him and could barely even speak. While Minato checks out the aftermath, Takagami is standing nearby, thanking her lucky stars that this wild plan actually worked. When she first found out Minato was secretly Chrono the whole time, she was totally shocked he would push things this far. Since a normal person cannot cast 2 spells at once, she knew Minato had basically zero time to reactivate his short-lived duplicate spell. Maintaining constant magic meant leaving absolutely no room for other spells. That is exactly why she built anti-monster gear with automatic casting. If the gear could just cast spells by itself, even if the user got knocked out cold, then using multiple magic types at the exact same time became totally possible, at least in theory. Still, Takagami knows Minato needed an absolutely insane amount of mana and perfect control to handle both of them together. Otherwise, that clone could have easily gone rogue and started attacking the crowd. In the end, while managing massive spells and keeping perfect control, Minato managed to fake an insanely hyped battle against himself. Takagami says only Chikami Minato could pull off something this brilliant. With the fight over, Minato calls Leona as Chrono, telling her to stop jamming the broadcast. Leona asks if he is finally done, and he says yes. Then she drops his real name, Minato. She adds that absolutely nobody will keep hunting Chrono after the wild stunt they just pulled. Totally shocked that she knew, Minato asks since when. She casually admits she has known for a while and just never bothered to mention it. When he asks why she is bringing it up now, Leona says it just feels like this is the absolute last time she will see Chrono. Minato nods. After a brief pause, Leona thanks him for saving the world and her crew, genuinely glad he was there. With magical crime hitting rock bottom, Minato says the Shadowbringers will just lay low for now. Before hanging up, Leona offers to handle any of his future jobs with a nice family discount. Minato says he will definitely take her up on that if needed. They say their goodbyes, returning to totally normal life. The second Minato hangs up, his SMT squad rushes straight over to him. Yuika asks about Chrono, while Ru checks for injuries. Minato says Chrono escaped but is super beat up, and here is where we leave it, Shido awkwardly walking up to apologize for ever accusing Minato of being Chrono. Classic, right? Alright guys, stick with me here. Sanada and Yuika totally apologize for doubting him, begging for his forgiveness. Minato feels bad about tricking them, telling them to chill. Everyone makes mistakes. Leaving the arena, Hinata literally screams, asking about Minato and Chrono's insane strength. Knowing she is miles behind their crazy level, she admits she has to grind way harder, or she will absolutely never catch up to them. While she is ranting, Shido is completely stunned by Minato's energy, totally questioning his actual magic capacity. Minato thinks about how he proved he is built different from Chrono, sighing because his acting totally worked. He honestly thinks the Shadowbringers are useless now, though Kuroi calling him a pawn still super messes with his head. For now though, he is just super hyped that the biggest problem is finally solved. A few days later, Minato starts promoting heavily, literally lives streaming his squad training sessions. He is dropping merch with other creators, and even hits live TV to talk about his awakening and brutal grind. One day at school, Minato gets absolutely swarmed by girls wanting to hold his hand, hug him, or literally marry him. You and I know fame is cool, but watch this. Ryuji, Ruka, and Yuika wonder if their famous boss can even survive this chaos. Little do they know, Minato is actually losing his mind over the insane attention. To him, the fangirls are just exhausting. So he finally just yeets himself out a window and escapes school, totally cursing Shido for dragging him into this public fame nightmare. Just when he thinks he is safe, a huge mob of fangirls spots him and chases him down again. He spends all day sprinting, literally begging them to leave him alone. Later at home, Ruka and Yuika ask if he is okay. Minato says yes, then totally changes the subject to ask about moving out. They tell him they literally climbed everything while he was busy running away. After thanking them, Minato chills and listens while Yuika talks about their awesome new place. It is a 3-bedroom apartment, meaning everyone gets their own room. When the girls realize they cannot watch Minato sleep anymore, they blush super hard and look away, leaving him completely clueless. Then his phone suddenly rings. He steps out on the balcony and answers Takagami. She asks if he has time to chat and if he is doing okay after all that crazy chaos. Minato says everything worked out thanks to her, even though all this new attention still feels super weird. Takagami just laughs, agreeing that dealing with extreme popularity is tough. Minato tells her she can call him literally any time. She's not just a close friend, but the only person who knows his real identity. Takagami thanks him for that and happily hangs up. After the call, he takes a quick photo with 2 girls, seriously questioning his life choices. Days later, fresh recruits gather at the field, hyped to join the squad and train under Captain Minato. When they finally arrive, Yuika is totally shocked by the huge turnout, but Ruka points out they are literally just here for Minato. Anyway, Ryuji says the hype is cool, but if they cannot survive Minato's brutally insane training, they are completely done for. Now pay attention here. Minato steps onto the field and the recruits instantly start fangirling hard. They shower him with praises, but Minato is already fed up. He unleashes a terrifying burst of magic pressure, leaving them absolutely paralyzed with fear. Once they finally shut their mouths, Minato congratulates them for surviving, saying he planned to go easy today, but now he sees absolutely zero reason to hold back anymore. The veteran squad members totally know their boss is annoyed, but these fresh recruits have absolutely no clue. So when Minato drops his usual brutal magic, physical and mental training on them, they instantly collapse and start whining like crazy. Some even call it abuse and threaten to quit on the spot, but right when they think it is over. Yuika and the squad keep blasting spells at Minato's barrier. The recruits watch in absolute shock, realizing this is nowhere near a normal training session. Finally, Minato wraps up the intense session and tells everyone, recruits included, that checking magic power is up next. He gives them 5 minutes to rest before heading straight to the testing room. Watching him walk off like nothing happened, the recruits completely agree that Minato is an absolute monster. Meanwhile, Ryuji and the sisters reflect on their own flaws, already plotting how to level up for next time. Seeing their insane dedication, the recruits decide the squad members are monsters too. One guy actually cries seeing his idealized image of the sisters completely destroyed. After that, they measure each squad member's raw magic power. Yuika hits 120,000, Ruka scores 18,000, Ryuji flexes 105,000, Hinata gets 100,000 and Shido reaches 112,000. The recruits are mind blown, seriously wondering if the squad is literally on the same level as the magic nobles. Minato explains Yuika only had 2,000 magic power before, but thanks to her insane grind and determination, she reached this epic level. So what do you and I take from this? A recruit asks if they can get that strong, and Minato says yes if they take it seriously. Alright guys, stick with me, our squad is leveling up big time. Minato checks their magic points and realizes they are completely ready to solo a boss or gang up on a demon general. Even with that massive glow-up, Minato knows they need more. The Demon King is still out there. Then Shido pulls up looking serious, and Minato instantly senses some bad news brewing. Cut to a few hours later, Minato is rocking a suit at this fancy noble party, getting thanked by Shido. Minato totally gets the teamwork angle, but he heavily questions this whole party. Shido says my bad, explaining the nobles are just hyped to get their magic back and boost public relations. Realizing he cannot escape this networking nightmare, Minato just slaps on a fake happy smile. He throws Shido a quick compliment on his drip. Ryui feels awkward in formal wear, but Minato hypes up his tall, athletic build. Suddenly, Shido announces that the girls finally made it. Yuka steps in wearing a super cute flared dress, apologizing for stalling. Ruka is right behind her looking gorgeous in a dark blue, floor-length gown. Then Hinata pulls up in light green, totally shocked by the massive crowd. Yuik asks if she looks weird and Minato calls her gorgeous. He immediately starts showering all three girls with the most dramatic, flashy compliments. His over-the-top hype makes them completely blush. Ryui spots this and realizes Minato is a total smooth talker. Right after that, a super grumpy Janata stomps over. She's rocking a red dress flanked by Toshiro and Riku, the noble family heads. Minato hypes her up too. Janata instantly gets super annoyed, tells him to chill, and storms off furious. Super confused, Minato asks Toshiro why he even showed up. Toshiro flat out says it is just part of the alliance. Not wanting to chat, Toshiro instantly dips, leaving Minato totally stunned by his blunt vibe. The girls apologize for their dad being so antisocial, but Minato brushes it off like no big deal. But wait, pay attention here. We both know a weird aura and a black dress means absolute trouble. Before he can even say hey, the host jumps on stage, thanking the crowd and hyping up the special guests. First the SMT squad, then the Magic Nobles. Finally, they introduce the Mage Association big boss, Momoyu Hifumi, and his daughter Chloe Momoyu. Minato instantly recognizes Hifumi from Dotonbori, but way more insanely, he realizes the mystery girl is Chloe and completely freezes up in shock. For now, he just keeps quiet, watching Momoyu Hifumi step up to the mic. He kicks things off by talking about the crazy monster invasion. He claims teaming up with the SMT is their ultimate cheat code for survival. To win back their trust, Hifumi promises to keep the peace and help every mage level up. The crowd goes absolutely wild. Even Minato has to admit that speech was incredibly smooth and hyped. He catches Chloe smirking at him, wondering what her deal is. Then Hifumi walks over, promising to work super closely with their squad. He flashes Minato a huge smile, saying he cannot wait to team up. They shake hands and Minato secretly scans Hifumi's magic level like a total pro. From what he can sense, Hifumi never skipped training and is insanely overpowered. Let that sink in for a second. This dude has not aged at all in 50 years. This triggers a massive flashback to meeting young Takagami and Hifumi at the training grounds. Back when the rookies joined, Ikikami Minato ran the first drill and told everyone to jump him at once. But this one arrogant kid, young Hifumi, screamed at him, calling him a total absolute bastard. Young Takagami snapped at Hifumi for disrespecting a literal living legend, but Hifumi did not care at all. He swore to smash that cocky face and teamed up with Takagami, mixing her water magic with his dark magic. They launched a massive combo attack, but Ikikami blocked it with a basic level 1 spell. Hifumi completely lost his mind, but Ikikami casually wrecked the whole class with wooden spears, destroying their entire confidence. He fully expected them to rage quit, but Hifumi stood right back up. So where does that leave us? These kids never quit, and trust me, round 2 gets absolutely wild. Satisfied to finally see some real potential, Ikikami let them attack again. Stick with me, you are about to see how this plays out. They gave it their all, still lost, and realized Ikikami was an absolute monster. He honestly respected the last 2 standing. He ended the session and told them to rest. But the second he turned his back, Hifumi launched one last dark magic attack, shouting that the fight was far from over. He swore to beat Ikikami, then completely collapsed. Seeing that crazy determination, Ikikami knew he'd become an epic mage. When Takagami tried one last sneak attack, he realized the association seriously scored 2 super interesting recruits. Passing out, Hifumi swore he would totally surpass Ikikami Minato. Ikikami just smiled, saying he'd wait for that day, and boom, the flashback ends. Back in the present, Minato, Ikikami's literal reincarnation, thinks about how that fiery kid grew into a powerful dude with crazy money and status. He almost reveals his true identity for a second, but remembers Takagami's warning and totally backs off. Soon after, the SMT is officially introduced, and all the fancy guests are told to go mingle. Right when Minato thinks he can finally chill out, Chloe approaches him. She introduces herself, saying she has wanted to meet him for ages. Minato praises her epic mage skills and says he'd be down to chat. Chloe laughs, acting super humble and saying she's nowhere near his level. Minato totally agrees with her. Her magic power and elemental control don't seem like anything crazy, but something about her vibe feels completely off. He just can't put his finger on it. Chloe hopes they can get along, claiming her intuition tells her to trust him. Minato carefully chooses how to respond to that. Just nearby, Rue and Yuika feel super awkward watching them chat, though they try to write it off as just a greeting. Later, Chloe hopes to work with him, and Minato agrees. Shaking hands, Chloe senses his magic aura and mentions she's really glad he turned out to be a good guy. With that, she promises they will meet again soon and walks away. The next day at school, Minato is dealing with the usual chaotic drama caused by the girls. Right before he completely loses his patience. Now pay attention here because things get wild. The teacher tells everyone to quiet down for a transfer student, and Chloe Mumu walks right in. She introduces herself as a former student from the Kimi Magic Academy. Then she takes her seat, leaving Minato absolutely stunned that she actually transferred. Class B instantly recognizes her as Chloe Mumu from yesterday's event. Some whisper about how rare it is to see someone from the Mumu conglomerate in public. After her introduction, the teacher guides her to the empty desk right next to Minato. Chloe casually sits down. During class, Minato whispers that he definitely didn't expect her to transfer, but Chloe just smiles, reminding him she promised they'd see each other again soon. He watches her closely until the bell rings. After second period ends, the entire classroom turns toward Chloe in absolute awe. Yuika points out how insanely popular Chloe became instantly. The exact same guys who usually swarm them are now totally obsessed with her. When Rue and Ryuji arrive, they both question what Chloe is actually planning. Since nobody really thought she would actually transfer here, because it happened so fast after the event, Yuika suspects a deeper motive, saying the timing is way too perfect. Ryoja, still totally distrusting noble mages, hopes this isn't another one of their shady schemes. For now, Minato and the crew decide to keep a close watch on Chloe. I know what you're thinking, it gets crazier. An hour later, they're shocked when Shido announces Chloe Mumu is joining the SMT, leaving everyone confused. Shido explains they decided to make Chloe a bridge between the SMT and noble mages to strengthen their alliance and build some actual trust. And that is exactly why she's officially joining their team. Given the floor, Chloe introduces herself as the Mumu family's daughter and politely asks them all to take good care of her. Her friendly vibe completely relaxes Yuika, who instantly welcomes her with a warm handshake. While the girls chat, Shido turns to Minato and apologizes for springing this surprise on him, explaining it was a direct order from above. Minato says it's cool, admitting he kind of expected something like this once that whole alliance was announced anyway. Shido looks relieved but still watches Minato for a second. Needing to test her actual skills, Minato puts Chloe through the exact same brutal training as the others. Even after cranking up the intensity enough to completely exhaust the recruits and make everyone complain. Chloe doesn't just keep pace, she totally outclasses Yuika and the rest without breaking a single sweat. No matter how hard Yuika tries to catch up, she just can't. Chloe is clearly on another level. During the break, while everyone else is practically dying, Chloe casually asks if they really have to stop. So what do you and I make of this? She claims she is full of energy, leaving Yuika completely stunned. She survived training they can barely endure. All right, let us jump right back in. Chloe walks up to Minato, pointing out his strict training. He asks if she thinks his methods are way too old school, but nope. Chloe says it totally makes perfect sense. Building up your physical body actually boosts combat skills. Plus, using magic while totally exhausted, that skyrockets your technique and raw potential. She even admits that Minato being super strict and yelling actually works like a charm for motivation. Minato praises her sharp eye, seeing she is completely right. Chloe proudly flexes that she is top tier, obviously. Right after that, Yuika, Rue, and Ryuji admit Chloe is insanely strong. They straight up ask to learn from her. Chloe hypes their effort too, saying she always knew the SMT was totally reliable. Once that chat wraps up, Chloe spins back to Minato and keeps happily talking to him. Now pay attention here because this gets messy. Yuika starts feeling super awkward about how charming Chloe is. Guys love her, girls love her, and maybe Minato does too. Knowing that Chloe might actually be way stronger than them. Yuika is stressing that Chloe will become Minato's #1 support. She and her sister fiercely shake their heads, desperately trying to convince themselves Minato would never betray them. Still, they cannot help but glare at Chloe suspiciously while she cheerfully chats with him, low-key wishing she would back off. As this epic alliance between the SMT and the noble mages continues, Minato notices that although disasters keep striking everywhere, those nobles are actually responding way faster than before, and with the SMT expanding, casualties are dropping. But with calamities growing, trust me, Minato knows what comes next.